I drove field cuts through my neighborhood.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Fearlessly Authentic. I'm Lucky.
Hello.
And we have Steve over there. And
Hey,
Peaches over there.
Over there. They know you're here, Peaches. Yeah? Okay.
They know you're here.
They know, dude.
They know. They
Some
everybody
people
knows.
are, you know,
You want to pass me the burp so he can say
aware
hi?
of it. Others are not so much.
Pass me that burp. How is everybody doing tonight?
Come on. Step up. Step up. There you go. Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Almost tripped.
Yep.
Tripped and flew. That'd be cool if you could trip and fly. Wow. Whoops, I almost tripped and flew.
Say hi to the people.
Sorry, Bob. I was flying earlier and I...
Peaches
Scratched
was
me
flying.
in the house.
Peaches was flying earlier.
Yeah, he was.
You didn't even see it. You didn't see it at all.
I didn't see nothing. I can neither confirm nor deny.
He wears his he has a harness. It's a flight harness, and he wears that. You didn't. I'm gonna put mine down a little bit, my mic, just in case it's loud. Oh, there's an echo. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Is this working?
You did it.
Okay.
Should be good to go.
So, Bird doesn't know how to fly. Birds don't automatically know how to fly. And I've had Peaches for a while. And
apparently they need a nest to be pushed out of or something.
no.
No.
What are you doing? I'll take off my necklace. Okay. What is happening? Why are you taking my glasses? What is...
He's like, you got too much stuff on your face. Let me get rid of some of this stuff from your face, please. I want to see your eyes. Let me see your eyes. That's what Peaches is saying. I'm speaking for the burb.
He doesn't like me wearing my amber necklace.
No.
He'll immediately start pulling at it, and he gets very upset that I'm wearing it. It's very fresh.
Happy Thursday, everybody, by the way.
Yes.
Just in case nobody's told you happy Thursday yet. Let us be the first.
Yes. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday, everybody.
I don't have a show planned. I don't have, anything.
Anything.
I don't have any guests planned.
Got no people.
I was like, we'll just do an open forum.
She's got a burb on her shoulder.
We'll see what happens. Peaches, no. See, he's already trying to go down my shirt.
You're becoming more and more like a pirate. You notice that? I've noticed lately.
Me?
Yeah, you get a little swagger and you keep saying R a lot and you have a burb on your shoulder. Yeah. Yeah. I'm serious, Peaches. We're gonna start calling her Captain Lucky. Arr, Captain Lucky.
I'm a pirate wench. Is that what we're gonna be for Halloween? Are we gonna be a pirate?
Shiver
wench?
me timbers.
You want to be my pirate?
That's right, Deborah Williams. Everybody gets a wrench. Everybody gets a wrench.
You will. Oh my gosh, what are you doing?
Whether you want it or not.
Do you guys see this behavior? He's just climbing all over me. Okay.
He's like, yeah. You think I'm
Do I
climbing
have
now?
to have a wooden leg?
Yeah, you just got to say R a lot, and I think he'll respect it. Say, I've asked you, mateys.
Okay.
Hoist the mainsail, Peaches.
Deborah, you
Let's
should
get the
have
let's get the ship
a wrench
moving.
too now. So yeah, we'll talk about the Peaches origin story. I've been wanting to talk about his origin story. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Are you gonna come up here where people? You just gonna sit on my boobs?
Mhm.
You're gonna come up
Alright.
here so people can people can see you? You're so pretty. Yeah, you are. You're so pretty. Okay. So here, come up here. All right.
Yeah. She needs an eye patch. That would make it right there. You get an eye patch and one of those like colonial dude hats. What do you call those? They're like a triangle. You know them triangle hats?
Oh my gosh. You're all crazy today. You've been
Whistles.
quiet. You've been quiet all day.
He knows it's prime time. He's
And
like,
then as
What?
soon as we get I start talking.
Yep.
As soon as I'm talking,
Easy.
then he wants to scream at me.
Peaches.
Why are you being so loud? We have been hanging out all day. You've had some fresh spinach and some greens
Numerous greens.
and blueberries and pears.
This green seems a little wilty.
Well, that one, yeah, it's been out of that's the last one. Like he didn't eat that one yet. If we get him some spinach, he'll probably eat his. He loves his spinach.
I'm eating this blueberry.
So, we sat outside today. We had fresh air. You even got to talk to the neighbor.
Tri-point hat. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, relax.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Why are you so worked up? Like he's acting all crazy. He's acting all crazy. All right. All right.
Arr.
Arg. Do you want to tell everybody how big you are?
Yes.
Are you so big? That was my ear. I'm not gonna be able to keep you right here. No, I'm not gonna keep you. I'm not gonna keep you right here if you're gonna scream at me the whole time. We can't do a live stream like that.
Take it down a notch there.
Oh my god.
Sam Kinison bird.
Ah.
It's like the ghost of Sam Kinison and a pterodactyl had a baby. Named it Peaches. That's what it sounds like in my mind.
Are you a pterodactyl?
Can any of you guys hear me? Jesus.
Stop. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Come here.
that was your ear. What?
No, he's.
Peaches.
I need your help.
Step up, dude. Come on now. Why are you being a jerk?
Okay.
Huh?
So we will not be having Peaches right here.
Do it.
Jeez, that was my ear.
Oh,
That was awful.
so loud.
He's been so well behaved
Nice all day.
for days.
Now, you gotta scream in your mom's ear.
The second it's time to go for a live stream, he makes me deaf.
What? That's not nice. What?
What?
Damn it, Burb. His name was Damn it, Burb.
Ay, that was crazy. All right.
Damn cat.
Oh, what was I? I don't even know what I was saying. Like I was
You were just
saying
a lot of
something.
stuff about things. Hard to decipher.
He just, Kim, he wants all my attention. Like as soon, but why is it as soon as I'm sitting in in front of the computer? Like he was just sitting there with me for hours, like hours and hours and hours on my shoulder earlier, just preening me and being very sweet. And then we get in front of the camera, and he's like, "No, now
Not so sweet.
I need to take your eardrum and destroy it."
Do 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 do.
Oz says, I once had an ear, but Peaches, yeah. He's bit through my ear.
Yeah, he bit into my ear pretty good.
Yeah, he bit into your ear. He actually, I'll have to see if I can get a good picture of it to show you guys. The scar. It looks like I got like a gauge like ripped out of my ear.
Pete just wants to be breastfed.
Serious
said, that guy's always trying to get down your shirt.
Yeah, where did he say that?
I just saw that back there.
Wait, did I miss that?
Snow Leopard says Peaches wants.
Oh, I see it now. Oh my gosh. I posted a picture on Twitter of him trying to get down my shirt. Let me see. I think I can find that just to show you guys on Twitter. Because that way, if not, I don't.
Hopefully, he's not too deafeningly loud and our mics are okay volume. People can hear us.
Yeah, I hope so.
I don't get that weird little buzzy buzz from having it plugged in, but battery's kind of dead.
Oh, do we get that?
Yeah, it's you know, it comes and goes. It's like if something kicks on, like the refrigerator, you hear it in there.
Oh, that's weird.
It's kind of like having a USB plugged into the car stereo when you're going down the road and on the Bluetooth, and you can kind of hear the engine noise whining through it.
Oh.
It's weird.
Okay, I'm gonna show you guys.
We're used to it. Okay.
This is what Peaches was doing. It
says we're all deaf anyway. What did you say? I can't. That's fine.
So this was outside. Was it yesterday? And yeah.
Yesterday.
That is him trying to sneak in really quick and try to get down my shirt. That's what he's always trying to do to me.
Will you play my warning video?
Which one?
The warning one I made yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Warning.
Yeah, it's the same reason a baby starts to cry when mom's on the phone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they can.
Oh.
Because they can. Peaches. You untoward little bird. Untoward little chicken.
Yes. He's such a
Barbara Bartleson.
He's such a stinker. He's such a stinker. Oh my gosh.
Now he's being perfectly behaved.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah.
Of
Now
course.
he'll be a good boy. Yeah.
Barbara, you missed it, thankfully.
Have a good night, Brian.
Peaches was over here.
Feel better.
And yes, feel better. Get some rest. Much love. I know. I feel like we're like starting to like. I feel like there's the cold season is upon us. I'm like, I'm gonna take some echinacea and some elderberries and things like that to try to like make sure I boost my immune system up.
Boost it.
Boost it.
Get your boosters. Everybody get your boosters. Make sure you're boosted.
True.
Make sure everybody is all boosted up. That has such a different connotation to what I used to think of that meant.
Oh my gosh. Okay. How do I where is your thing?
My thing's right over there. You can't miss it. It's right on the same old you gotta click on videos and then it's right there.
What on YouTube? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that's what you were talking about. You're just like, yeah, click on the thing. Yeah, exactly. Tell him, Peaches. Say you click on the thing.
Hey.
I did say tell him.
Unnecessary.
That's not the tell him I was meaning, though.
A little quieter next time, perhaps.
Yeah, like we can we use our inside voice? Oh.
That's not it.
No, I didn't play that. That started playing automatically.
It's automatic. That's why I said you gotta click on video.
I got it.
Okay.
If you can just chill, because I actually do this on a regular basis on the show.
Yo.
I know how to share the screens and do the things.
I am chill. So I just drove an hour to Surf City and bought the Alesis 9-piece Nitro digital drum kick with modulator and expansion wedge. Of course you did.
What?
That's going to be a lot of fun for your neighbors too. Because Hey, shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, don't do that in my fucking ear. Thank you. Yeah, good. Drew got a drum kit. It's an electronic one. So he can do, you know.
Okay, well, I can't talk about. Okay, Steve, you're like really spastic right now with what
I'm
you're saying.
spastic.
Yeah.
I read the comment in the room and I'm responding to it. That is not spasticity or spasticity.
Yeah, echinacea and elderberry is amazing. Amazing healing stuff. Okay, now I see the comment.
Oh, so I was what? Making it up before you saw it? What the hell is he talking about right now? Yes, rile me no longer. Pull my chain no longer, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Tell me about your damn drum set.
Okay. Do you want me to play your video or not?
I do.
Okay, then relax so I can play this.
Well, this song's not going to make anyone relax. It's a warning.
Okay, Steve. Leo had some like stink eye at the end of that.
I
like
love that.
he was just
He's
like,
"Yeah,
what?
What, bitch?"
He's like, I'm a big boy.
Are we still muted?
No.
No? Okay. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Leo the dog and fucking Elon and flames and burning cars. That video has something for everyone, I think. It's well-rounded.
Well-rounded.
Yeah, apparently they keep catching on fire. You get some fancy electric car, you plug it in, and something happens. Maybe like somebody put some aluminum foil in the microwave or whatever, and woof, before you know it, 6-alarm fire.
Well, I think it's the batteries themselves, like they're having problems with, right? It's not the car; it's the batteries.
Well, there's a couple of things. I think a generator thing and some sort of conversion thing was they said it was. Leo looked like a 15-year-old boy there, Kim said. Yeah, he had that like stink eye, like, what you looking at, fool? Like Samsung phones, exactly. They just poof. Oh, sorry, was that $85,000 for your car? Poof.
I know, like, and then what? Then you have an insurance claim, and you're like, oh, I hope I paid the insurance.
That's the cheap one, Peaches. 85 grand. I think they're ridiculous. But anyway.
Yeah. So what Barbara's talking about is how cockatoos can get hormonal. Well, all birds, they can get hormonal, and how you handle them, and if they're in dark spaces, and there's all kinds of things that can trigger a bird to behave certain ways. Yeah, exactly. Why are you barking? We're talking about Leo, and
they're like Democrats.
They're like Democrats, is what Steve said, and Peaches is barking because we're talking about Leo. Leo is a dog. Yes, he barks. He does. I know. That's what that arf thing is that he's doing, is he's barking like the dog.
It's fine. We'll just mine more cobalt. That's right. So that was a little ditty I came up with on the old EDM slot machine making music device. The Band Labs. If you guys haven't been there, go there. Dive right in. You don't even need any kind of idea of what you're going to do. Just open the thing on the side that says sounds, and then grab a piece of one of them and chuck them in the thing, and then you're going to be like, "Ooh, that's pretty cool." And then you throw another drum beat in there or whatever, and you're like, "Damn, fucking making music already!" Boom. It's amazingly fun. It's like all the musical parts of all kinds of different musical styles and genres are all cut up into like bite-sized Lego pieces for you to assemble. It's like making music with Legos. I'm starting to really dig it.
What's up, Chad?
Chad Wilson.
Yes, Miguel. He does. Peaches does get jealous of Leo. But he's gotten better about Leo. Leo the dog. He's gotten better about him. Like where I can have the dog in my lap and have the bird on my shoulder or whatever. And he's gotten better. He doesn't chase him outside anymore when they're outside together. Yes, he was just about to sleep, and he opens his eyes up and goes, "Baby,
baby." Rob Juno, what's up, man? Nice to see you. Yeah. So I don't know what else you have planned there. I have a couple more things of music if you want.
Well, I was going to talk about Peach's origin story.
Oh, you absolutely should do that. You should put on some of that background shit while you're talking. Makes it more interesting.
Hi, Rob. I know I
turn it down low though. That's what I do. But that you do you, man. Don't do nothing or do it all. I don't know what I'm talking about.
What is Seb telling us here? Happy birthday, Seb!
That's right.
As if we didn't have more reason to realize Dems and Republicans work for the same people. Occupy Democrats super PAC was caught paying Mitch McConnell $40,000 for their FEC filing. Are you kidding me?
That's just like, it seems like every single year somebody says something along those lines to me, like, oh, did you hear that the Dems, gave the fucking Republican fucking chair like $8 bazillion and whatever, and like it happens every single cycle, like every year at least. Every bit of turnover, it's just like they keep doing the same things. Like anybody who pays attention to the inner workings of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and who does stuff with what and the bipartisanship stuff. If you look at that, you cannot not see that they are exactly the same on both sides. They're the same. It's the same party. It's not really different.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. It's not. No, they're all friends. They have cocktails together. Yeah.
BS, Adam. Smoke break.
Over and over again, it's shown. Kim wants to know, how long do cockatoos live? So peaches can live like 60 to 80 years. He's 18, so he'll very likely outlive me. And is there a Rumble link? There should be a Rumble.
There is a Rumble link. I'm looking at it.
Are you watching on Rumble?
I'm watching on Rumble too. The live chat is all weird though. It says there's 2 people here, but let me see. How do I?
Well, I got the link right here. I'll give it to you. In case anybody wants to go over there on a Rumble, I would appreciate it. I would appreciate a like on whatever platform you're watching on.
Hey,
it really
Rumbles.
does help with the algorithm.
Whoa, it did it twice. Weird.
What?
It's so strange when you look on your tablet and you go on Rumble and you click on live chat. The live chat is enormous and the picture is like this big. It's just like a matchbook sized.
For scale, Steve is making a thing like going like this.
Yeah, I crush.
Because you guys can't see him. You guys can hear him and he's showing me. And I'm like, okay.
Crush your head. Crush your head. I'm crushing you right now and you don't even know it. But yeah, no, it's tiny. I don't know if anybody else sees that. If you look at it on an iPad or whatever, it's bizarro. It's just like, why would you make the screen, the actual video content, like just itty bitty, literally 1.5 by 2.5 inches out of the whole real estate of the thing?
Well, that's a tablet, and it's also a tablet that's turned on its side because tablets typically run the same way a phone does.
Right. So, okay. So if this was turned,
I don't know. Don't be messing with my tablet.
No, I'm just saying it probably will. Probably fix itself.
Oh, don't.
I can turn it this way.
Please don't.
No, it stayed exactly.
Why do you got to mess with my stuff?
It stayed the same. Okay. Okay. It's really behind too. You're just now doing the C shape with your fingers.
It wasn't a C.
Roughly.
It was supposed to be like
Lady Alex. Lady Alex has not been abducted by aliens. Okay, so don't even start that rumor yet. Wait till next week, right? Or no, this week. That reminds me, we have an open mic on Saturday.
Okay.
You guys, in case you want to sing a song or whatever. I didn't really have anything else, just that.
Okay. So, oh, look at that snow leopard. Is that got the Odysee link too? You're awesome. You're so awesome. Sappy's messing with all my stuff. Miguel received the prize from Lady Alex. Thank you so much, Lady Alex, for doing that on our
No
streams.
doubt. Also, Drew got his thing too today, I believe, or yeah. But he messaged me asking me to make sure to tell you, Lady Alex, and I got that message like right after we got off the phone with you today. So
I told Alex, I texted her.
Okay, I didn't know.
They want to know what the aliens did to Lady Alex, and she said no anal probes for me.
The usual,
Steve, stop, please.
What? People like sound effects.
No, they don't like the sound effect of you eating the freaking pistachios. Please.
It's realistic, isn't it?
Oh my gosh. All right. So I thought it would be cool to do just an open discussion stream. It's going to be completely, do not encourage this. Applejack. No. Do not encourage him. I thought it would be fun to do an open stream, open discussion. Just, exactly. Lee Alex, organic. I did say pistachios. They're actually, I got them because I was hoping that Peaches would really like them, but he just feeds them to Leo, so I don't know. I thought it would be fun to do an origin story of Peaches and how I got him, because I didn't get him as a hatchling. I didn't go to a pet store. I didn't go to a rescue and adopt him that way. Like, I wasn't looking for a burb. I wasn't looking for a burb that can live like 80 years. So I had an ex that worked at an auto parts place. Not really like where you would think that, a deal about a parrot would go down, but it's what happened. So she worked at an auto parts place, and a lady, her name was Virginia, she comes in and she's talking to her and randomly brings up the fact that she has a parrot that she needs to home. She needs to rehome. And so my ex was like, well, if you have a parrot that needs a home, I know the person for you. I know the right person for you to get a hold of for this parrot. And so I've had experience with birds my entire life. To give a little bit of background, so I grew up as a military brat, and when I lived on Governor's Island in New York City, there was a lady that lived downstairs from me, and her name was Miss Valderrama. And she was old then, so I'm pretty sure that, considering that was,
unless she's 120 now.
It was, well, that was 1990, so she would be like a lot, like she would be, really, really much older. So I was the kid that hung out with the adults. And I mean, I hung out with kids too, but like I could hold a conversation with adults, and I hung out with adults also. And she was just like the sweetest lady, and I absolutely adored her. And so she had a ring neck parakeet. And I loved going downstairs. She taught me about bird. Like, she taught me about, her bird, and we played with the bird and like did tricks. And I just remember like just absolutely being this like 10-year-old and being completely mesmerized by this lady. Like, she gave me this gift that, not only being there and being, a person for me to hang out with, and like, that I was cool enough as a kid to be able to, hang out with an adult and, enjoy her bird with her and learn so much from her. So I would hang out down there with her all the time. She actually gave me Fantasia, the Disney movie, on VHS. Like it was one of those big clam case VHSs. And I remember that to this day. And like I actually bought Fantasia on DVD to show my daughter because I was like, she was very into classical music also as well. She played in concerts and she played trumpet and baritone, all of that. So anyway, but it came back. It went back to Miss Valderrama, and so she showed me like my love of birds, and then like, I've always had like parakeets, and then I've had cockatiels, which are cousins to cockatoos, which Peaches is a cockatoo. And I've just always had birds around. And I had actually when I was pregnant with my daughter, her dad and I adopted, we bought, it was at a local like a mom and pop pet shop. We bought an African gray parrot and raised Zoe. He kept the parrot when him and I split. The parrot was bonded. Even though I was the one who took care of her, she bonded to him. She was extremely, extremely bonded to him. He ended up not keeping her and getting rid of her and didn't care for her properly. And she has a new home. That was years and years back. But I've had a lot of experience, with birds. So even my ex's grandmother had a bird, a sun conure. Beautiful little guys, and they call them lease breakers because they're so loud. Like they will break you want to break your lease. Like that's the way to do it, is with the sun conure. It's what they say. So the sun conure, she used to go there and clean her granny's the cage for her gran, and her grandmother has since passed away many, like I would say probably like 10 years ago or so. Maybe 12 years ago now. So when her grandmother had passed away, they tried to keep that. I went over there and I actually taught her how to get the bird always just tried to attack her and was very territorial over his cage and everything like that. And I'm like, this weird, crazy, like bird whisperer lady, like I'm really good with helping people with their birds. And, so I ended up adopting, the bird from them because they couldn't keep it, and he lived out the rest of his life, with me, and so she knew I was really good with birds. So anyway, that's like a little bit of my history with the birds. So when she says to this lady randomly at the auto parts place that she works at, yeah, I know somebody that's really good with birds. This is why. And so the lady got in touch with me. Her name was Virginia, and she was going to have the same back surgery that I had already had. And she was also moving from Connecticut all the way to Florida. And she didn't feel like she would be able to properly care for him. And oh my gosh, hang on. Okay, I sneezed. I muted it.
My sugar.
So you guys didn't have to hear my huge sneeze. Ooh.
Good. That would have blew out everybody's ears. They're all like just taking it easy.
Wasn't like
that was like a 90 decibel sneeze.
It was not. So this lady, Miss Virginia, she was concerned, and she was moving, and she was having this spinal fusion in her back. And if you're not familiar with that surgery, it's a surgery that I've had in my back, and it's where you have 4 metal rods in the shape of an H, and then 4 screws that are, they're pretty big screws. One day I'm going to have to like cover like the origin of like that and show you guys like x-rays and, crazy stuff, like sample of my screw and all that to show you, because it's pretty crazy. But she was going to have that major back surgery, and me, having had it, I know that, it was a minimum of 5 days stay in the hospital alone. And you can't even pick up like a half a gallon of milk. That's too heavy after having a back surgery like that. It was really, really, it was a lot. Like I had to have people help care for my daughter when she was little, and I had the back surgery. So, caring for a bird that's very demanding, that, he was not, I didn't know this at the time. I didn't realize that, what was what I was getting into. Because Peaches wasn't trained whatsoever at all.
3 French hens, 2 turtle doves.
So I asked her, like, what is his favorite food? And, and I was going over to, to meet him for the first time and possibly bring him home. Like, it wasn't like we had a long courtship or anything like that. Like, it wasn't a big, long, like, he got to know me really well. It was like, I get to come go over her house, and she's like getting rid of like the animals that she had because she was moving to Florida because she had to have this major back surgery. So he kind of like fell into my lap. So his favorite food that she told me was watermelon. So I brought over watermelon, his favorite thing. And, I learned that he was not trained. He didn't know how to step up. He had a mostly seed diet. He, she would open his cage and he would just go flying out of it and go after people's feet. And like, he was just, oh my gosh, crazy. When a bird has that ability and they have a beak that is that strong, where he can crack open, walnut shells and nuts and almond shells, like with his beak, he can just pick the things apart. Like it's crazy. Their beaks are very, very strong. So I go over and I meet him, and she tells me like all this, like, she's like, yeah, he gets really loud sometimes in my ear. And, the ear doctor was like, hey, what are you doing to yourself? Like, why can't you hear? And she was like, yeah, it's because of my bird. So like, he was already 6 years old and he had all of these habits. He was not, oh my God. What a mess. And she wasn't his first owner. Like, there was somebody else that had owned him before her. So, Peaches also doesn't have a band on his leg. Most birds have a little small silver band on their leg. Mm-hmm. And it has an identification number. And usually you can tell if it was put on there afterwards or like from the time they were babies, like, because the parrots are, like, it's their identifier. It's how you can tell if they were wild caught and smuggled, or whether or not they were a hatchling, where, his origin. I really don't know exactly how old Peaches is. I go based upon what I was told at the time and what information I was given at the time. So he does not have a band on him. I don't have any official like paperwork or anything like that from, like where he's from or anything like that. And he also has a deformity on his, like if he's facing towards me, it would be his right foot. I don't know if that's from a birth defect. I don't know if his parrot mama did it to him. I don't know if he had an incident or an accident, or I don't know. I have no idea why his foot is formed the way that it is. And nobody can tell me, it doesn't bother him. He does perfectly fine. When he walks, he definitely has a more of like a harder, like almost like a limp onto that one foot, but like he doesn't he doesn't like suffer anything because of he only has like, instead of like the 2 feet in the front, like the 2 little toes in the front, he only has one, and it kind of curves like around. And then he has the 2 in the back. But he's still, he'll sleep on that 1 foot and everything like that.
Look at him now. He's doing the squatty thing.
Well, it's because he was just drinking his water.
Oh, that's how he squats down.
So yeah, I went to this lady's house and I ended up like adopting Peaches, like right off the bat. And because he didn't know how to step up. And when I'm talking about a bird that is his size, he's considered to be a medium, I guess, size parrot. He's not as big as a full grown like an umbrella cockatoo or macaw, or
those guys are big.
Yeah, well, there's cockatoos that are bigger than even like the macaws too. Like, most people know what like the macaws look like.
I've seen like, well, I don't know what kind they are. I think they're umbrella, but they're usually black and they're from Australia and they're like fucking tall.
Well, those are black palm cockatoos also.
I think it's a cockatoo, the one I'm talking about.
You're probably, yeah.
It's really, really tall and it has a big crest and
yeah, it's got red on them. Yeah, that's that. Black. Yeah, red and black. That's the black palm cockatoo. So I bring this bird home. That's he bites at will. He'll go after your feet. So I had to like train him from the start, and he's the same age as Skyla, reportedly. That they're both about 6 years old. So I have a 6-year-old and a 6-year-old cockatoo. Oh my gosh, what did I get myself into? But Peaches loved Skyla. He absolutely adored her. He would hop along the back of the couch and yeah, he play peekaboo with her and stuff like that. I have to find it. I have some really cute video of like her like just absolutely giggling and laughing with Peaches. But I had to take him out of his cage in a towel. I had to wrap the bird up in a towel so that he would get used to me holding him, and so that he couldn't bite me because he can bite. I mean, oh my gosh. When I first got him, he bit through both of my pointer fingers, like to the point where I had indents in my fingernails for a long time, like years of it. He bit into like the fat part of my hand before. He's gotten my feet. He's bitten through my ear. I mean, yeah. They can do some damage. They can do some serious damage. Parrots are not for just anybody. He's bigger than the African gray, Kim. I used to have an African gray, but yeah, he's bigger than the African gray. So yeah, I mean, I brought him home and I've lessened his seed diet. I have not been able to get him completely off of the seed diet. He eats a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables every day. Yeah, so I stayed in contact with the lady that I got him from for a while. I'm not in contact with her anymore. I think she might still be on my my old Facebook or something. I'm gonna have to see if I can reach out and see how she is doing. It's been years. I've had him probably about, I think it's been about 12 years that I've had Peaches. I'd have to like double check the dates and all that, but I think it's been about 12 years that I've had him now. And cockatoo, like, they're very friendly birds, but they remember people. They remember, like, if he met you and he had a bad experience with you, he's gonna remember that. They remember people. But yeah, that's how I mean, I didn't pay for him. Like, like if I wanted to purchase a cockatoo, they're very expensive birds. Very expensive birds. But let me see what you guys were saying. Oh, we got some New Yorkers in the house.
New Yorkers, hey, get the fuck out of the way. I'm walking here.
Yeah, and they're actually these birds are actually dinosaurs. Like they really are dinosaurs. Like when we call him a pterodactyl, like that we mean it. Like he is related.
Who's top Everett or Peaches? Mouse said it as. That's funny to you. Ha 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 ha.
It's because you got something to eat, and he wants to know, like, why you're not giving him anything. Mm-hmm. He's like, I don't know if I want what you have. Mm-hmm. Yeah, try it. I don't know. See, him and Everett kind of like just live a parallel existence. Like, I don't know, they've never gotten in a fight before. Like the like the cat's never like swatted the bird, the bird's never bit the cat. I don't think it would be good if that happened. I don't know what would happen. Leo steers clear of the bird. He knows
wobbly boost.
He knows that that the bird could take him out.
Mm-hmm.
But he also knows the bird shares his food with him. He shares a lot of food with Leo.
Leo's no dummy.
Yeah.
He knows food falls from the sky if you stand under it.
If you stand under the bird, you might get hit in the head with some food.
But it's just like, just in general, Leo's like, food falls from the sky if you stand in the right spot.
Yeah,
doesn't matter who's dropping it.
He knows where to linger. He knows exactly where to linger. But yeah, that's how I ended up with Peaches. It was just all these random kind of things that kind of like fell together, and so. My neighbor, there was the lady that lives behind us. If you watch our shorts, you can see the little brick apartments right there. And she was saying, "Oh, you need more than one." I'm like, "Oh no, I don't. I don't need more than one. He does not need a friend." Like, no. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Mouse said, "I tried covering my turtle in feathers. It was not convinced." Oh, that's interesting.
Making a turtle dove, obviously.
Yes. I've seen some really cool stuff that people have been showing like on TikTok or YouTube shorts or whatever, where they have giant tortoises. So crazy. They're ancient. They're dinosaurs living on this earth still. And people like want to act as though the dinosaurs.
Oh yes. And happy birthday, Seb Applejack, because happy birthday, because it's his birthday. And
yeah.
And also he's a young whippersnapper, because when I think back to 87, that's like to me, that's like fucking 3 years after getting out of high school and going to see the Grateful Dead and Bob Dylan that summer was like a pinnacle fucking moment. And it feels like it was just, maybe 10 summers ago, I guess. But Seb's like, I've been alive like 35 fucking years, man. I don't know. How many years is it? It's got to be close to that. If not more.
Hi, Aram.
2005. My twins were born in 2005. And they're 16 now. That's amazing. Amazing. Its time is so fucking weird. And so, like, I don't know, man. I'm not convinced it's really going in a sequential order. I think people are fucking with us, man.
My age feels like it's going in.
It's going in the right order.
Oh no, you know, I don't know. Birds are a lot. I don't think they should. They should not be living. Like, there's some people that have a lot of birds too. I've seen like on like YouTubes and stuff where people have like 20 birds. I'm like, how do you give them all that much attention? Like, how do you give enough attention to them all?
So hyper. Leah, why are you scratching me? What? You gotta go pee?
I went to my school in New York was PS 26.
Yeah.
But it was on Governor's Island. It was on the military base. But one of my classmates actually lived on Liberty Island. Yes. Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty is. One of my classmates was from there. Her dad worked there, and they were the groundskeeper's family or whatever. So that's what they did is they lived on the island, and they would come over every day to my island for school. Leo is very excited. He's getting a new girlfriend tomorrow. Not us. We're not getting a new girlfriend. My neighbor is. My neighbor is getting a puppy. Oh my gosh, Lady Alex, of course you bring up fucking turtles. Oh. Leo's getting a visitor outside. Oh, you want a lynx? Palm cockatoos have hydraulic plier beaks. Yeah, they're crazy. I don't have a palm cockatoo though. Yeah, I have you. You're a sulfur crust. He's a lesser sulfur crusted cockatoo, and so they're native to Australia. Oh, nice, Seb. Look what Grey Walker said.
What?
I said, did you see what Grey Walker said?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because
was that Val?
Yeah. I got married in 87.
Peaches, it's a Tyrannus cockatoos.
Tyrannus cockatoos?
Yes.
Hey, who you calling a cockatoo, huh? Freaky bird. It's a freaky bird. You know, what are you going to do? SFT, Jared Brown, Wobbly Boost.
Cockatoos,
Nice to see
it
you
depends on the
guys.
area that you live in. They're cheaper down the further south that you go, but gosh, I don't know. I haven't looked at the prices in a long time.
$8 million.
But I know when I got my African gray, see, this was like almost like 19 years ago though now. But that it was almost $3,000.
Approximately as long as Seb
with
has been
cage.
alive, right? No, just kidding. Just kidding. But he looks great. Do we have a recent photograph of Seb? We can show everybody.
What? How am I supposed to have a picture of Seb?
I don't know. Because from
Seb can come on the stream.
Yeah, he totally could. Lady
I'm
Alex,
putting the link in here.
good night.
So
enjoy your sabbatical. That's what I'm going to call it. The time she is away, her sabbatical.
yeah. So one of the videos that I did of Peaches, and oh my god, he's so cute when he falls asleep. Look, Steve, he's sleeping.
See that? Check his Twitter. He just posted a new picture of him in a suit. I follow him, so you could find him easy.
Seb, you are 7 years younger than me.
7 years younger. How many years older am I than you? 12? 11?
I think so.
11 or 12. I can't remember how old I am.
I'm at one end of the freaking Gen X and he's at the other.
I started it back in 1968. Richard Nixon was president. No. George McGovern. Who was president in 1968? I think that's when somebody died and they got a new president. It was Richard Nixon.
Little, you crack me up.
That's a good trivia question.
Steve told me like the thing that you said and cracked me up. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yep, that was back at NAM. Back at NAM when Nixon was president. What?
I love that
My
we have.
history's all fucked up.
I love that we have like such a wide range of ages and people from so many different places. I think that's so interesting.
It's kind of key. Keeps it interesting when you're talking to people because, everybody has a different perspective. Everybody is a different age and stuff. And like, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, that's
like just random things, you know what I mean? Like happen because that, creativity is sparked and like all kinds of cool shit will occur when you put all these ingredients in a chat room together. I think me and Drew and others are proving that with the Band Lab things, making music and in an entirely different kind of format that I'm used to, and it was fucking awesome. Really having fun with it.
So Miguel said Liberty Island is New Jersey, except for where the Statue of Liberty is. That's New York State. It's crazy.
Today it's crochet dread caps for Steve. Yeah, man. You must have a little dread cap,
Yes, Theo is getting a neighbor girlfriend. She's a 6-month-old puppy. And I guess she's beagle and something else mixed together.
Eagle? That's gonna be an ugly puppy. My mom and dad used to drive an AMC Eagle.
New York and New Jersey are still fighting over Liberty Island, is what Lady Alex said.
They don't know.
I lived on Governor's Island. It was such a cool place to live in New York. And you know how many people don't know that Governor's Island even existed?
Right. The disease of conceit.
it's nuts because it was right there. It's right there off. You know what I mean? Like it's like I could see Ellis Island
I know,
and
Kim,
the
I was
Statue of
kidding.
Liberty from from the island. I could see the city from the island. I could see all of it. I need to pull out my pictures.
Damn it. I was trying to be trendy, Kim, and you caught me. She's like, no, that started in 64, not 68. No, I started it. I am the whole generation X.
Oh, Jenna said that she loved the Peach's gardening video. If you guys have not seen his gardening, if you
Liquid
haven't
Sky is an awesome
seen
movie.
the Peaches, the fact that Peaches has his own like movies.
Have you seen the Sunrun movie?
Guess what? I heard a knock at the door.
That is the trippiest.
Who do you think is here? Who do you
Stevie
think is
Red
here?
Economics.
Who do you think's here, Steve?
I'm gonna say Sebs.
Are you ready to sing?
Am I ready to sing? Let's go.
Yeah!
Hey, Peaches is.
How are you?
I have to say this because Kim is in the chat. New York is better than New Jersey.
Oh,
Them
no.
fighting words, son.
Start fights already. Happy
Wow.
birthday.
Yeah,
Thank you.
How is
Really
your
liking
day
it.
going?
It's been great, but my girl disappeared on me, and I don't know where she ended up to. So I'm waiting for her to come back. I just got the baby to sleep.
Oh,
Right on.
Oh my gosh, she's so adorable.
Well, good work. That's
I know,
one part of the
right?
thing.
Usually he doesn't go to sleep this early.
Yeah.
Usually it's a battle.
Yep. I remember those. I had twins.
how old
and they
is
were
he?
like that. It was
He's
like
4.
4. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my gosh.
Well, he's nonverbal. He's level 3 autistic, but they said that he won't be like that for a while. So he doesn't talk yet, but he's very smart. Like he's very active, wants to be friendly, runs up to people. He's
right.
wicked cool.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Heck yeah.
it's crazy. Like I connect with the kids. Well, I love kids in general, but like I've always connected with the kids that are either nonverbal or partially, autistic children. I worked at a homeless shelter, and there were several of the children there, and like I don't know. I always the lady that worked at like Head Start that would come in and like assess the children and help the parents and all that. She was like,
Right.
"You're a natural with these kids and the way that you connect with them." There's for
He's trying
whatever
to
reason,
recruit you.
I don't have to. I didn't have to talk with them. You know what I mean? Like we got each other. You know?
Yeah.
He's trying to recruit you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Like I'm not working your government job. Sorry.
That's funny. That's the only thing is this is my first child. It's my only child, and I'm just waiting for him to talk because I want to have a conversation with him.
Right.
It blows
Like an
my
out
mind.
loud
I'm like,
one.
I made this.
Yeah. It's amazing,
blows-
right? I know my
It
daughter.
blows
She's
my mind.
Yeah, it's astounding, dude. I have 4 kids, and the 2 are grown, and 2 are 16 now, and the second 2 were born preemies. They were like 3 months early. We're in the hospital for like 69 days before they could come home, and that whole time of like being with them and bonding with them, you know what I mean? It was just like such an incredible thing to watch them grow from these fragile little like aliens. I had like in my mind, the only way I could like handle the whole stress of the situation was to reassure myself that this hospital we're in is like the fucking, the Starship Enterprise or something with the technology that they have, you know what I mean? And they have these little incubator things, and these are the things that you get, they put the little babies in there until their lungs can adjust to our oxygen and our fucking air quality and stuff. And I like reason it all out in my brain so I wouldn't fucking break down, because it was fucking like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, and that's funny you mentioned aliens too, because I was in the room when she gave birth and everything, and when he came out, I was freaking out. His head was like cone shaped, looked just like an alien. I was freaking out, and they were like, "No, that's normal. We just formed the head afterwards." Yep. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
When you have no experience, your first child is like, what the fuck?
Well, they don't. These are the things that they don't tell you about. Exactly. Like, there's so many parenting things that you're just like, yeah, you're on your own. Like, because people just don't talk about those things or the weird things that happen, or like,
or if you're lucky enough to know a bunch of parents that can relate some of those things to you. You know what I mean?
That's the thing is, I mean, being from the hood in New York, like a lot of the people that I went to school with, they had children early. So I thought I was ready for it. I thought I'd done a lot of taking care of children and everything. So I thought it was pretty cool. Nobody ever warned me for how the baby was going to come out.
Right.
That's like one thing that for some reason slipped everybody's mind.
They're not. They don't look nice.
The minutia of it. Yeah.
Dude,
I remember my oldest son, Cassidy, he was born breech. So he's like upside down and backwards. Right. So the doctor is like, oh, come on in. So he invites like this whole team of fucking nurses into the fucking room with us. And he demonstrates how you use the forceps and turn the baby like this and bloop, bloop. There's the baby. Just like giving a lesson on how to fucking deliver the child that's born. It was incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, they make it
looked like a little
easy.
Old man. He looked like a little tiny old me made out of like he was like the same color, pink and blotchiness as like a Polska kielbasa. You know what I mean? Like that's his skin quality. That's what it looked like to me. I was like, so he's like, he looked like the dude, the fucking what you call it? Fucking I don't know, like a bald little me. A tiny bald little me.
I mean,
with sausage skin.
It's crazy because like you don't realize how much it's like you're gonna love your kid. Like nobody explains to you how much you just like have this instant overwhelming love for this little tiny human being.
Yeah,
it's a crazy thing.
It's a lot. Some people get blown away by that in itself. Just like wrap their minds around the fact that I just made another life form. This is a life form we just made. Holy shit. It
blows your mind. And like
pretty heavy shit.
A lot of people were telling me, oh, once you become a dad, everything's going to change. You're going to be viewing things different. It wasn't a change. Like I was like, oh, I was a child and then I became a man. It was more like, whoa, like I reproduced, like I did this.
Oh yeah, I remember those thoughts vividly, dude. Like when my kids were born, just being like, well, you really fucking done it now, huh? Like look what we've done now, with your inner voice. Like, dude, you fucking procreated. You made another being that looks like you. It's gonna grow up and think like you and be like you. And I'm like, that fucking really that really weighed on me for like a week. And then I was like really, really into it. Like, oh my God, this is the coolest invention that anybody could ever have. Like, it was like an invention. It was like, you just put these two chemicals together and boom. Here comes the baby.
No, but I feel that 100% because that's exactly how I felt. I was like, whoa, I just put it together myself.
Yes. Like you're congratulating yourself for building a good model. Like, I didn't even get any glue anywhere I wasn't supposed to.
I always tell everyone my superpower is the fact that I not only grew a tiny human in my body, I made the milk to feed the tiny human in my body. Like, it's a pretty freaking crazy thing.
It's a high-tech invention. It's pretty high-tech.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm over here like looking around to see if there's any deformities. Like, there's no way I birthed the perfect human being. Like, I messed up way too much in life. There's no way. But he came out beautiful and perfect.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's
He's
like
adorable.
really troubling. If you like in your own, your own self, you have to you do change when that moment comes, though, because you just like all that doubt and stuff that you had, and all your angst and guilt and whatever that you did, you know what I mean, is like it's a do-over. You're like, okay, I'm gonna fucking make sure that I make this person, this child, turn into a fucking, you know, intelligent, capable person as much as I can, you know. And that's like that's one of the greatest things you can do. I think that's like, if you can aspire to do that, then and just a little bit of selflessness to, you know, hope and coax and nurture, you know, the life that you fucking made into a relatively fucking productive, you know, member of humanity.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Because like before my child, I was in the streets all the time, hanging with the boys, gang banging, always representing my block and chilling out in the projects. And then he happened, and out of nowhere, I'm no longer in the streets. I'm always either home or working. I actually maintain a job, which is something I couldn't do before. So it's like he really did change my
brought your focus together.
Yeah.
He focused your energy.
They help us focus. Absolutely. You got more energy because their energy, you know, bolsters your own, and the whole thing is like cumulative, you know. That's why a good family unit works, because everybody's working towards the same ends. And when that happens, you're more, you know, you're more powerful to do so. You're, you know, more resilient when you get pushed back.
And do you see what Oz said? He said, me and my ex brought the baby home, laid him on the sofa, and looked at each other and said, oh my God, what have we done? It's a lot to learn. Like, I remember, what was that book, What to Expect When You're Expecting? Like, I read that thing, like, you know, like I was like, oh my gosh, I've you know, like there's we don't teach how to raise a child. We don't teach, like, you know, people are just kind of like out there blind with it. It's like, we don't have a tribe or a community or anything where it's like, oh yeah, okay, so, you know, unless you have that intergenerational, like that family to help you through the things.
It takes a village is a phrase that's absolutely true, because it does. And that's what the community is, you know what I mean? And the more you have surrounding you and your child as they grow, and that network of support is built, the more successful the child will be, and the, you know, and everyone else will be too. Exponentially, it makes everybody more focused and more successful.
I mean, because not everybody's role is to be a parent. Some people, that's not, you know, that's not what they want. So, but there are the other roles that you still have, like, you know, you still have experienced something as you've, you know, grown up and evolved, you know. So not, I mean, and to like not put anybody down also that doesn't, you know, want to have children.
Yeah. No, it's all.
Oh, and speaking of children, this is my other child right here. His name is Bear.
Oh,
His little Bear.
Bear. Oh,
it's super excited as soon as you start paying any attention to him.
Oh, Bear. Oh, is that Bear? Hi, Bear.
He's following me. I started paying attention. Now he wants to be all up on me.
Yeah.
You look so sweet.
Yeah, the sweet boy.
Yeah, it's my little boy right here.
So, what's your favorite thing to do with your son? What did you like? What did you do with him today?
I like, before, I used to try and take walks with him, go to like the park or whatever, and we would, like, I would have to always be grabbing him or picking him up because he'd try to run away and try to do his own little thing, and you know, you can't leave. But now he's like, follow the leader. Like, I can take a walk. I could go walking with him, and I don't have to grab his hand. I don't have to do anything. So that's like the main thing, is always trying to go out on walks.
That's awesome. Hell yeah.
We definitely go to the park a lot. He loves going down the slides and everything. He's a car guy. You have to buy him like 100 different toy cars and everything.
Yeah.
He'll throw them down the slide.
Too. Yeah.
He has to bring everything with him. He's hilarious.
Adorable.
He is hilarious.
That's awesome, man. I love to hear fucking, you know, good stuff. Kids and dads and family units, you know, making it, doing the thing, and you know, that's it's inspiring.
Yeah,
and
it is.
And happy birthday, if I didn't say it already.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Yeah, man.
Showing me
We
a lot of
appreciate
love.
you.
Showing me a lot of love.
Yeah, man. Nothing but love.
That's what we're here for.
We love. See, because that was the thing we were just talking about, like the lack of community in the real world setting is like really detrimental to humanity, and people just don't seem to grasp that idea that you need that. You have to have that for you to function properly. And that's kind of what we're trying to do here, is just like get people together. And this little bit of community that we share in these chats are, it's every bit as valid as somebody that you can meet on the street. You know what
Definitely.
I mean? And we try to encourage everyone to do that as well, because the more, the better. And, until you have a deep enough bench full of, people that you fucking appreciate and appreciate you.
Definitely. And this is the type of online community that I enjoy, because I spend a large amount of my online life on Twitter arguing with people, saying that Jimmy Dore is the reason why. Jimmy Dore told us that Saddam was taking babies out of incubators and throwing them on the ground or something, because he's the cause of all the issues. Yeah. So like that's what most of my time is, but it's kind of fun. But I like to have, a place where we could just talk. I can tell you guys about myself. You guys can tell me about yourself. I can learn more about Peaches, because now I want a bird.
Oh gosh, no.
You better slow your roll, son. You have another toddler on your hands.
Forever baby.
Like, ah!
Yeah, Peaches like, yeah.
Wait it out.
Test the waters in a little while. See how much
if
bird doesn't shut up.
Maybe like it's a lot of commitment. They seem like they seem fun. You see people that have a trained bird, and he's trained, but he's still very unpredictable at times.
It's like being a grandparent. Like everybody who's watching the bird from the outside is a grandparent going to visit the kids, and then when they leave, they leave the kids. And that's the same thing as a bird. The bird's just like a 2-year-old that the grandparent is super happy to see and everybody really loves. And then, okay, that's enough. I think he peed or something. And
you're like, okay, this kid stinks. I'm hearing. Where's the adult that this kid belongs to?
That's
he's good for a few hours.
The outward appearance of owning a cockatoo. It seems appealing. Seems appealing on the surface.
And I love, and I absolutely adore my bird. I absolutely love him.
Falling asleep, right?
Yeah, that's the star of the shorts, of the YouTube shorts.
He is. One of his shorts from yesterday got 17,000 views. I was
telling you.
Holy shit!
I'm telling you. He's definitely the star of the shorts.
Fucking World Wide Web loves cockatoos and kitties.
They do. It's really
cat
crazy.
And bird videos, huge, man.
Yeah, somebody was like, what got me through the pandemic was cockatoo videos. They were like, he needs his own channel, and it kind of like helped me out. It kind of like broke the whole algorithm thing. Like I was stuck. Like I'm super suppressed.
Yeah,
like
they don't want.
Oh my god! That's the content that they push too, though, is the mindless content. Yeah. It's not the content that opens up your mind that's gonna help you, start a revolution. That's not the content that YouTube is pushing.
Kittens kissing.
Kittens and cockatoos, puppy videos, people doing dumb human tricks. That's the kind of thing that they push, and they want you to keep doing it and swiping it because it's addictive. It's addictive.
Definitely. Peaches would become probably an overnight sensation if he was on TikTok.
He's on TikTok. I started one a couple of days ago for him. So he's it's the @ symbol and it's Peaches the cockatoo. It's really easy.
The cockatoo. Well, I have to. I have to go on TikTok through my girl's account because I don't trust it, so I don't want to put myself on there.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I only put on there like just like Peach's videos.
Yeah.
Like that's all I'm doing. Like I have my own, and I'm like,
I got mad videos.
I don't use it. But you do yours for music, though. You're not putting like all of the stuff.
Yeah,
out there,
if
but
it's
really
music,
addictive.
if it's it's as long as it's not like you're using it like if it was a Facebook, like you're putting your whole life on there, because then it's just like, okay, we already watched 24/7. Now you're giving another government the other the rest of your life.
Yep.
It's crazy. It's crazy what we do. It's like if most people like realized how much they actually like take your information and do what they want with
They don't
it.
care though. People have been told Facebook is fucking been selling your data for years. Instagram has been selling your data for years. That's that's Google owns every bit of all of that data mining. You know what I mean? And the fucking hedge fund companies that BlackRock and all these other ones all own into the fucking alphabet and the big money, and that's what they do. And they just gonna keep doing it.
There's really nothing,
because ultimately, like from the fucking jump, right? Every bit of hardware that you buy for your computer has been implanted with tracking devices and RF information and all kinds of different things for the the alphabet letter agencies to be able to monitor everyone.
Oh, of course.
So even a hard drive, all the different fucking parts of a computer, they've literally taken them apart and been like, oh yeah, the CIA and DARPA have they've been watching everything from everyone, everywhere, all the time, from the jump.
And that's the whole beef of you. Oh my God, the Chinese government is doing this and that, but they're doing it as well. It's just they don't want. Like they're so hypocritical. They want to be the only ones to do it. Oh, there's my man's right there.
Definitely,
yes.
definitely.
I put up his shorts. Like I couldn't believe it that the shorts have been going crazy on YouTube.
I love it.
Absolutely nuts.
Blowing up.
I love it. So
It's
can
fun.
we take a second to pray that everybody in Florida gets vaccinated so that they're safe from the hurricane?
God.
So that they're safe from the hurricane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see what else they can do. You know what I mean? There's only so many options, right?
That's
to keep you
just
safe.
that's their only way of being safe.
Yeah. I mean,
Exactly.
the mRNA
hurricane
vaccine is gonna keep you safe. And
yes, the hurricane vaccines.
the hurricane vaccines are the best. We have the best hurricane vaccines that anybody's ever produced. For the whole Fort Myers region, only the best.
It's so insane. The whole thing is just so absurd. Like I feel like the last week or so, I've just kind of like taken like a whole step back away from like just like being so heavy into what's going on. It's just it gets so overwhelming at times.
I can't help it. I can't help it. Like Biden announces another like $1.3 billion to Ukraine, but the people in Puerto Rico are like, hello, we need help.
Yeah, the Senate just said 12 point something billion.
Another.
They did the 12.7, and then now they're committing another 1.3 billion. They just announced it.
Super duper.
It's just insane.
And how much would it take to house everyone in America?
I know people should be able to have a home, but that's not a priority.
That's
like
what
what is a priority?
Laundering money.
Yep.
I think.
I know.
Right? I'll take laundering money for 5,000, Alex.
Because they're getting their kickback. The pandemic was a upward transfer of wealth. Everything that's going on, the war's upward transfer of wealth. trying to destabilize other countries and okay, thank you. Trying to destabilize other countries and doing regime change. It's all about upward transfers of wealth.
Yep. Dollar
That's
bills,
what it's,
y'all.
Yep, that's what it's all about, and it's ridiculous. They just keep funneling taxpayer money. I mean, it's getting to the point where if you need some help with the tax money that you need, you got to move to Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, because they're just washing it through there, man. It's just like, you know, like Trump was screaming the whole time, the Bidens in Ukraine, they're fucking blah, 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 blah. And Biden gets to be president, and then he just gives fucking $1 trillion to the fucking country. Like, what the fuck? What is happening there?
It's insane.
It seems a little sketchy. I'm just saying, it just seems weird. I'm not saying, no offense, you know, I'm not trying to say Joe Biden's a crook or nothing, you know, I'm just saying.
Well, I am.
I mean,
he's a fucking flat out crook.
I fucking love that Dom Irera. Like, I'm just saying, he's a fucking puke, you know, he's a little fucking puke. No offense, you know, I'm just. That's the fucking funniest bit ever.
Oh man! Speaking of bits, I've been addicted online on YouTube watching Bad Friends, the two comedians Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino.
Oh yeah.
Binge watching them on their podcast. It is hilarious.
Yeah, those guys are funny as shit.
Yeah.
I like William Montgomery's fucking show is fucking funny as shit too. Him and the other kid from Austin from Kill Tony.
Yeah, Steve like watches Kill Tony all the time.
So good. Kill Tony's like the best show that ever fucking existed, I think.
He'll have like headphones in, and like I'll just like if he's sitting there and like he'll just start cracking up laughing because he's watching like Kill Tony. And
That's
stuff.
me. That's definitely me. My girl will just be sitting down on the bed and I'll just start laughing. She's like, "What?"
And then when you have to explain the joke, it's usually completely fucking totally inappropriate that you don't want to fucking even say what it was.
You're like, it's really offensive. You wouldn't find it funny.
Oh,
it
it's my
doesn't come
favorite.
out well. You'll say it, and it's just not as funny as it
It's
happened.
not nearly. No, because those guys are fucking pros. That's why.
Exactly.
That's why, like,
It doesn't land.
that's
So
why,
my
like,
girl will be looking at me like, that's not even that funny. I'm like,
yeah.
you missed it.
It's like, my timing sucks. Shut up. I'm not ready to go to Austin. That's why, like, you know, 5/8 of the people on the fucking Kill Tony fucking bomb horribly, but the other ones fucking crush for a minute, and you're like, yeah, that's fucking great.
Oh man.
Yeah, greatest fucking game show ever.
Thank you guys for having me on. I needed this.
Oh yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, sometimes we need that, you know, we just need to have a break from everything that's happening. And, you know, we can get so tied up with things online too, and like lose that, you know, and things get lost in translation, especially when you're reading some of these texts, because it's like you can interpret like somebody saying something a certain way when they're really not meaning for it to come across that way. You know, like it's all about how you interpret it, like how you're feeling, or how that, you know, like how it filters through for you. And yeah, so it's nice to have, like, you know, just a laid back stream where we can just like hang out and talk, and, you know, just kind of like relate to the people that are, you know, we're all in this together. Like, we really are. It's us against the freaking oppressors. And that's what we need to remember.
They just keep it as red versus blue. Keep us fighting ourselves.
Yeah. I you know, and there's so many people that are not on like either side, that are like just kind of like in this kind of like gray area of like, I don't belong to either party. that's where most rational thinking lies. Yeah, Steve, you can't. Why are you over there and talking?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter where you go because I argue with Republicans. They call me liberal. I argue with Democrats and they call me right wing. So, I mean, it doesn't matter what you do or say. You're a part of one of the camps. So
it's like, and then you tell them you're not, like, that you don't belong in either one, and they don't know what to do with you. Like, they're just like, you know, you get this funny reaction.
I'll talk about the 2016 Maidan coup, and they'll just be like, "Oh, you're all about Russian imperialism." What imperialism? Like, what are you talking about?
It's like, do you know like any do you know anything that didn't come off of like a mainstream media source? Like,
exactly.
Like, do you have, you know? And it's like, it's really easy to get like really snarky and cocky with people because they don't know things. But I try to remember that, you know, I don't know everything myself, and you know, like, people are coming at it from different places, but some people are just like, they're stuck in that mindset and that thinking, and there's nothing that is going to change it because they are convinced that you are a right winger, or that you are a liberal, or that you are whatever label it is that they've assigned to you, and it's whatever ridiculous category they want to put you in.
It's completely ridiculous. And it's like recently I post, most of my postings now are against the hypocrisy of the Democrats, and because I do that, they automatically assume, oh, you just like, you're a MAGA, or you're into the Republican side, because I never see you posting about the Republicans. The Republicans aren't in power. Right. Like, what are they doing? We own, Democrats own all three forms of government. Like,
yeah, I know. I had somebody that had the hammer and sickle, you know, and their name literally said communist, like, you know what I mean, like, you know, comrade. I'm like, and because I was criticizing Lindsey Graham, because he had come out and was trying to say that what they're going to pass this bill where, you know, women can't have the right to an abortion after so many, you know, weeks or whatever. And I was criticizing the fact that that he was coming out, this guy is coming out, and the people backing the bill and saying this, and they're like, oh, well, what are you? You're not going after the Democrats. They could have codified this. I'm like, yeah, no shit, they could have. Like, but how are you going to sit there and act like you're a communist, and then you're going to come after me, and you're going to, like, you want to like act as though I'm doing something wrong by calling out the person that I like, it's him on the video that was saying it.
I think people lately, it seems more and more and more like the ideologies that people say they follow, like, most people don't even understand what the difference is between them, or what the nuanced differences are between, like, Marxism and communism and all sorts of different isms. People just throw them out like they're fucking, you know what I mean? They're just adjectives to describe a whole group of people, and
they want to be a part of a side.
What they mean.
They want to be a part of a group. And that's the whole problem. It's not that they believe in Karl Marx's writing, or they understand Lenin. It's just they want to be able to say, I'm with these people. These people got my back.
Yeah, these are my people.
Yeah. I understand why people do it, but also
it's very tribal.
I mean, tribal is okay in certain senses, but the politically tribal, the way that they do it is just insipid. You know what I mean? It's just the same people fighting the same people all the time, and that's what they do, is just try to divide you by left and right and front and back and whatever fucking divisions they can put on you. That's what they do, and they call it the same things as other things. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, it's the communists that are the left-wing communists that's going to fucking ruin the country. Joe Biden and the left-wing communists is going to ruin the fucking country. You hear these tirades, like, from all over
Yeah.
the place.
If
They
he
either
was a-
say that or the opposite of that, and it's like neither one of those things is fucking true. What are you talking about?
if
You know?
Joe Biden was a communist and not
It's
the
just
person that he
propaganda.
is, then you know what I mean. There would be more support for him, but
It's
he's
just
not.
full on corrupted, and every single type of ideology has been co-opted and corrupted and distorted and blurred and fucking obfuscated. That's the game,
And you also gotta watch out, because these same people with the hammer and sickle symbols and communist Marxists in their names are like psyops that are really Republicans or really Democrats that want to infiltrate and sit there and get you to befriend them so they can then try to push their ideology on you. And
that's what I mean. That's the thing. Like it gets co-opted by those people and
exactly.
turned against you, and like you know what I mean, and just basically every single ideology just gets smeared along the way to accommodate whatever the fucking narrative is. Like that's what these people do because they're this kind of person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like these blanket statements
that don't really
work.
add up to anything.
No.
They're just in the end, they're just like smears against, otherwise,
They're smears against your neighbor, against the
Yeah.
people that you should be talking to.
another way to divide. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Just another division.
Yeah. And then, it's like, and the thing is that I don't expect everybody to agree with me on everything. I don't. That's not an expectation that I have. I don't expect Steve to agree with me on everything. And he is my chosen partner. You know what I mean? Like I choose him. So I don't expect everybody to agree with me on everything, but I do expect that we can come to a place where we can both say, all right, well, yeah, I don't agree with that. And you don't have to. And that's okay. It's okay to disagree. It's not okay to attack the other person and bully the other person into forcing them to be submissive to your idea, what your view is. Like we all went through different things growing up and through our adulthood. We all have different experiences and different reasons. And until we can look at each other and say, yeah, I personally don't like that person's personality or whatever, but or I don't agree with them on this or that. And that's okay. That's okay. I mean, not everybody has to be you love Jimmy Dore. Not everybody has to love Jimmy Dore.
Exactly.
Not everybody has to love every YouTuber that's out there doing the things. And we can have criticism of these people, and that doesn't mean that we hate the person or that we feel this way or that way. Just because we say a thing about that person, that doesn't equate to what what everybody else is putting on that person. There's some things with Jimmy Dore that I completely I don't fucking agree with him on, and blah blah blah. And it's really sometimes I get that people get uncomfortable and they're like, no, I can't because of this. This is my hard line, but it's we're all human beings. We're not all going to get everything right 100% of the time. Our opinions on things are going to evolve and change. And it's reflective of the information that we have. And we can't just assume that somebody has all the right information all the time. That's why, you go to different places to get different viewpoints.
Definitely. And
we don't worship,
I agree with you 100% on that whole idea. I as you guys know, my Twitter name in parentheses, I have Jimmy Dore Leftist. A lot of people come at me and they're like, oh, well, the person you idolize is this. I'm not saying that. I have Jimmy Dore Leftist because I'm his style of aggressive progressiveness. I like how he goes about things. I remember like a year ago, the whole criticism of Jimmy Dore was that, oh, he yells and screams and he's not nice. That's what I like.
Then
I
he's
like
not
that.
your cup. Then he's not your cup of tea. That's okay.
Exactly.
You know, like no one's
But it
forcing
doesn't
you to
mean-
like him.
It doesn't mean I worship every single ground he walks on. You know what I mean? I'm not. Everything he does doesn't reflect on me. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know him. I have conversations with Steph. I know Steph more than I know Jimmy. Jimmy's busy all the time. I've never really had the chance to sit down and have a conversation, online or not. I've had with Steph, and I love Steph. She's awesome. But
Yeah, I like talking with Steph too. She's a sweetheart.
yeah, I've been pushing that she needs to have more segments where it's just her. I've been pushing that, so she thinks it's funny. But but yeah, at the end of the day, like, I agree with a lot of the things that Jimmy Dore says. I don't agree with everything that Jimmy Dore says.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I can't fully, I gotta confess, I can't sit through that show anymore. Like I broke my Jimmy Dore tolerance thing. You know, like the level that I have to like sit there and listen to all the things is, unless it's something really, really fascinating to me, if it, all the rest of it just sounds like the same thing. And I'm like, okay, you know, it's not that I disagree with what everything he's saying at all. You know what I mean? Certainly not. But there are a lot of things I don't even want to get into how many things there are that he has fucking completely up his own ass backwards, and doesn't mention a lot of other things that he does know about and fails to. You know, that shit drives me bonkers. Like, come on. I can't watch it anymore. So I love Mike McRae. I'll listen to his shit all day. Like every Wednesday for about 20 minutes. I'm like down. Jimmy Dore show.
Where he pretends to be Obama, or he pretends to be Mitt Romney. I love that McRae segment.
Fucking David Axelrod.
Yeah. We saw Mike McRae do his impressions actually on like Zoom call, like a Zoom call once, and it was funny because like he was like, I don't ever do this, like I always do it like behind the scenes thing, like he never does it, like face. He's really shy, and it's really adorable. And like, yeah, so we got to see him do his impressions like on Zoom calls.
Doing Pacino on
and
the fucking Zoom call.
Fantastic. He had me cracking up, like laughing like so hard. Oh my gosh.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
Funny shit.
That's a comedian I could stand behind.
Yeah.
He is hilarious. He's
really good at his impressions too.
Yeah, his impressions are spot on.
Yeah, he is.
So we're gonna give you an extension for another 6
He did Bernie Sanders on point.
Oh yeah.
On point, sounded just like him.
Yeah,
I had to do a double take. Hey, wait a minute.
When he does Vince Vaughn really well, he does Pacino really well, De Niro, fucking
so,
all these different Hollywood people for sure.
I have told Steph before, I want her to do those calls and do those skits like Mike McRae does, but I want her to do them as like AOC and Pelosi and stuff. And I told her this before, and she was like, "Oh, I don't know," but like, I really, maybe you can help me team up.
I'm gonna push it. Next time I speak to her, I'm gonna be like, "Yo, you know what would be a great idea?"
Like, yeah, you tell her, be like, "Hey, Lucky told me that you have been suggested this before, and you didn't take her up on it."
So
I think it would be so hilarious if she did like the female phone calls. I mean, like she does great with them.
Right.
I think it would be so funny.
Is pretty good.
I mean, her and Mike could actually have them like, you know, like she could be Biden and like she could be Pelosi and he could be Biden. Like they could do like the calls
back and
together.
forth.
Oh my gosh.
That would be killer if they like read like a scene from Romeo and Juliet as those two or something. Just some kind of fucking screenplay shit.
I really feel like, you know, Steph needs to do that. Like, you know, it's been a while since I brought that up to her. It's probably, you know, I don't know. It's probably been like a year or so. So like we got to remind her. I think that she needs to do that.
I'll definitely bring it up. That's my word. I'll definitely bring it up. That is awesome.
Yes. I think it would be so funny. Like, I mean, like, who else does she does the impressions pretty good, and she does Kamala Harris, and you know what I mean? There's so many, like, we're missing out on all the female voices that she could be doing. Just saying.
This comment by Grey Walker, the question, on point. How can we have a homelessness problem and a vacant house problem at the same time? That is a real question right there.
It just shows the hypocrisy of what we're going through.
That's
like
the level of hypocrisy that we live in.
It's what it shows is that it's not about we have the resources.
Mm-hmm.
We have the resources. We have the problem. We have the answer. We have the resources for this to be fixed. It's just all that red tape, the bureaucratic fucking bullshit that they put in there and put between us. Like, so if we decided, no, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to like allow this to be the way that things are. And we're like, no, we have empty homes. The bank owns it. Then we're going to house this family. And we're going to do this instead of, it's just so much. Oh my gosh. It's so overwhelming at times. It's because like stuff like that. It's like we have a problem and we have a solution. We have both. We just can't seem to put them two together and actually, put the problem and the solution together to, cancel each other out.
The solution to me seems like, it's obvious on its face. Like people, like Wes was just talking about how, how certain machinery and stuff has like improved productivity, like exponentially and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's good. And that does save man a bunch of time and energy. But imagine if the fundamental things, the fundamental pieces of a community were also at play. Imagine how much little you would have to use those machines to keep up with the thing if everybody's working towards the same end. It's like it's a whole different shift to the paradigm. It's it's like you can keep furthering inventions and stuff and technology and everything, but if there's no like fucking framework to base everything on as a jumping off point, then it's just a bunch of fucking leaves in the wind, man. It's like it's never like fully secured. It's just there's no base to it. Then how do you expect it to stand? That's my argument. Is like we have to go in to the thing starting from that point. Start from the point where everything deserves respect and everyone does.
Did you see Little's comment here? The shit has officially hit the fan. Japan's economy is suddenly collapsing. So is England's and Germany's, and the EU is going to be mad when they figure out the USA threw them under the bus.
Oh yeah,
buses. Yeah,
winter is coming.
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming.
Yeah, it's absolutely. People are not fully cognizant to all the things that are falling down all around them. Like people in other parts of the world are getting ready for this shit, and
they're having not riots, movements all over the world now that are like trying to stand up against this.
Yeah. There are. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It needs to happen in the US like a lot quicker than it is, man. It's like nobody's paying attention. They're like, no, I gotta go to work. I don't have time for this. I work at McDonald's. I have to go to work at McDonald's, for the next 60 hours so I can make my car payment. And I don't care who's
at the end of the day, families are going to be going to McDonald's just to stay freaking warm.
Yep.
It's going to be ridiculous. And, like you had all these rich people when this whole proxy war was first starting, saying, oh, if it's to save Ukraine, I don't mind paying a little bit more on my gas. And these are all rich millionaires that are saying this. Like, of course, because you don't have a money problem.
Yep.
Yeah, because it doesn't affect you the same way. How about you pay for how about you pay for it based upon your income, and I'll pay for it based upon my income, and let's see how that hits you differently when you're paying thousands of dollars for a gallon of gas as opposed to me paying the $6 for a gallon of gas. Let's see how that how that affects you.
I agree,
because their wallet is so large. It's a different thing. It's completely different for them.
Exactly.
Wes said, if you work hard and provide for yourself and your neighbor doesn't do anything or has the same as you, why would anyone try to better themselves? If you can't provide for yourself, how are you supposed to help the community?
That's kind of like putting the horse before the cart or whatever, right? Because community helps you bolster yourself and the community. It doesn't stop you from attaining anything that you're trying to attain either. It helps you achieve it. It's not a negative at all. Even if your neighbor doesn't do a fuck all, you know what I mean, and drags his feet and doesn't fucking put the fucking crops in the ground at the right time every year, he ultimately, the rest of the tribe will see that, and he won't be part of the tribe very fucking long. So I mean, that's the point of the thing, you know what I mean, to benefit all. That's the thing I'm trying to instill in that idea. And because you're not wrong, why would you want to fucking have a dude fucking do nothing and still reap all the rewards that, of your hard work? Of course you wouldn't.
I mean, there's probably going to always be people that aren't going to pull their weight.
Of
right?
course.
That's always going to happen. There's going to be people that don't pull their weight. And
there's going to be people that work 5 times harder than the next person.
Yeah.
It balances out. It really does. It's like, it's the matter of having that network, that lattice of fucking humanity to fucking hold everything together. That's why society is fucked, because we don't have any of that.
And I think that we find the ways that people can help within the community that, like maybe they're not good at certain things, but they're good. They're better at something else. Everyone has to find whatever their strength is, and we have to understand that there's going to be disabled and there's going to be sick. There always is going to be people that can't do as much as a regular able-bodied person that doesn't have those health issues or doesn't have, whatever issues. And we work together and we help them make it through it too.
I agree with Oz saying like, the idea is, even if that person fails in one way, it could be fucking exponentially helpful in another way that you don't even realize. But the tribe will figure that out. It'll sort itself out before that person is cast out. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to make it seem that simple, because it's not. But it's like, it's an important thing that people overlook. Like those relationships are super valuable, and I'm sure every one of us cherishes some relationship with someone on that level, if not many other people, because, we need that as people. We need it as humans if we want to be as productive and successful as we can be socially.
Exactly. I think that there's still a lot of different ways that we could come about it. I'm not going to be sitting here pretending like a full communist government, 100% communist government is going to work 100%, just like capitalism doesn't work 100%. But I know that if you can mix the two properly, where we kind of break down some of this wealth inequality and share amongst the masses, and I don't mean share like bread lines, but like find a common ground. There's plenty of different styles that we reject, and when we see other governments doing those different types of styles, we put sanctions on, or we disturb, and we get into the middle of, and then there's our finger being pointed saying, hey, look, it doesn't work.
Yeah, they selectively like tip the scales, and then they go, oh no, see, look, that's not working. See how that's not working. You don't want that. That's not working. But that's the thing, is that we have, I think we have to find a whole new way, a new way of thinking. Like, I don't think that that we're gonna find a perfect solution anywhere. You know, like, we're not gonna find anything that's perfect. And but we can find something that's gonna work. Like, like you were saying, like, it's like we want people to want to be innovative and come up with new ideas and do better things for the community and this and that. We want to give people the incentive, right? We want them to have that incentive to do better, to, you know, work towards goals.
Yeah, and individualism is really important on that level. I think a good community is going to help support you to be the individual that you want to be. It's not about conformity. It's about just connections. It's about being connected.
Well, I mean, I think that's where the way that things are working right now, it's not. We are in a fast downward spiral.
It is about individualism
right now.
completely.
It's completely about individualism without any sense of collectiveness of doing something for the better good, while still maintaining your own individual, you know, your individual self. You know, like, people don't know how to have that balance within the two. And, you know, like, we've been propagandized and you know, indoctrinated to think a certain way. So it's really hard for a lot of people to grasp a new and, you know, a different way for us to move forward. I don't know that I have like all the answers for that, but I do know that, like, collectively we need to figure something out. We need to figure something out, because it's not working how it is until we start having the conversations and start having them on a larger scale, and without having censorship, without, you know what I mean? Like, that's a huge thing. Censorship is like one of the my top issues, because until we can have the freedom to have the conversations, then we're not going to be able to even begin. You know what I mean? Like, if everything is shut down immediately, and we have gatekeepers telling us what we can and what we can't talk about, what we're allowed to talk about, what, you know what I mean, and this offends somebody, so you can't talk about that. It's like, and until we actually start having these conversations for real, we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere. We're going to keep just going in circles and it's like pointing the finger, you know, and it's just it's a nonstop cycle that we're in right now. And we have to break the cycle. And it feels like, it feels helpless at times. It could feel very overwhelming. It feels very helpless. It feels like people just are in that, you know, they're on a carousel, right? And they're just going around and around and around and around, and you keep seeing the same things, and we keep repeating the same behaviors and the same patterns. But until we stop it and say, okay, whoa, like, we need to take a step back here and look at the bigger picture of what's happening and why is this an issue, and what's causing the issue, and really examine what we're going through, we're not going to get anywhere. We're just going to continue to be on that same, you know what I mean, that ride, just going around and around and around. And it's like, I'm not willing to ignore that and just pass that on to the next generation and be like, yeah, sorry, I tried, nah, you know, or ignore it and be like, nah, you know, like, I feel like we have to figure this out for the next generations to come. We owe this to these generations. We owe it to them to stop the cycle that's happening and figure out how to fucking talk to each other, how to disagree and still come to solutions.
Exactly. We don't need to be living in an echo chamber. We have to be able to have a discussion. See everybody's side without getting so angry that it's like, oh no, you're just trying to sandbag this conversation, or all this is whataboutism, and this is no. How about we just have a serious conversation? you know?
Like proper and polite fucking society. Like I'm so fucking over that. I'm so over it. I'm like, I just want some fucking truth. Can we just have some fucking truth and stop all the censorship? That's what I feel like we need to have, you know. Oh, Oz Whistles is joining us.
Oh,
What
Hey,
up, Oz?
hey.
I'm really enjoying this conversation, so I thought I'd join in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is a great birthday present right here for me.
Yeah, Seb, you're saying some really sensible things there. I'm really grooving on that.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad to see that there's some young people who've got their head on their shoulders.
It wasn't always like this. It took years of reading.
Yeah, it does. You have to go searching. You really do. And
You
never
have
stop.
to want those answers though. Like you have to be open to those answers being so, like you have to be able to be uncomfortable enough to seek out answers that you might not like. You might not like the answers to the questions that you have or the solutions. To, you know what I mean? You have to understand that you might not be comfortable with what you find. And
I'll tell you a trick that I learned off some wise person doing a talk. He said, "I've learnt to respect anger. When anger is pointed towards me, it means that I've got to stop and honor that anger. Now, a lot of the time, it's just knee-jerk bullshit, but every now and then, you're going to learn something about yourself." And about some of the false assumptions that you've made. And it's uncomfortable, yeah. But yeah, I mean, next time somebody goes off like Karen at you, you know, it kind of helps to actually listen. And then say, no, well, Karen's got the wrong end of the stick here. Karen's delusional or whatever. So, oh, Karen's got a bit of a point. Okay, well, okay. I've always found it beneficial to at least make the attempt to make peace. I mean, I've been very nearly beaten up to a pulp trying to do that sometimes. But, you know, you've got to have that insatiable curiosity. Now, what is this? And you've got to have a joy and a glee and say, oh, I'm going to find out what this is. And that gives you some determination to actually dig. You know, I mean, it doesn't make you a better person, but it certainly gives you a whole lot more knowledge. Anyway, I don't want to go across the conversation.
No, you're good. You're good. Hey, by the way, that comment that Mouse just made, listen, we all know that the Russians blew that pipeline with American drones.
Yeah. Now, what happened was that back in the 60s, Walt Disney put some Mickey Mouses in a time machine.
Yes.
Like little robots, they crawled up into the Baltic Sea and they waited for the pipelines to come down. And we all know that Mickey Mouses are explosive, and then the ghost of Walt Disney came in on his time machine and said,
"Hey,
fuck Europe."
His head is still. I think his brain is frozen, isn't it? Isn't his brain frozen?
Yeah, I think it's
cryogenically frozen.
Yeah. No, Walt Disney, he almost single-handedly destroyed most culture around the world by swamping it with Mickey Mouse and stuff like that.
Well, the princess culture, right? Think about that alone. The little girls are raised to think that like somehow they are going to be in a tragic situation and a prince is going to come and rescue them and make their life all better.
Rewriting the folk tales and folklore of other cultures was a perversion. I used to hate because I used to live in the library, and I read all of the folk tales and pondered on the lessons. The Brothers Grimm and all of that.
Yeah, the Brothers Grimm. They were the ones that originally wrote a lot of those, right? But they were more. I don't want to say tragic, more like horror stories.
They were parables of reality and lessons of life. And so there's bad people out there.
Yeah.
There's often not a happy ending, and you put a happy ending on some of those warnings of the perils of life, and you've just destroyed the whole message of history.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not really good for people, is it?
No, it's
And you'll
not.
get eaten by that bloody wolf.
No, that's essentially what fucking Disney did single-handedly.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a little kid, I knew what he was doing. I could feel it. I'm going, well, that's not the original story. Why did he change it that way? I mean, why did he take all the sting out of the message?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're also doing to children now too. Like in school, they have made it where like you can't have certain books, or you can't have that's too hard on you. You can't have them read Tom Sawyer. Really?
Yeah. Well, there's a quote from Adolf Hitler. He said, "Give me the youth of the nation, and I will rule the world." And that's where the Hitler youth came from, and that's exactly what they're doing in Western Ukraine as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy because Hitler himself, that whole thing was a fucking psyop that people fucking fell for because they were the socialist party, right?
He's a
And
populist.
and so like they took that and he ran with it and he let like it's like that was the original, like that was one of the original fucking psyops. And that's why people are like, oh, we can't, socialism is evil and that was Hitler's, but it's like, no, that was a psyop.
Stephen Crowder, Hitler was a leftist.
There's a big difference. See, to me, a socialist government, if we're going to have governments, which I don't think we should, but if we're going to have them, a socialist government has a stance of service to the people.
Right.
Because they feel that is their station and they've been put in a position to serve the people.
Yep.
Now, that's socialist in my book. I mean, the hardcore left says no. Well, they say rule by the people. Rule by the people, not by the royalty or the president or the the head honcho. They say, well, let's put the power of the nation in the hands of the people, and that's left wing. And right wing saying, no, you can't trust the people. We have to entrust our nation into the hands of these beautifully qualified monarchs who know how to do this shit, because the people haven't got a clue. They're just bloody sheep. And let the monarch do it. And that's the right wing. And
but there's a little bit on each side of that that's true.
The whole problem is that the whole left wing, right wing thing is a psyop anyway. American right wing is further right, and American left wing is right.
Yeah.
The leftists don't have any representation in government.
The middle just moves around. That's all.
They're right wing. And they're all fighting for people to be totally dependent on central authorities.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these days, the central authorities are not the king, and less the government itself. It's more and more the corporations.
Right.
They say, oh no, let the corporations take care of all of your critical needs.
Yeah, that's fascism.
You can trust them. How did that work out, eh?
And that's the thing is that people don't understand is that the conversion of the corporations and the government is what fascism is.
Most people do not know.
And they don't understand that.
He himself said, look, the merger of corporations and government is fascism.
Right.
And he invented it. What is fascism? It's from I forget the Latin name of it they used in Rome. It's a bundle of sticks with an axe sticking out of the top of it. It's the symbol of authority. Yeah. You will do what I say, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. It's the power of the state symbol, right? I mean, Yeah.
But Rome was a commercial empire.
Sure.
You know, it was fascist. Oh, and that's why they killed Julius Caesar, because he
Oz,
was
how dare you? Fascists. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's like people conflate, like they just
It's
they
all
get their
conflated now.
it's like no, people's like, just, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. Like, there's a little bit here that's true, and there's a little bit here that's true. And it's getting completely twisted around, and you're missing the whole bigger picture of the fact that, this part of it's true and this part of this is true. And that's why it can battle back and forth, because each side points and says, oh, no, see, that part of that's true. And the other side goes, oh, but this part of this is true. And then it's like, yeah, but you guys have split an issue. And instead of it being like one solid thing where you can look at it and say, yeah, this is the problem, it's half of it's here and half of it's here. And so, like, each side gets to keep going, no. And they're really, and we're just going in fucking circles.
Yeah, and they really are all owned by the same people. It's like I said earlier, where the Occupy Democrats super PAC was paying Mitch McConnell.
I mean, you don't even have to say that, do we? That the Democrats and the Republicans are all part of the same thing, right?
Exactly. They're two sides of the same thing.
Neither of them give a fuck about the people.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck about us.
They only care about the illusion of the two-party thing being a thing.
By the day. I mean, you've got this bloody taxidermies fucking puppet wandering around on stage, getting lost into,
Come on,
and
Jack.
Trying to pretend that he's the ruler of the free world.
We beat Big Pharma. Let me hear.
They don't even.
What's my name again?
They don't even try to hide it anymore, and it's ridiculous.
Because they think that their security state is so sewn up. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter who knows or who protests.
And they are right.
Do you
see anybody in the fucking streets here?
Up your ass and you'll shut up.
Right. They're 100% right, because do you see anybody getting upset in the streets here? Do you see people fucking...
People are so indoctrinated.
Doing a fuck about it?
I'm too comfortable to rock the boat.
Don't make any waves. Just
unfortunately,
pick the lesser of two evils.
Well, I think that people are just so like, it's either they're like, they're comfortable, or you're struggling to fucking make your ends meet, and you don't want to make yourself even more uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And put yourself in a worse position, and you don't have the position to actually be uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, you're already you're already in that uncomfortable position, and you feel like you don't have power. You don't have, it's not like, you have like a savings to like lean back on, because then if you did, you would be comfortable, and you would be with the people that are comfortable, that don't care enough because they're comfortable. And the people who are uncomfortable are just struggling to fucking get by and survive.
Look, I'll tell you what's going on. The ruling class are very much aware that the climate thing is dire. And they've lost patience with trying to argue the case, and now they're forcing the case. Right now, part of their solution, which is a hammer and nail sort of thing, because the ruling class they only have one tool, and that's command and control. They don't know how to inspire people. They don't know how to unite people. All they know how to do is force, buy, bomb. That's all they know how to do. They're mentally restricted human beings. All they were ever good at was to get money and power, which are just skills. They're just peripheral skills in humanity. Imagine the world that was run by stamp collectors. Imagine how important stamps would be. Anyway, but they've decided that the sheeple are not responding to the soft methods, so we're going to start using the hard methods. And in their calculation, and Bill Gates said it, the population times consumption times, and you've got finite resources and all of this, we're in a bind. And they say, well, look, the quickest way is to reduce the population because the whole formula contracts and then it's just fine. That's their solution, you see. I know how these people think. I mean, I admit I was a member of the Club of Rome. I used to get their newsletter and everything.
Like, yeah, Oz was part of the 1% people. Like, he was there.
Yeah. Look, I used to walk around with these people, and it was pretty plain. We got too many sheep. Do we need that many sheep? Nah. So they're doing a grand cull. So they're destroying Europe. A lot of people in Europe are going to die. Yeah. They blew up all their gas. There was no graceful way out. They said, oh, no, we can't find a graceful way out. We're going to use force majeure. We're going to use war, and we're going to kill a lot of people. Yeah. And they are. That's what they're doing.
It's part 3.
And look, I've done studies on how populations work, and I know they're wrong. I mean, people will find their own balance. You just have to let time play, and we'll find our way and our graceful way down. But
they're being forceful with everything, right? They're like we're gonna be aggressive and forceful with nature. We're gonna be aggressive and forceful with the people, and they think that they can control everything, and you can't control all the people, and you can't control nature. It's gonna rebound itself back.
And you've got to comply. You have to ask nature for the hint, and then you find it. But they're so removed from nature that they can't even ask it for a solution.
Yep.
Big mistake. And I mean,
they think that they can control nature. You can't. There is only so much influence that you can put on nature before nature is going to just snap and do its thing.
Their answer is monoculture. Monoculture goes nowhere because it becomes so fragile. Can you imagine what would happen if they mixed up the aerial sprays on the crops and they mixed up fertilizer fluid with Roundup?
Oh my God!
And then all across the USA, all the crops got killed.
Yeah,
that's why they genetically modified all of the crops to be Roundup ready.
Yeah.
But what if they put one of these neonicotinoid things in there and they come up with crops that are actively poison to humans, and they might even do that.
Yeah.
But
I think it's likely that they will.
Their strategy at the moment is that you raise the level of poverty up through the classes so that people fall into homelessness. And the homeless people are easy to demonize.
Mm-hmm.
And ignore. Even in my hometown here, there's a lot of people living in cars.
Mm-hmm.
I see some people who are sleeping rough in the street, but those are the schizophrenic and brain damaged people who can't have a car.
Right.
And the coppers clean them up and send them to the hospital to get them off the street, and they're within a week they're back again, and but the people in the cars persist. There's lots of them.
Yeah.
And
that's the same everywhere in the United States right now.
And they're not visible because they habitually lay low. They have to, because they're vulnerable to attacks by street thugs and stuff like this, who will rob all their stuff and just beat them up for a joke.
Yep.
For a bit of fun. And look, feral wild human beings who are not constrained by their tribe or community are capable of awful fucking things. And I've seen it with my own eyes. It's awful. And they'll attack the vulnerable and the invisible. So the elite are passing people into homelessness to have them silently exterminated. And but not with Europe. Now they're going, oh, gee, we're going to push the whole of bloody Europe, or at least 50% of Europeans, into critical um, freezing and starvation because they became dependent on energy and food from Russia. Russia's an awfully big place,
Oh yeah.
and best of luck with it. But Jesus, man, I feel sorry for the Europeans.
I feel sorry for the whole lot of them because basically they have the whole NATO. They have all of these countries, right? And all of those countries are going to start to destabilize themselves. But right now, collectively, they have all of that pointed at Russia, trying to make Russia not fucking Russia. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just like, no, fuck you. We're taking your shit, bitch. Run your pockets. And that's what they're trying to do, you know, and they're going to fucking do it.
Do you know
if they could keep their, if the society doesn't fucking collapse before that they can complete that, you know what I mean? Maybe it won't happen, but that seems like the end result. They need to just, you know, assume the power of all the superpowers.
They picked the wrong bloke to attack. You know, during the Russian Revolution, there were a series of famines, bad famines.
Uh-huh.
And it went the same way as it happened in Egypt in the big drought in the Nile Valley.
Mm-hmm.
That first the pets started to disappear.
Yep.
And then the children started to disappear.
Yep.
That's a famine.
Yeah.
You know, we all sort of go, oh, famine. Oh, I can't get food for a couple of weeks. I better stock up. No. In a famine, you're eating each other or you die.
Yeah.
Because
hopefully in the next 20 minutes, you guys will still be on. I got to run real quick, but I'll be back.
Right on.
Okay, Applejack.
We'll see you.
Seeing you, man. Nice to see your face.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be here.
If you guys are still on, I'll jump on the Streamlabs.
Cool. Yeah, please do. Love what you say.
Yeah. It's so good to have a face to, you know.
I know. All right. Thank you guys. I'll see you in a little bit.
All right. We'll see you soon. So as I wanted to ask you about what Wes was saying here. Because I'm farther back in the chat, I think a little bit. But he was saying if you're in a community and some don't pull their weight, but all get the same goods as everyone else, why would they work? Why would anyone work hard?
Well, that's bean counting. And you know, in a community you don't bean count. You just get along. And look, I know Wes is at heart a libertarian, and you know, libertarianism has a certain point about the health and quality of the individual. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a truism, really.
Yeah.
I mean, the more healthy the people in the community are, the more healthy the community is going to be.
Yep.
Now.
Oh, and Wes, I wanted to just let you know I'm putting the link is pinned, but if you're still in here and you want to join us and talk about it, you're welcome to come on. We would, you know, we're open to talking about it too.
Look, about 8 years ago.
I get what he's saying. Like, you know what I mean? I get that. Because what if most of the people decide, okay, well, I don't want to participate. I just want you guys, you know what I mean? To
without having some experience on the theme, the talking points make sense. Because we're all atomized and we're all on family budgets, and you know, and the family itself is breaking down because we're starting to want payment from each other in the family. You know, I want this much of the inheritance, you know, I'm going to beat you down. And Dad, you've got to bequeath all your shit to me because my brother's a dickhead. Come on. It doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to take it back to what I was saying. About, must be 10 years ago now. I joined an online game. Now, I joined the game because my son was in the game and he's going, oh, Dad, they're treating me horribly. And I said, what's the game? He said, tribal wars. I said, are you up for doing wars, son? All right, I'll come in and I'll start a tribe, and I'll work out a way to stop the people around you giving you grief all the time, because he used to have meltdowns because he's autistic and he lived on the fucking internet, man. I mean, phew, talk about jumping in the deep end. Anyway, so I went in there, I started a tribe, I got it thriving, and I made negotiations with the tribe he was in, because he wasn't in my tribe, to stop mucking him up, or I'd come and bash their ears. So I did this tribe. You can only have 100 people in those tribes. So whoever set it up, they know about the stuff that I know about, Dunbar's number and all of that. Now, I called because we were latecomers in that particular game. We were like on the fringe, and the more experienced players were in the middle of what they called a continent. And so I said, okay, our tribe is called Outlanders. And I went and researched Bedouin culture and techniques, who are tribal.
Right.
And worked out how to overcome the old players through tactics and negotiation with other tribes. And let me tell you, in that game, there were US Marines and war planners from the USA and from Turkey and from England. And they openly said, oh, well, we're here from Department of Defense. We're using this game to model tribal warfare or conflict. And the first thing I did, because I had a growing tribe. We reached 100. And the first thing I did when it became sort of, about 50 or 60 members, I said, we're going to start a bank. So I looked at the various players and saw which ones were really good at organizing their resources. And they were doing well. And I said to them, there was about 6 of them. I said, would you be willing to become a bank? And they said, what's a bank? And I said, I'm going to ask the tribe to push their resources at you, and it will be your duty to reinforce our frontiers with those resources, so that if anyone attacks us, they're going to bounce off and they will find us impenetrable if they go to our frontiers. If they try and defeat our the members at the edge of the territory, they will find it just an impregnable wall of soldiers and military shit. And the banker said, yeah, fine. And then I asked the tribe, donate. It is your tribal duty to donate to the banks, because the banks will ensure that our tribe remains impregnable and strong and growing. How about that? And I didn't set any payment. I just said, contribute as you can. Now, the more successful people in the tribe, they contributed much because they had much to give. And the more casual players, they just sent a little bit. And I mapped it out because I watched who gave what. And it conformed to a perfect power law graph. Few do much, many do little. But between them, they get the job done. And we can't lay shit on the low givers, because they're part of our tribe. When we're at war, they're going to contribute to the war. And they did. My tribe was very, very engaged. They loved coming in because they were treated like real people. They were loved. I helped sort out conflicts between them. And and we had a beautiful harmony going on.
That's cool.
And we were invincible.
Yeah.
And like I could only have a tribe of 100, but there were a lot of young kids that were joining the game. And because of my experience with my son, I realized that the young kids were vulnerable and can't be exposed to the full force of warfare because it was ruthless warfare.
Yeah.
I mean, the attacks were technical and difficult and devastating. And anyway, so I got one of my generals to because I had 6 bankers and I had 6 generals. The generals were the ones who had time to strategize attacks and defenses, and they were really into it. And they had great prestige. Everyone loved them, because if you're just a weak member of the tribe, all that is important is your love for the prestige of the main players, the skeleton, the bone structure of the tribe, and the muscle of the tribe was the people coalescing around them and made us really strong. So I got one of my generals to say, I want you to take the children into a kindergarten tribe. And we created a kindergarten tribe and moved all of our young kids into it so they wouldn't be exposed to the full force of ruthless war and be traumatized by it, because you get traumatized by this stuff. And anyway, and I'd rotate my generals in and out of that tribe because, it was pretty boring. And their only thing was saying, the kindergarten tribe's being attacked by this other tribe. And then the main tribe would just hammer the attacker and make them back off and leave the kids alone, right? We did that. And then all of I had allies and stuff, because you're only one of I don't know, 500 tribes on the continent, and you can't get any bigger than 100. So there's a lot of others. So you have to forge alliances, and you protect each other's interests and stuff like that.
So diplomacy is important as well as all the other dirty tricks of war and stuff. That's cool.
So by the end of that, and establishing a banking and general system and alliances of mutual support and stuff like that, we conquered pretty much the whole continent as an alliance. And I made a few mistakes, but what I learned was, as the tribe, few do much, many do little. There's actually no freeloaders. A freeloader has to exhibit some kind of pathology. And if there's a pathology, it's up to the tribe to look at it and say, well, where did this come from? And how can we cure that or treat that pathology so that they're not freeloading? And there are pathologies. I had a psychopath in my tribe, and who was vexing one of my neighboring allies, or a member of my ally. And they're having a personal spat. Now, I couldn't exile him because it would destroy morale. I should have taken the morale hit, but or I should have just attacked him himself and killed him. So a big mistake, as I said, okay, this is the death match. And I said to my ally, leave them both alone, let them fight it out, and whoever wins, wins. Call it the death match. And said to both of them, now, slug it out. But that was a mistake, because the psychopath was going to win anyway. In the meantime, my fellow tribesmen were secretly supplying our tribesman, who was not the dominant, the other in the other tribe. So that was a mistake. The death match is not a solution. And all these tribes that were Semper Fi, obvious US Marines, saying, how did the death match work out? Oh, I want to know about the death match. And I said, it doesn't work. Don't do it. I should have took the morale hit and just got my generals to just eat this person. But see, the thing is, you can't, if you let your generals eat someone in the tribe, then the loyalty of the tribe's going to go really iffy. It's going to go, am I going to be the next one to get eaten?
Yeah, rightly so. Because, like, I know you said you wouldn't, but you did eat Bob that time, and I don't know. It could cause a little distrust.
I feel like there's ways for us to find the strengths that people have that may not be being used. Like right now, everybody is not probably working in the best way that they could. They can supply the most to the community, though, right? Like, because people, they don't do what they love to do. I think we can find things that people can't, like, as a tribe, you find ways that the person can contribute. Look, what is their strength?
If you're in a tribe, your objectives are going to be crystal clear. Everybody's going to know your issues. Now, see, the thing is that in our modern society, issues are just sort of on this funny level above our heads, and it's obscured with all of the jargon and shit. Oh, you're just a simple person. You wouldn't understand. Yeah. Don't bother. Let the big boys play in the big game. And you're going, well, hang on. If you're in a tribe, you're all in the big game. And people will be motivated as fuck, because everyone knows that you've got to get your stores for winter. And if you don't have your stores for winter, you're all going to have a fucking hard time. And not all of you are going to get through to summer. And look at Europe. Jesus. They totally lost the plot with winter's coming.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we're on the equator where we kicked off, where there's no winter. Right. We're in the temperate zones where there bloody is a winter. And if you don't generate enough surplus for that winter, you're all going to have a hard time.
Yeah. It's not going to be a nice time.
And, up in the temperate zones, the tribe next door who did provide for the winter, they're going to move into the territory that you can't control anymore, because half of you are dead.
Yep.
And then you get upset, oh, that's our land. I say, well, you died. It's not your land anymore. Our tribe's thriving. Join us. And like I talk a lot about tribal splitting, that it needs to be conducted in a very serious and nurturing manner, so that your new sister tribe truly is a sister tribe, like a clan. Yeah. And if you don't, you've got an enemy. But the same works for tribal merger. This tribe next door they made a mistake and they had a harsh winter. And so did we. It's time for us to merge. And so there's merger as well as split. Merge and split. And human beings, being tribal, need to have the conventions and wisdom and history and rituals to actually conduct splitting and merger without bloodshed, because bloodshed is not in the interest of anybody.
Yeah, so, it's not. It's really not, and that's like it tends to be the way that like the U.S. government and NATO, they immediately go to that. They immediately go to bloodshed as being a solution, and then we wonder why the violence is reflected within our communities. Because what is the example of the people that are in charge, that are trying to control the population? What example are they setting? They're setting the example of we use violence to control each other.
Yeah, but nations always do that, because a nation does not have the tools to conduct the community dynamics that exist in the people.
Right.
You know, a nation says we need to gather enough people together to fund a standing army. Now, a standing army is thousands and thousands of people, and they eat, and they don't do the fields, they don't dig the mines, they don't produce anything. They're just the security force, right? And you can't do a standing army from a tribe. Well, you can, but that army is contingent on joining of the tribes for a specific purpose. Like when Genghis, Genghis Khan in the Mongol steppes, they're all little tribes. They're all doing pretty well. You know, they had issues and stuff, but they sorted them out, and it all just rolled along. But the Chinese had a standing army, and the Chinese came in and fucked them up all the time, stole their shit, made slaves of them, and just wrecked them for a long while. And Genghis come up and said, "Oh, we got to do something about this." And he united the tribes around a very simple set of rules. The Khanate, you know, it was sort of like a patriarchal leadership thing going on, and they got together as tribes, and they fucked the Chinese over. They killed about half of all Chinese, and there were a lot of Chinese back then, and that's the only time that war actually made a decent dip on human population. Genghis tribes absolutely decimated and it was a joinder of the tribes under a set of. But the thing that Genghis forgot to do, he didn't have any kind of exit strategy, and they just kept going and going until the rest of the world said, "We've had enough of this," and fucked them up. You know, got together and did the same to him as he did to everybody else. You got to have an exit strategy, and Genghis didn't have one.
Yeah, they used his jammy against him. You know, that's. Like,
yeah. I mean, they were very
risky run. Yeah.
Did you see this question from Grey Walker? I think this is like how did you reward those?
Yeah. Look, the people who are hyper productive and innovative, their reward is already. They already have their reward in the prestige of what they've given. Now, from that prestige, they can make money. But if you short circuit that and just throw money at people, they're going to stop being productive, and they'll start playing with rockets and shit, and blowing as much energy out as they possibly can, like Elon and Bezos and all these guys, you know, with their ridiculous. We go to Mars. Oh, yeah. That's just an excuse. You just want to play with fire. Come on.
And they're stolen ideas. They're not even their own ideas. They're stolen from other people.
You're not falcon
and yet
around.
they are rewarded as being these innovative people, like by society. Isn't the innovation of what you created, the betterment of society, isn't that your reward in itself?
Wouldn't that be nice? But as it turns out, their innovations are at the detriment of society, because they treat us like cattle, and they find another vein to drain our blood.
Pina, I ask you a question.
Oh, you're living longer.
I know all those penises on the boxes of mail going everywhere, and the penis rockets. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. I think that somebody's got an issue, and they're really outwardly telling us.
Yeah.
I used to walk around with these kind of guys, man, and they'd say stupid things like, "Are you having fun yet?"
Oy.
And you know,
they have little like cute like stupid slogans, like were they
I want to make a confession right now. When in 1989 Grateful Dead spring tour, I helped make t-shirts that were Snoopy taking a siesta with a Mexican sombrero saying this isn't even the cool part yet. So that like reminded me exactly of that. That was just the same kind of insipidness.
Hey, Steve,
Yeah.
what? Me worry?
Exactly.
Don't worry, be happy.
Yeah, but Bobby
No,
McFerrin is levels above fucking
my Alfred E. Newman.
Alfred E. Newman. Yeah.
Yeah, Mad Magazine, which I totally love. But, I mean, it was media. It was propaganda.
We can still love it as long as we can acknowledge what it is.
Yeah, but you can't unsee it. That's the problem. It's like once you realize certain things.
I know it's really awful. Like once you're aware of like the way that the world's really working, it's like you can't unsee it, and it's like, man,
it ruins pretty much everything.
That ruins, like, Disney's ruined for me. I don't want to watch any of the new comic stuff coming out, or like the new Marvel freaking the series or this or that, because I'm like, it's all ruined. It's all influenced by when it's like, and you really acknowledge what it is. It's like, I don't want to support that.
It's like I'm forced to make fun of all the shitlib classic rockers and stuff when I sing their songs. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard to separate the two things.
For fashion, we are a good squad and we're coming to town. Beep, beep.
Plastic people.
Fashion is the thing, and people are susceptible to it. And,
yeah, man.
Because we've got to be part, because they leverage our tribal instincts
What's your name?
To have us want to become part of the in crowd. And they force feed this through the media to saying that you're not beautiful unless you drink Coca-Cola.
Yeah, you get the right one, baby.
And that's a perversion and leverage of the basic tribal nature of human beings. But if you have a functional tribe, you see it coming and going, Coca-Cola, Jesus, man, this tribe lives from fishing.
Mm-hmm.
Coca-Cola is not on our totem. Fish are.
Yep.
Because we know what we need and where we're going, and
we know it is actually food.
Yeah, actually,
for the most part, yeah,
would be good. But Bernays worked all of this out, and he was kind of right, but he was so corrupt. Yeah. And anyway, but a couple of things I wanted to say. I wanted to talk about the Tower of Babel, which. The Tower of Babel, back in the day, they started building a big tower to reach God. They built it and 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 built it.
The Babylonites.
Then it all collapsed, boof. And then all the people who came together to build that tower had to disperse. And before the tower fell, they all spoke the same language. But after that, their languages drifted apart and they become strangers. Now, 9/11, towers falling is it's a human dynamic.
Very
when big towers go up, that humanity has passed a critical tipping point where it's going to collapse.
Mm-hmm.
But in the modern world, the towers aren't just bricks and mortar; they're also digital, increasingly digital. And I see it trying to build a tower to heaven. We're within reach of immortality, and the global currency, Bitcoin, and we're being released from this and that because of the digital revolution. And what I observe about Towers of Babel is that in the latter stages, the bricks that they put up there, the mortar between the bricks is copse. And the only thing holding up the tower in the latter stages are copse. So, look, I've got to go pee. So I'll stay on. Somebody else should hop in.
All right.
He's like, I'm dropping that right there. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I was just gonna go take a leak, and
I think that Grey Walker, you're right
man
here.
About a tower or something.
There's a balance to be struck. I think that is what needs to happen. Is that we need to find the balance. We need to figure it out. how are we gonna find that balance? Where is that balance? Where can we feel the most of us as a society, as a tribe, can feel comfortable?
That is
Where can we find that? Where can we find that common ground? And like, let's resolve what we do agree upon, right? And then we can work on the things that we don't agree upon, and we can fight that out.
that's
Discuss it out, whatever way we get to it, But
That's a good point, Jenna Colby. She's like, Pull My Strings was my jam as an angry kid, just starting to figure shit out. But now Jello Biafra has become the thing he dragged. It's like, yeah, it's that's real, man. The same thing has happened to like everybody that pretty much virtually most everybody that you see in that angry punk rock kind of fucking mindset in the 90s, as little as just the 90s ago, are like completely bought and sold now. There's like, yeah, Joe Biden's president is a good guy, like fucking just completely bought into the system that you could literally see failing, and you were singing about it in the 90s or the 80s even in some cases. And like somehow it only got worse. It never fucking changed. Why are you a fucking cucked fucking weenie now? Jello Biafra, Henry Rollins. Fuck, man. What the fucking fuck, you
People had
guys?
good brains to begin with. What happened to them? Was it the money?
Money, I guess. I guess it's money. It's comfortable. It's not making waves. It's keeping your head down and fucking, they're still producing work for other kids. They're finding the next big fucking thing in the fucking that scene. But at the same time, just being a double standard.
You relate to this, Steve. When I was a young bloke, like my father was a jazz drummer.
Uh-huh.
And he worked in coal mines because playing music didn't support, a family with 5 kids. So he had to go off and work down the pits. And it made him quite bitter. Well, he was a narcissist anyway. But so I had to become a professional musician because it was my heritage,
Right.
So he started teaching me drums, and it was very good. It was very good. Some of his students became great names in the jazz. His colleagues in his era, people like Don Andrews and George Goller and those, they didn't like to have him because he was such a root rat, and he brought a bad reputation to the band, so they kicked him out. So, but he couldn't be denied because he was so fucking good. So he got a lot of gigs. Anyway, he had to leave that and start working in the pits. But musical family, my mum played piano and stuff. And become a professional musician. How do you do that? Well, you've got to play the music that people want.
Right.
Why do they want it? So to begin with, I'm a teenager and started a band with my best friend and a couple of my brothers, and we called it Spam. And we had to play 50-50 gigs. So that's back in the 70s, and 50-50 means 50% traditional dance, like waltzes, barn dances, foxtrots, jazz waltz, whatever.
Yeah.
So you had to know the genre. So
did you have to do the jitterbug?
No, nobody could dance that. Not in Australia. It was all barn dances, barn dances and waltzes. Hey, do you know what? That Jimi Hendrix Manic Depression is a waltz.
Yes.
I was trying to get Steve to come out and show me and the neighbor the jitterbug last night. I was trying to bribe him.
It's a great dance. There's a couple of dances that are quite complex, but they're such fun. But no, because we were young blokes, we didn't want to play the old time music,
Right.
And so we'd be, our 50% was more like heavy metal. we played Deep Purple and Black Sabbath and Led
Yes.
Zeppelin stuff.
Woo! That sounds fun.
Oh, it's Status Quo. Status Quo.
And
is
the next one is a fucking hoedown. You're calling out a do-si-do and shit.
Hey, I wish I played the fiddle because the square dances and stuff are enormous fun. And they're
Oh
more
yeah,
fun.
hell yeah. Super
Anyway,
fun.
so nobody would employ us. So there were enough young kids in the town who wanted that music. So we started our own gigs. We would rent a hall, and I'm like 15 years old, right? We'd rent a hall from the sports club. It was a cricket club, and they had a nice hall, and we'd rent their hall. And we'd put up posters, and I'd organise bouncers. We had friends who did martial arts, and they'd be bouncers and people to take money at the door. And we had a little snack shop. So I'd go around the supermarket and get all these bags of chips, do a 20% markup on, and it was all the kids that come around, and we'd get all of the hundreds of kids all around the district.
Awesome.
They'd have a blast. And we were playing the music that they liked.
Right.
So, and we did quite well. But then, my ambition said, well, you can't, because you know what the dream was, Steve. You'll know this: rags to riches through rock and roll. Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, sure.
Our only way out of our working class grind.
Yep.
Was either to become a famous sportsman or a famous musician. Right.
That's pretty much standard. Yep.
That was it. These days, you've got to be a successful YouTuber or Twitter or
TikTok.
Or all of those things. Now you have to be all of them.
What they call influencers. Become an influencer.
Yes.
It's the same gig, really.
Then you
It
get
is,
invited
except for
to
you
the
don't
White
really-
House.
You don't really have to have as much talent in any one specific thing, but if you can do multiple different things,
you have
can
to have
crush it.
talent. You have to have a sense of what people want.
right? That's the
You can't
talent.
do your own
That's-
thing, and this is the problem. See,
Mhm.
I mean, you're doing it, but it's not your own thing.
Right.
You're playing to what people want,
Uh-huh.
and I
But
went.
do they really want that? Who actually creates these influences that
Well,
take
yeah.
over society?
Well, that whole perspective.
No,
thing.
well, the time I was going up through it is the gatekeepers were the record companies
Right.
and the publishers.
They
You remember?
decide.
Yeah, they've always decided.
Hey, we're just dirt poor people. We got some good music that people want. We need studio access so that we can cut our recordings. Remember?
Oh yeah.
And that's really expensive. None of us
Super
can
expensive.
afford that.
Yeah.
So you got to sign a deal with the publisher who just takes your songs and sells them to existing pop leaders. And that's the end of your song. It's gone. You sold it. Remember? Or you create enough groundswell in your own market to be irrefusable.
Yeah.
And then they'll back you. The record company will back you, not the publishers. Because
Ultimately, now everybody has turned into the publisher, the recording studio, everything.
You remember that the artist formerly known as Prince tried to go online because he left his publisher and record company.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I can do this myself online.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of did,
Mm-hmm.
but he died not long after that. He did the Hendrix, the aspiration. He vomited while he was asleep.
Yep.
Hendrix went that way. A lot of people go that way. You got to be careful.
Said Jimbo did too. Yep.
Well, did he, or was he off? I mean, the record industry was struggling at the time because online. So, because the record, you had to go and buy the physical disc.
Yep.
But with online, you could just download it, and you didn't have to pay for it. And then a lot of people started going, well, oh, geez, we can't sell the intangible product of artistic expression. And nearly everyone went onto a model of patronage. Now, patronage is it's not a perfect way of doing things, but if you're any good, few do much, many do little. The old power curve, and it doesn't matter that many do little. There's no freeloaders. It all works out. Somebody sends you 20 cents, you've got 20 cents, for fuck's sake. Somebody else sends you $1,000. Whoop-de-whoop. That person's got prestige, and everyone goes, oh, I like this person because, you know, I'm a supporter of this. This is my totem, and whoever contributes, you know, so people get these graduations of prestige through the whole thing. Everything's tribal. And anyway, so in my career, we did write some songs that a publisher, Castle Publishing, is worldwide, wanted to give us $150,000 cash advance to continue doing our shit, because we would churn out songs that headline artists would say that they wrote, and I was okay with that because I could live, but my partner in that particular band, who was a crash hot guitarist, a great singer, I did keys and stuff. He said, no, it's got to be our band. I want to be Led Zeppelin. You know, I want to be
right
a headliner. Oh, well, all right. But my argument was we're not going to become headliners without having enough funds behind us to, you know, line the right pockets and buy the right opportunities. And so that failed. That whole thing failed.
Yep,
because
that's a common story.
A purist.
Yep.
And later on, because I left that and I went into corporate work, and I tell you, if you can run a rock and roll band successfully, you can just walk through corporate, because corporate are pussy compared to what you got to do on the road.
Oh yeah. And ultimately around here, like if you're in a band around here and you draw pretty well, and you know, you have your little jam scene where the music stays fresh and everybody, you have different guests and play lots of different repertoire, you can build a thing where you can take that to a bunch of different cities on a circuit and keep playing that, and you build up enough groundswell to support the thing, and then you do more cities, and it's like you can stay on the road forever in a fucking a fairly small band, you know what I mean, and make enough money to live.
That you got your circuit. My circuit was most of the east coast of Australia.
Wow.
We went up and down for years, and we were just playing pub rock. We'd play a few of our originals, but most of it was stuff that people danced, you know.
Right.
We saw that our contribution to society was getting people to hook up.
Yeah, dude. I felt like that's what I did for years. It's like all we do is we play music, everybody gets all sweaty and fucking goes home and fucks each other.
Yeah, because I mean, back in my granny's days, you'd have the town dance. Where people would meet each other and hook up.
Right.
But there wasn't.
It's a long tradition for sure. You know,
there was no contraceptive back then. So
right. That's how all of you got there. That's how all of you got there from your grandparents.
Yeah, that's right. And, but it was more
generations ago.
It was a much more serious prospect back then because there was no contraceptive.
Right.
It changed things. People still need to hook up. And so that was our purpose, and we knew it, and we chose the songs we played to be dancey things, you know, and with sexual themes and stuff like this. And they just came in droves. were very successful.
That's
I actually didn't have to do side jobs for a long time because the band was just getting so much money. But I did a gig because we were all trying to move towards doing original songs and get access to the big money industry. And so we started doing double bookings where we would be the support band, the warm-up band, but then we would also be the headline band playing all originals.
yeah, nice.
So we got double paid, which was sweet.
Fuck
And
yeah.
and then we'd finish our opening set with the shit kick band, and then we'd go and change our clothes into more fashionable shit, swap the instruments around on stage, and then present ourselves as another band.
So you're the bass player in the first band. I'm the keyboard player now. Fucking,
Well,
that's awesome.
the roadies came and just mirror swapped everything on the stage.
That's
So
crazy.
we came on with different clothes, and the behaviour of the audience was totally different.
Yeah.
For shit kick, everyone was dancing around and had the attention on each other.
Uh-huh.
And then we came on as a headliner, and then they started coming towards us and standing along the front of the stage and doing all of that sort of stuff. And the serious headbangers would stick their head in the W bin, like you know what a JBL W bin is, Steve.
Oh yeah.
That's where all the subs come out of, and the headbangers stick their head in there to get their head motorboated by the vibration.
Yeah,
I don't know why they do that, but they do
bass bin brain scrambler.
Oh yeah, I mean they went off on a sonic high, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Those guys never got laid.
There was a spot. This band, we used to go see Max Creek all the time, in this one room in Providence, Rhode Island, where they had like bass bins all the way across the room, basically in front of the stage, all big, like the whatever, they're like 5 or 6 feet long by like 4 feet or 3.5 feet tall. They're fucking big. They got them all the way across the way. And then on top of those in the corners, there's like these towers of horns just like stacked. There's like 12s and then horns and then 12s and then horns. And I would stand just to the side of it, like that big giant tower. And if you stood on the side of it, you got the monitor sound from the stage coming off, like the bass player's monitor speaker. His wedge was right there. So the sound of the band was just unfucking believable. I like recorded from there, and people were like, wow, how did you get so much bass response and everything? All Creek tapes, they usually need more bass. Like, it was just incredible sound quality. And I showed like about 6 or 7 of my closest friends, like, come over here, stand over here. And they'd be all spun in the middle of the show, all fucking dancing hard and shit. And I bring them over there and put them in that corner for a minute. Just stand here for about 10 minutes.
The best live recordings are a tap from the main output of the main disc.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ultimately, this was like, it was just such a sweet spot in the room. It was the oddest thing. Like, I'd never heard anything sound so clear. Like the definition of the drums, everything, just so fucking fine, man. Vocals were crispy as shit.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah. Clarity is really hard when you go loud. It's really hard to get clarity because you get so much distortion going on. Because
just the sound of the room. This is a raggedy old room too, with like partial drop ceiling, all vibrating and shit. Like, this one spot.
And so a lot of people just go for the sonic rush, but oh man, or get in the mosh pit. God damn, you got to be fit for that.
Yeah, man.
But, anyway, so
get in the pit and try to love somebody.
So I left the music industry because of reasons.
Because of reasons.
And I spent a couple of months sort of going, what the fuck am I going to do next? And I'd picked up a lot of technology because I'd become the MIDI consultant for CBS Studios, how to do a MIDI rig.
Oh, yeah.
And so I went, well, that's computer shit. So I did a 6-month course on computer technology and just walked into a job. and for a major supermarket. And within a couple of years, I was pretty much in control of all of their critical systems.
Nice.
I mean, corporate politics is so pussy. Take no prisoners and stuff.
Okay, but I have to push back on the whole pussy thing because pussies are fucking resilient.
Real human woman pussies are.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about hardware insertion limits.
I'm just saying, I hear people say all the time, like, "Oh yeah, don't be a pussy," and it's like, excuse me, wait, no, let's not do that. Let's be pussies because pussies are fucking resilient. Fuck that.
Last time I got in the pit and tried to love
Don't
somebody.
hang out with an asshole all day. I'd
was
rather be a
99.
fucking resilient fucking pussy.
Well, I'm
Just saying.
I'm not going to talk about prolapse then. But I will say that me and my ex once celebrated our 10,000th.
Wow.
That was a good party. Anyway, so
I'm just saying that just like is one of those things that
That's what
like,
she
you know,
said. Oh.
you know, it gets me like it gets me like agitated when I hear people use that phrase as a weakness. It's not.
Let me change my lexicon and say corporate a milk toast compared to what you've got to do to make any kind of impact in the rock and roll scene. Corporate politics is milk toast. You know, these guys all, you know, they're all middle class, and that it's like I said, you know, as a working class person, you think a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. Well, look, sorry, that's a scam, because the middle class hold out their hand and say money must drop into my hand because my hand is so fucking good.
Oh yeah.
And the ruling class have a different thing. I don't know exactly what their paradigm is, but it's you know, it's a different assumption of their expectations. You see. Anyway, so I did pretty good in corporate until I got on the wrong side of somebody's scam from Singapore, and they got rid of me. And so I got kicked out, and I went, well, I'm not going back there. You know, because there were times while I was doing corporate, I'd wake up in the middle of the night going, what the why the fuck am I on this planet?
Wow.
Felt so fucking empty.
That's horrible.
You know, and I started getting heart conditions and stuff. So I was quite happy to get kicked out. And I went back to music, and, you know, because all my skills had atrophied, I went, well, I can't go as a player. You know, I'll go in as an instrument maker, and I did quite well at that as well. But the thing is that becoming part of the continuum of folk music, very, very different to rock and roll.
Oh, I bet.
Because if you're playing folk music, only the big knobs play off a stage. Most everybody else plays at each other on the same floor, participating in the tunes, in the music, in the traditional music, because traditional music, it's there. You don't have to pay for it. All you have to do is learn how to play it, and then you express it as you express it, and it's a living tradition. It keeps moving along. People don't play the folk songs the same way they did 50 years ago.
Right.
But they're not playing to audiences because they're all playing to each other, and everyone's playing. And it's a totally different feeling when you do that, because it becomes a community dialogue, and it's so much more wholesome and fulfilling to do that. You know, and everybody knows that as a beginner, you're going to make mistakes, and nobody gives a fuck. You're participating, and everyone knows you're going to get better and better and better. And it's a continuum. I was playing, because we used to play sessions, they call it. Well, it's Irish music, basically, which is the main Anglosphere music tradition is Irish music. because there's so many tunes and the tradition is so deep and it's so global. So we'd taken over this pub, and there was about 50 of us, and we're all banging away at the traditional tunes. Everyone knows them. Everyone joins in. You've got all kinds of instruments.
Sure.
And I went into the men's room to have a pee, and some bloke, a couple of blokes walked in who were just tourists there. They're going, damn, it's like I walked onto a different fucking planet, and I like it. Because they'd never experienced community music before.
Wow.
And
That's one of the best
blew
things.
And,
Everybody has guitars and shit. Is the funnest.
I made a whistle for a guy who used to do busking, and he'd go down the railway stations in the city and busk, and he did really well. He was quite a good player, and he just played popular things and stuff. I invited him up one time to the session in my hometown, where we played really advanced traditional music, because all the players there were exceptional players.
Wow.
And one of them was the guy who taught me how to make flutes, and he was playing Irish bagpipes, which he made it, and they're not easy to play.
Damn.
But and all of these guys, they played multiple instruments and that. And my busker mate come up, and he knew a couple of the tunes because I sent him the music. Said, yeah, play this. And we played some of these advanced tunes, and he come away going, you've changed my life. My mind is blown. And then he took a lot of the tunes away, and he would send recordings of how he was progressing. Nice. And he said also, my intake, my hat is filling twice as fast down at the railway station in the city.
That's amazing.
Because it calls to people. The traditional tunes are traditional because they have struck some kind of harmony with community, and when you hear them and you go along with the harmony of it, it takes you to a place that is healing and aspirational, and it brings you down to earth. So, Irish music's not the only tradition. Steve, you're playing it's not a new tradition, but a blues tradition on the way you do things. Mm-hmm. And I see that you're growing that thing. You're getting better at it. And the more that you collaborate with other people, the more you help each other grow. And you can share the experience with the family here. So I'm updating my ideas of what tradition is.
Yeah.
And the role of music. Like, a couple of years ago, it was black and white about, traditional folk musics are the only music. And I'm saying, no, actually, it's more than that. It's growing.
Yeah.
So, I'm grateful that you've showed me that. Whether doing this stuff on the internet is long lasting. Personally, I don't think the internet's going to last much longer because of the Tower of Babel.
Yep.
But we've got to recover from it as much as we possibly can as nutrient for the new kind of tribes and communities that we have to become. And while rich people are going, I'm going to have a prophylactic brain, I'm going to have Elon's chip, and then I can plug into all of these computer resources to expand the capacity of my mind.
No.
Well, that's not going to work.
No. I don't want it.
You can't own it. You can't repair it. It's not working.
Yeah, what happens when they stop upgrading that model? They're like, no, that model's too old.
No, you
So
become
like
a
you
slave.
can't communicate with your family anymore. You didn't pay enough for it, like we don't have that technology anymore.
It's fragile. It's fragile, and we can do without it. We were already good enough. We don't have to make ourselves great again because we always were great.
Right.
Yeah,
Come on.
I'm perfectly fine with my brain, like I'll no, I don't want anything else. Like I already have metal in my body, that's not natural for me to have because that's holding my spine together.
Yeah, but it kind of did give
I'm
you
good with that. That's enough. That's as far as I want to go. Like, like ink on my skin. I have screws in my back. I'm good. I don't want anything like that. You imagine like your stuff is your bank accounts aren't safe online. Like your email can still get hacked. Things can still get hacked. You think they're not going to use like hack your brain?
Hey, just a quick aside, people think that they've got the money they put in the bank is their money. The minute you put money in a bank, it stops being money. They take the actual cash or whatever and they put it into an asset fund and they replace it with a financial instrument called a deposit. It's a financial instrument that belongs to the bank, and the bank sees it as a liability. Okay. That's the liabilities of these deposit instruments. It's not money. It's a financial instrument. Now, banks can do whatever they like to financial instruments, and they can seize them. So, what was done in Canada, freezing people's bank accounts, banks have always been able to do that because you don't own the instrument. It's just a liability on their book. They can write it off, and that's what they do. It's called bail-in. Or if the government doesn't fix up your balance sheet, then you just convert the liabilities. And banks have always been able to do that. That's nothing new. So you go and you present your withdrawal at the teller, for cash, or you go to the ATM and get cash, or you do an online transaction on your account, whatever. That's all done at the consent of the bank. And they only do it so that they don't frighten the depositors away. So, but they're doing a lot of that stuff now, and they're actually frightening the depositors away. And I mean, speculators are putting their money into the US dollar at the moment because it's the only currency that's rising, apart from the ruble. And
ruble's crushing it right now.
Yeah, against the US dollar, the ruble's rising higher.
Mm-hmm.
Funny how that works. But no, all of the big money's going into the US dollar because other currencies are looking very iffy because of the turbulence in world politics and war and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The energy supplies have gone chaotic because they're attacking Russia. And the elite want that to happen. And the reason they want that to happen is that they want to induce enough noise into humanity to make it reset.
Yeah.
Now, part of the elite are going, it has to reset because all of this has to finish anyway. And we're just going to bang the drum and let the chips fall where they may. So there are some elite who are actually enlightened, is going, this is going to stop. But they're all saying we're going to hasten it. And there's another part of the elite going, while all the chips are up, we're going to gather them into our own pockets as they fall. So there's actually two segments of the elite. One wants to have chaos. One wants to capture everything. And whenever you're talking about the powers that be, they're always at war with each other. They really agree with each other. And when you have a look at who they actually are, they're very carefully working in the interest of their tribe. the elite make sure that their tribes remain intact, and that's what you're seeing. They're not in accord with each other. They all know what's going on because they've got access to the best brains and the best science and everything. But that doesn't mean that they're intelligent. There's a lot of them are dumb as a post, and because they've had such privileged lives, their experience is so narrow that their wisdom is vacant. They have no wisdom, and a lot of them are just following their own venal urges.
Yep.
And everybody's gossiping about them as if they're so wonderful, but they're not at all wonderful. You know, a lot of them are perverts, psychopaths, and just stupid people. I mean, how the hell could anyone believe that Brandon is the leader of the free world? He's an empty ghost. He's an empty vessel, just like most of the elite.
How dare you talk about Dark Brandon like that?
I have a burb on my boobs. Like, he's parked on my boobs. You see this? Like,
where's the boob?
He is. Like, he's just on my boobs.
Hey, he's not a cockatoo. He's a tittatoo.
A tittatoo. That's right.
Anyway, guys, I should stop using up your bandwidth and let you get on to something else.
Well, thanks for chatting with us, Oz.
Yeah,
always
this is
insightful.
great. I like having the open streams where it's just like, hey, let's just see what we talk about
Just
and
rap about some
let's
shit.
see who comes on.
I have an argument for you. Roger Waters writes traditional music. Fight me. Would you agree that those songs are at least standards at this point?
Well, it becomes tradition.
That's what I mean. They become traditional music, right?
But you know, Roger Waters, he's got his roots in traditional folk music.
Sure.
A lot of these guys do, and people like Ian Anderson and a lot of the British players, they all played the sessions.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like AC/DC. I did a gig with AC/DC once as a support band, and those guys were in their green room. And the way they warmed up to a gig, they'd all play bagpipes.
Wow.
Like Great Highland Pipes. My love Kintyre.
That's fucking cool.
And then they'd get on stage because they were already warmed up with the bagpipe stuff. And when they got on stage, they were just energy plus.
That's what I always think. I think of these songs, these certain players and certain song groups, you know, your John Prines, your Guy Clark, your Grateful Dead, for that matter. These canons of these catalogs of songs that are like so ingrained into people, all around me anyway. Like, people, these are the songs of everybody's, the soundtrack of everyone's life, you know, mixed in with all sorts of traditional blues and folk music and roots reggae and just all of these different influences, you know. Like, it's wild how what folk music is. It's just music, you know. It's everybody's music, and it's the music, the ones that last the longest are the ones that become standardized, and the ones that just stay in that greater canon of songs that people play, you know. Well, what I mean?
When it sticks, and then you'll notice when everybody gets in a party and they'll all start singing a song,
right,
you know, that they've heard, and everyone has a absolute ball.
Yeah,
and that in my mind, that's tradition.
Yes, that's like the pinnacle of community too, right? That joyous, you know, familiar song, everybody singing together.
Yeah, well, it's the spirit of sharing, isn't it?
And belonging. And that ritual of sharing. Yeah, fully.
Yeah. I think that's very important. Anyway, I better shut the fuck up. I've got so much love for this fam and each individual in it. Even though I might argue with them, I'll argue from a base and out of love and a willingness and wanting to share.
Yeah, well, we all don't have to agree on everything.
Yeah, the feeling is mutual. That sentiment is mutual.
We can be respectful with each other, and we can, you know, like, and I think that's what's amazing about this family.
I think everyone's got a point, even if they're not particularly on my wavelength,
Right.
they've got a point. Like myself, I'm a tribalist, but those who argue for individualism, there's a lot to be had out of that. What composes a successful individual? Yes, I think that's an important thing to explore.
Absolutely.
But from my stance, I'm going, well, put it in the setting of community, and how does the individual and the community weave together, and what emerges from that flux? You know that.
Yeah, I think all those things are contingent upon
What are you doing?
those factors. A certain
Oh,
factor.
yeah. And look, you'll have your personal moralities and standards, but you got to think, where did you get those from? And normally, they'll come from your community. Some will come from your intuition, which you add back into your community. And if you're not participating in that, you're not being a successful individual. And if you're not being a successful individual, I'd say, in my opinion, what went wrong? And how can the community assist you to grow? And yeah, anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
I hear you, man.
And much love, Steve and Lucky. You're just amazing people, and all of the fam. Every time I get into the chats, I'm just blown away. You're so thoughtful and loving and funny.
We're amazing. We collect like the best
Yeah,
people,
good
like
peeps,
all
man.
in one place.
We love you too, buddy, for sure.
Okay, I'll just hit the X right now. Thanks so much, Lucky and Steve and fam.
We
Yeah,
love
man.
you.
Awesome.
Oh. Oh, gamer, I agree. We still love Roger Waters too, and I love that he's standing up so strongly for Assange. Like it's amazing. But yeah, what he said about the vaccine mandates was completely wrong.
My position with those gamers, like I'm pro-vaccine but anti-mandate, and I'm like, that's totally cool. My position for that is basically I am as anti as I can be about them in general until there is some sort of protocol for safety, until they can show that things are safe and effective and actually demonstrate those things well ahead of time before bringing them to market and making everybody peer pressured into taking them.
And he's talking about all vaccines.
All of them. I'm not talking about just these latest ones. I mean, all of them in general. All the ones we give to our fucking infant children and stuff under the pretense that they're safe when there is no fucking data. That's fucked up to me. And I can't get past that. So I'm just like, nope. Fuck all of them because of this. This is my reason, because of reasons, and safety first and foremost is my reason, and the lack of it, and their lack of, they don't give a fuck, man. They were brought before Congress. They're like, no, we don't keep that kind of data.
That's too much. That's too loud.
So that right there makes me go, what?
Stop.
You don't care? Okay.
I don't like that.
Well, screw you guys. I ain't taking it.
VS Adams said, why is Germany, France, and the UK allowing the US to dictate where they get their fuel from?
Yeah, I'm fully pro natural medicine and natural holistic stuff, as holistic as possible. Like any of the different schools of thought, indigenous medicines and things that are centuries old. Those things actually do things.
I mean, think about how long it took
without crazy side effects and
for the medicine woman to find out that we use these certain herbs to do these certain things. Yeah. Like, how many people? How did they figure all that out? That's amazing.
It takes millennia to figure it out.
Yeah, it's been passed on for like that. That is ancient wisdom that has been passed on.
It's ancient wisdom that the Rockefellers tried to obfuscate and just make memory hole. Just memory hole. They said,
you're a quack if you think that's quackery.
All of these things that people learned for centuries and centuries and were handed down.
Instead of taking what works and using, the thing that works because it's for the betterment of the people, for the betterment of the tribe.
And sustainable in most places, most
And I'm not saying that
cases.
not all, not every bit of modern medicine is bad.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
We need a balance on everything, though.
The premise that it starts on is fucked, and the indoctrination that people go through to try to legitimize it and delegitimize other ancient things is just ridiculous on its face. And it's just a matter of like, are you for the betterment? Are you trying to fucking heal people, or you're trying to hurt people? That's, if your profit means you're going to hurt people, then I don't want any fucking part of your medicine.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that when everything is focused on this central thing, which is money and make it, you know what I mean? That is when that is the goal, instead of the betterment of the tribe, of the people, because we're stronger, when we're stronger, we're healthier together. Like when one of us we're only as well as our sickest in our tribe. Right? Like, we want to. Okay.
Baby.
I know. He's like, baby. He's right here. Like, he's just on my arm. He's playing with my hair.
Baby.
You want to do mommy's hair? You like doing mommy's hair? He like throws my hair around and like it like hits me in the face.
You're fixing it. What are you doing?
Are you making it nice? You doing it so nice? Look at all that locks, huh? He loves preening me.
He thinks they're feathers. Shh, he's a bird. He doesn't know. Don't make fun of him. He's a bird. He's got a bird brain.
Well, in the evolution of things,
I think I might have a bird brain too, actually.
Birds were, it was either us or birds that were gonna evolve. And he's a dinosaur. Parrots are actually dinosaurs. Like, he's related to a pterodactyl. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy. Brochwater's gonna have to pay me big bucks to cover my new song, Choosy said.
Oh man.
What is it? What can you give us the hook, Choosy? I mean, I just a little snippet. Do we have to buy the EP? Is it can we order it yet? Do I have to call Napster? I got rid of my Napster like 18 years ago. Shit.
What is happening?
It's only available on Napster.
What does that mean?
I don't know. That would be funny though if you had like you released a song or something or a movie or something, but it was on a platform that nobody has anymore. Like, well, it only came out on Napster.
Vicky Adams said, I tweeted she's got big balls to Chelsea Manning, and then I thought about it and I was like, oops. Oh my god.
Oh, I love inappropriate
bad.
things that are funny.
Like, that's bad. I know it. Like, yeah, that's
it's inappropriate and bad. You're not supposed to laugh at that, but that's funny. Shit. That's why it's funny. I won setting up drums. I won finally. Okay, Drew has won the battle with his drum kit. I take that to mean that he's got some sounds coming out of it. Does he want to come on the thing and demonstrate?
Yeah. Are you coming on to show us, Drew?
Come on.
Okay. I know you're getting excited. I know.
Yeah,
okay.
I'd be excited too, Peaches. It's not every day we get live.
All right.
Drumming.
I know.
Sounds so freaking good.
Oh, where's Peaches? Peaches, where are you? Where's Peaches?
Jesus, man.
Peekaboo! That was so dramatic.
Click the link.
Are you so big?
Click the link in the think in the banner. Squawk. Peaches is very excited to hear Drew's drum set. I think he's ready to rock. That's right, Stevie. He's like, let's go. Drew's gonna lay down a backbeat, and Peaches is gonna start rapping.
What are you doing?
start rapping.
Oh, you're good.
Woo, woo, woo. We're aerobicizing. I feel like Richard Simmons.
Exercise.
Woo!
He's like, it's time
Exercise
to
time.
exercise. It's time to exercise.
Oh, jazzercise with the parrot. Woo. It's good. It's good for the circulation. Come on, Peaches. Come on. Let's get a move on. Come on. Don't forget to breathe.
Steve starts doing it with his arms, and Peaches stops and looks at him like,
He's
what
like, what
are
the
you
fuck
doing?
is why is he doing that?
Uh-huh.
Wah, wah, wah. He ain't doing it no more. He's like, screw you, man. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Let's see, I would, but everybody's sleeping, so I'm out of practice and I can't keep rhythm for 10 measures. Fudge it.
Well, are you gonna come on and talk to me, Drew?
He's gonna try to. He's gonna go get a laptop and plug it in, and wake up the entire family probably. And
Don't do that. Don't get Lala mad at me.
yeah, that is not la la.
Don't make Lala mad.
Do you think Drew sings that song with the "You Can Blame It on Me"? Said, yes, girl, I love you, but sometimes I think that love's not enough for you. So you want to play mind games? Well, that's fine. La, la, la. I can't hear you. You know that one? From the Gordon album, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Stevie, I get it. Yeah, she said, I used to be more trusting of medicine, but then the opioid epidemic. And even with that, somehow people have completely like missed that.
L. Latham.
And it's like completely like just right over their heads.
Peaches say olives. Do you have olives growing too, Vicky Adams? I know you got beans, but do you got olives too? Because can't grow olive trees here very well. I know there's some people got olive trees in their little greenhouse with the heat and the stuff. Yeah, let's chant for Drew. Go, Drew. Go, Drew. Set up the thing.
Yeah, in the beginning of all this, I was like absolutely pro-mask and everything else.
No
and
house.
I did not have a good response to Steve the first time. He was like, no, well, listen here. And I was like,
I tried to give her the old, hey, listen here, baby.
I'm like, okay, that made my ear ring. No, we don't need to be that. No.
The old listen here, darling.
Don't do that.
I got some news.
I don't know why that makes him stop, but it did. It went, meow. Now, Steve tried to do this
She
to the bird.
absolutely did not want to hear it when I was like,
Steve
the
is like,
physics.
oh my God, I was not happy. I was
not
like
being effective, and she was not.
I was
having
angry
it.
with him. I was like, no,
I don't
no, blah, blah, blah. And like, oh,
I was
man.
just like,
it took
it's just
me
math.
a couple days.
It's just math. And then she took her a couple days. She was like, okay, all right.
And
Well, they got to stop something. Still, come on, people.
It took my process a little bit. So we have to understand that when we are approaching other people that don't know these things that we have figured out, that we need to use that same approach of, okay, even somebody that's close to me might not take this the best, and they might need time to process this. So we can't force that on other people. Just because like we've accepted the knowledge of what it is doesn't mean that we can be like, oh yeah, now you are forced to know this. You know, like you have to. Okay,
Teachers.
stop.
Why are you screaming,
Jesus.
dude?
Go.
Why?
Go.
Get up here.
Go.
Good
Oh
boy.
boy.
Good bird.
Why
are you being a dick?
You know, we can't expect that other people are just gonna accept the same level of everything that people that we care about do, and people that are open-minded. So we have to understand that excuse me, our approach needs to be one that people are going to be open to. And not everybody's going to be open in the same way. So that, I mean, like, the way that everything's been handled with everything with COVID, it's gonna be, it's like this monumental task that's being put on like everybody else that is aware of what's been happening. And the people with the actual information, they have put this monumental task on us to debunk them. And it's really not a fair position for people to be in. It's not really a fair position for people that, you know, don't know how to give bad news to people. Have to then be in it. Like, we have to kind of like, you know,
Tactless people.
yeah, like, yeah, they like, I had to talk to my neighbor and explain what was going on with, you know, with the vaccines and everything else. And I didn't put them in that position, you know, but I was put in a position where I had to decide whether I felt comfortable enough to speak up about it and tell them the truth of what's really happening.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, I'm put in this position of something that I didn't do. I didn't have any say in, but because I have the information, it's like, then I have to decide, okay, well, what am I going to do with it? Am I gonna talk to people and hopefully that they will see that I'm coming from a place of love and that I come from a place of fact and I can back up what I'm saying?
I think that's the thing is, if you know, like, I feel like I want to tell every single person I see still wearing a mask the basic facts about masks. But I don't want to be like a condescending douchebag and be like, yeah, you're fucking dumbass wearing a mask. That's not what I'm fucking trying to do. I want to inform the people if I can. And if, you know what I mean, I don't want to make anybody feel like they have to listen to what I'm saying. Even if they're not interested, just tell me, because I'll preface it by saying that, you know, and try to just explain the basic physics at work. And it's pretty simple to understand why that masks are ineffective. And if you just like give them the information and smile and have a nice day and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I think if it's done in kindness, it usually works out. Not always. Some people just be like offended that you even fucking said anything. But how else are they going to know? Because they're still watching the fucking news, or their brother-in-law told them they have to fucking still wear masks.
Or they're not watching
whatever.
the news.
They're not
like, people can be
in.
uninformed in a lot of different ways. You can be uninformed and getting that bad information from mainstream media, but you can also be somebody that is uninformed because you don't watch the news and you kind of get your information here and there, word of mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're getting that word of mouth information from people who are getting it and they're feeding it from mainstream media sources, but they trust that person and that person trusts the mainstream, you know what I mean? Like, that's how that works also. Because there's a lot of people that just like, yeah, I don't pay attention to politics. I don't watch the news. You know what I mean? Like, I just, you know, I mean, can you blame them? I mean, I can't do that. I have to know what's going on. You know, I don't watch mainstream media, but you know, I have to know what's going on and I have to do my research and I have to do this. Like, it's like once you get to a level of it, it's hard to not know the information of what's happening. But imagine starting out and just like being like, okay, fine, I'm not, you come across a person that's like, yeah, I watch mainstream media, and then they're suddenly not going to watch mainstream media. Now think of what a monumental task that is for them to then find people that they can trust, find sources that they can trust, and then even if you had like all that laid out for you, digesting the amount of information that is out there and available right now, and it's like against everything that you've ever known. It's a really like, it's, you know what I mean? It's like, who do you trust? Like, where do you that is huge. So we need to understand that when we're telling people, mainstream media isn't telling you the truth, we need to like also help people find sources of information in a way that they can get the truth, and where they can find, more information about things that, at least points them towards the truth. It's a really difficult thing. And it's really difficult when people are awakening to what's happening and, taking the blinders off and going, okay, yeah, they've lied to us about all these things. Okay, I can see this. I can see the pattern now. Okay, yeah, I'm recognizing it. I'm not ignoring it anymore. Okay. It's a really difficult place to be, and it really can be uncomfortable to be in the in-between, to not know like what end is up, and be like, holy shit, like my entire world just got jumped upside down. I don't know what is true. Oh my gosh, I need to relearn all of this. I need to learn the truth of this. And then, it's a lot of information for people to process. And then people are also in survival mode, and so you have this fight or flight response, and then on top of it, all of that, and it's like, no wonder people are so uninformed, or grabbing on to whatever little tidbits of information here or there. Like, I totally get it. It's a lot.
It's a hell of a lot.
It is.
It is. Get in. Watch out. Stop trying to get me.
Peaches.
Such a meanie.
Peaches messes with Steve really bad. Well, Stevie, you're welcome to always come on and do a show. We can do some live panels. Oh, guess what? Guess who's here? Drew.
Good evening, or I guess it's morning now, huh?
Yeah.
Here it is. Oh, yeah. I guess I should have this near me. That helps.
Yeah, I could
How
hear you.
goes it? All right, good. Because this thingy McBopper is loud as hell, so I'm not sure. You'll have to give me a heads up on where to put the microphone, because I won't know where to put it in relation to the microphone, because I am, like I say, I literally haven't touched a drum set in 15 years. And I used to have a little jazz set, little stage set that I would use when I go play with a couple of buddies here and there, and that was I drummed as a kid, so I took lessons as a kid, and that's about all my drumming. But
Well,
this thing
I'm
is
so
amazing.
excited. I love that
This
you
thing
guys
is
are doing
amazing.
all the music
can you
stuff.
see that? Can you see this thing? So essentially, what it is, it's an Alesis digital. What the hell do they call it? The Nitro 9. So it's a 9-piece kit. Each one of the little thingies here, each one of these pads and such are different sounds, and each thing, it's just like a keyboard, how you can like hit the voice thing, or like the modulator thing, and you can change the different sounds. So when you're using it I guess like right now it's on one of the weird kits. Let me change it back to number 1. So like right now, if I hit it, let's see here. Can you hear that?
Yep. Sounds like drums.
So then it also has this little modulator thing over here. This thing right here changes the different sound effects, and you just hit a couple buttons, and I mean, there's 40 on this one. There's an expansion thing that puts it up, the D10 that puts it up to like 85, and then they have the big board, which is that picture of that other thing I sent you. They had it at the pawn shop, but they wouldn't go any lower than 250, and I wasn't willing to spend that much on it today. That puts it up over 2,500 different combinations.
Sick.
So, like, I was like, oh, that's more than I'd ever probably be able to figure out how to use. But like each one has like different sound. I can play steel drums. Like they just each one does a different thing, and if you hit the rim, it makes a different noise than the inside. You hit up here, some of them.
That's dope.
So I mean, it's in terms of space, I mean, it's fantastic. I remember how much room my little 5-piece took up. That thing was annoying. Like it literally took up so much space, and it was like in the corner of a room, and it was a pain in the ass. Like no joke, it was literally a pain in the ass. And so I was actually happy when my buddy was like, "Hey, you're going to college. Do you want to sell that to me?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do. You're right. I sure do. I need a bag of weed today, so selling you my drum set sounds like an excellent idea." And so he offered me a fair price, and I said, "Hell yeah!" So I was over at my buddy's house. He helped me make the beat for Sofa Fresh.
Yeah,
the one song that I did. He did the entire beat besides the bass line, which he also did. He did the entire beat on one of those, and
nice.
he has that D10 modulator, which adds. I mean, it's day and night. And then on top of that, he's an amazing drummer. There's no comparison between the two of us. Like he's just learning on the bass guitar and stuff, so he's getting better. He likes to play like primacy type stuff, a lot of slap, a lot of finger plucking, a lot of that crazy stuff. Like, and he's getting good, but he's very weird, and he's got his own way of doing things. So I kind of sit back, let him do his thing, and when he wants to hang out and do things, I'm like, hell yeah, man. He's really cool. He's a really cool guy, and he's very talented and
nice,
very, very disciplined. He owns a pepper company. They take peppers and they make like salsas, like bacon salsas and all this stuff, and they're all over the country now. He's doing really well, and he started out making it in his garage. Now he pays this big company to make it so that it's consistent every single time. So it's the same product every time. Nice. And yeah, I mean, it's working out really well. He's a martial artist. He's like he's like a black belt in a bunch of different kinds of karate. He's crazy. Like you would look at him, you'd be like, oh, he's just a little pipsqueak guy. This little pipsqueak guy is one of those guys that will just like, oh, crunch and break every finger in your hand, and he just walk away with a big smile on his face. He's crazy. So he would do it too, and that's why you know what people to mess with in life. I know which people to be friends with, and he's certainly one of them. Easier to be friends with somebody like that than anything else. But on top of that, the only reason I was out and about is because I went and picked this little China turned up today too. I bought this for the boys. I wanted to get something like a junior size so that that the boys, the 10 and 6-year-old, can
the Stratoblaster.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a Johnson. It's so it looks like a Fender, But honestly, the body on the Fender is a little lighter, little easier to hold. But I'll tell you what, when I saw this Natural Johnson, I was like, you know what, I like it. But unfortunately, it is so out of tune, and I have not tuned it yet, so I'm not even gonna.
So Drew, let me understand you. You were drawn to a Natural Johnson. Is that what you're saying?
A Natural Johnson, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Nice heavy one, heavy duty Johnson.
Heavy duty John. Okay.
I like
just
the
making
the
sure
way it feels in my hand.
I didn't want to misinterpret, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So I got this guitar and this Jesus Christ, there's not even a cord, you're not even plugged in. I got this little amp here, this little room amp for $98 with tax and a warranty on both of them.
Those little amps are just amazing. And
Right, I was shocked at the sound. I bought this at one pawn shop.
Yeah, those
brought
things
it into
good.
the other pawn shop. Was like, hey, can I test this in that one? It had been there so long. It originally was $40. It had dropped down to 35, and then tomorrow was the day it was going to go down to $28. And the girl there that was the manager was like, just honor it. It's fine.
So what's the brand of that wedge?
The wedge is a Simmons.
Simmons, yeah. Because I played in a band and in the 80s and the 80s, 90s. And the guitar player just had a Simmons, and it was just two little speakers in a tiny little box that he put on a mic stand, and we'd just shove a microphone in front of it through the double four-way, and it rocked.
Oh yeah,
it was better than having a wall of Marshalls. It was so tiny, and yet it had so much grunt.
My old guitar player John used a little rolling cubes, you know, the little cubes. He had the little 8-inch speaker or whatever in there. Thing it sounded like thunderous through the PA. It was just
it's got to do with the speaker travel. If you've got a really deep speaker coil, it can produce the low frequencies, you know, and it doesn't spread. But if you put a mic on it, it does. The mic will pick it up. So they're really good for close miking.
This one's real nice because
it
has the mono and the dual for plugging into the amp, and then it has a secondary input as well, like you're saying, that I can plug a guitar or microphone, any of those into as well.
Good.
Yeah.
Musical technology is always like 5 years ahead of consumer technology. I have noticed.
I still need one of those things to change all the sounds and stuff. One of the adjuster thingy McBoppers, but I paid $400 for the drum set and the amp today, so I was happy with that.
Win for a musician. Great. Hey, can you sit down and bust out a groove on that kit?
I'm going to here right now.
Bust the groove. I want to hear you play.
Let's see how we can do here. I don't know if that's going to stay there. That's sitting real funny.
I'm really big on.
You might have to look at me from a distance.
I'm really big on synth kits because I experimented with them for fucking years. Here we go. Whoa.
Yeah, I don't even have a stool yet.
Oh man, you should have spent them. The stool's going to cost more than the kit.
You ain't kidding. Yeah, let me plug the good mic in. I'll put the good mic in, and then we'll. You guys tell me what the sound is like.
Just bust it out, man. We'll dig it.
Yeah, this sound is so much clearer on this mic than it is on that computer mic. So I think if I set it right here on the computer, a little bit away from it, that should help make it not be ridiculous.
I think it would sound beauty.
Just do it. Nice. Hey Drew, get that bass drum popping. Yeah.
Let's get some of them boots and cats going, man. Boots and cats.
Come on, kicking hats.
Kicking hats. Sounds pretty realistic over the mic. That's fucking cool. Yeah.
Give me a straight floor. Give me a straight floor on the bottom.
Freddie Mercury.
I'm out to sing. Here, let me cheat a little bit.
Cheat.
Oh, I told you.
Busted.
I told you don't get Lala mad.
Oh shit. Okay, I think that might conclude Drew's drum seminar.
Yeah.
Hey, Drew.
Oh, peaches. He's taking the whole out. It is 1 o'clock. Dear Lord, you're gonna anger the Lala man, you know.
I know. Drew, don't make Lala mad.
Right, Odysee.
Let's find a good one.
Welcome to Abstract Rhythms of the Night with Lucky Burrito in the amazing Tom Tom Club. If you like the one to be in a different place each time you play a measure, you'll love Abstract Rhythms of the Night.
I'm just trying to hear all the sounds. I'm not really trying to.
I know. I'm teasing.
There's like 40
It sounds like, dude, it sounds like drum jazz on acid. It's just like, it's like the one is in a different spot each time. It's like, what's the time signature for this song? 56.5 by 12 1/4.
Jenna Colby has some questions for you, Drew.
I think basically I'm avoiding the kick pedal and kind of just drumming with my hands so I don't be too much of an asshole. But I'm trying to find. There's a bunch of good ones. There's a bunch of them that are like.
Okay, Steve, do you see this?
Yes, it sounds like hand. What am I seeing?
The comments that Jenna is saying to Drew.
What is Jenna saying to Drew? Woo, woo, woo. I saw it.
Read them to me.
Peaches.
Man, they're silly ones. I just don't know which ones are which yet.
Jenna, okay, but Drew, Jenna has questions for you.
All right, ask them. I can't.
Oh,
I don't know where my phone is.
Turbo mesh kit. Is the drum right? Is that what she's asking? If the drum kit is called the turbo mesh kit?
Yeah, I believe so. It's one of the turbo mesh kits. Yeah.
Okay, she does auction things, and she's saying that there is one she thinks it's maybe in your area, South Carolina.
Oh, Spartanburg, South Carolina. Yeah.
Is that close to where you are, Drew?
I know, but
Depends. I'm on the coast.
he just bought that one today.
Yeah, well, they're auctioning kits for like $30.
Ones
Sick.
like this.
I think that's what you have to. You have to.
Yeah,
You have to
that's
see
what
what
she's
she's
saying.
saying.
The Elisa's turbo kit. Peaches, shut up. God almighty.
Why are you yelling? He likes Drew.
Well, that's a totally decent PA there that you're talking about. Little, like 515s and 2.6s on 3200 watts. Yeah, that would work. Thumpity thump. All right, Drew. Before your wife files for divorce,
Yeah,
maybe,
it's not like that's good drumming or anything. We would have to. I want to play with it some more before I don't even have the thing set in very good places, so it's that's as good as you're gonna get. But that's so nice. It's so nice to have something
cool.
that just works so well.
Hey, Drew, can I tell you a secret?
Let's hear it.
Before you play a groove, dance.
Dance.
Do a dance, and concentrate on what your feet are doing. Okay, when you dance, and one foot is your kick drum, and the other foot is your hi hat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I've got my pedals there. I'm just not using them right now.
Yeah. But the trick is to before you go on the kit to do a groove, do a dance.
You know, that's the same exact trick that if you're gonna start a song with a band, you literally start the song by singing a verse in your head before you start playing, so you can set the tempo in your mind before you even move your hands. You know, it's like that's the same advice somebody gave me years ago.
Because the bottom end is where you connect to people, because music infiltrates through the dance.
Yep.
And
That's why the people on the screen. There we go.
if you get the dance established, and that's in your feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Once you've done that, all your top of kit stuff fills itself in around the dance that you're doing, because the dance you're doing on the kit is the dance that the people are going to dance on the floor.
That's pretty wild. I never considered that. I've watched people be really good at building beats, you know, like beatbox out a beat and then build the actual structure of the beat with you know, electronic triggers or whatever, and different things, and build that beat that repeats. And I've seen people do that really effectively. Like, it's like they can take it apart.
Well, you got to play tricks. Like, here's my drum machine. It's called a Baron. It's a good part of a goat stretched over a lump of wood. And I can do a lot of stuff on this.
See that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a beautiful drum. Yeah.
No, what I'm showing you.
I can't see your thing yet.
Jenna Colby was showing me that she was looking at this earlier.
Yeah.
On the auction.
Wow.
And look at
I can get a lot of sounds out of this. It's kind of restricted. I can't do hi-hats or anything like that. You'll see a lot of the Arabic frame drums have got chains along the top edge, and so when they want to do high frequencies, they just push the drum forward and let the chains.
Yeah.
And the really adept players on a frame drum with the chains they're just fucking amazing.
I seen those guys play with. I saw the Moroccan team people from Morocco that were playing with playing
I
Page.
forget the name of it. I had a friend who's an Arabic drum maker. He makes tablas and djembes and stuff like that out of clay. And
Sick.
but with drum machine, I'll tell you a story. I was in this band from a couple of guys from Masters Apprentices. I don't know if you ever heard of them. The drummer was the drummer for AC/DC.
Okay.
And anyway, we had to modernize. The songs were pretty awful, but we had to modernize them for the current market. And Cole, AC/DC's drummer, we got him a set of Sin drums. Do you remember Sin drums?
Sin
So
drum.
each drum was a synthesizer.
Yeah.
And you'd whack the thing, and it had a synthesizer output. We called them poo drums. Poo, 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 poo.
Yeah.
You know, it was very fashionable at the time.
They used those in the 80s. The Grateful Dead were fully MIDI. The drummers had tones like that.
No, there was bugger all MIDI, but I was pretty much the only guy doing MIDI those days. And
yeah.
You know, it was just unknown. And anyway, Cole, he was a great drummer, but he hit things too bloody hard. And he broke things. But and he got these things, and eventually we said, stop using the poo drums, man. Your natural style is better. But
poo drums.
Later on, I was in a band where we got hold of a Oberheim drum machine. It was the one that Phil Collins used to use, and Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it cost just fucking enormous. And in that band, we had a boffin. The boffin was part of the band, and he built the light control rig.
Sick.
And he was an electronic genius.
Wow.
And we got him to hack into the drum machine so that he could put triggers from a trigger kit like what you've got there. And but we had to build the whole thing, and so we made the kit out using pieces of MDF and rubber pads that we cut out of conveyor belt stuff from the mines, which were in the town. So we got all this conveyor belt rubber and
wow.
and stuck it in these MDF and put it all up on drum and mic stands around this kit. And in the as the signal trigger, we went around the town and just went into all of the phone booths around the town, and we unscrewed the mouthpiece and stole all of the little speakers out of the ear set. And we put them in these pads so that it would send a signal to the drum machine, and the boffin put together a whole bunch of Schmid triggers that turned the audio signal from the telephone receiver speakers, turned it into a signal to trigger the drum kit. Oh man, and it worked.
Sure.
But it turned out that the because we thought that the telephone booth speakers would be very sort of robust and proletarian. It turned out they weren't up to the gig, and we had to find piezo pickups and stuff that didn't mind how hard they got hit.
Right. He's some working class pesos.
We learned that if you did a bass note, because all the bass in that band was done on a monophonic Korg synthesizer, and so we fed back the synthesizer into the drum kit, so that a low tom-tom went off with every bass note to give the bass more punch. And that was a kick-ass band. And geez, we got a lot of energy out of the electronics. But I'm glad to see that the industry caught up with us, and you can just buy it off the shelf now.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And you could, I don't know if you, because I had Reason computer synthesizer thing, Reason.
Yeah.
And they had Redrum, and Redrum had every kit known to man, and you could just pull up anybody's drum kit, because they just digitized the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, they have that in VST plugins and different things.
Yeah.
Like
Well, the VST things are a bit old, but oh man, Redrum was just fucking amazing. And you just sat in that and say, "Oh, I'm Phil Collins today," or "No, I'm Mitch Mitchell," or "I'm any famous drummer." They had completely digitized all their fucking kit.
Yeah.
So then you had to become a producer and say, "Well, what part of the soundscape is this kit doing?" And to be honest, I kind of did float away, and now I've got a bit of goat on a bit of wood. And
well,
Stevie, you're muted. Do you want to come onto the stream?
You're muted.
You there?
Muted.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, I gotta go turn my fan down.
Okay.
Redneckonomics, woo!
Yeah, Stevie's come on and done a show with me before. We always have a good time when she comes
Nah,
on.
Stevie's such great value. And I understand that she's going through some hard times right now. And support. She's one of us.
Yeah. I agree. What do you think, Peaches?
All right. Yeah, that thing's loud. I always forget about it because it's always running in the background.
There you go.
Can y'all hear it, or is it good?
No, I can't hear it.
No, I don't hear it.
Nope.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. Living the dream,
Mm-hmm. I feel you.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh. She moved out.
Hey, Drew, when I get Band Lab up, we got to do a collab.
Yeah. I agree. We does.
We've been waiting for you for a while, Oz. It's very easy to download the app. It's easier to do than this.
Yeah. It is.
It really is. I'm not sure. I told you about a month ago. I'm ready to try and put a beat to one of your mandolin playing.
Yeah.
Get an Oz original and make it into a sample.
Well, I've got to get into the interface and see what it can do. Well, we'll get it. I'll put up a click track and do a couple of numbers, but they'll be 9/8.
Nice.
And which
I can fix
the
that.
ones that I know best. And
trust me, you can do whatever you want. It's not going to stay that way.
That's true.
Nothing I make stays the way it starts. I assure you. It's all about making it different than everybody else's.
Yeah, and you know who we have to thank for this? You know who in our fam started us on BandLab? Do you guys know?
Ooh.
It was Gore. Gore, son of None,
who
cool, started us out and got everybody onto BandLab and making the music.
I haven't worked with him with anything yet, but he
hasn't been able to be on there.
He's on there and looks at my stuff. So I mean, I'm glad that he did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Lots of really, really left of field creative thinkers come around here. I'm grooving with a pick. I tell you what.
I'm sitting here doing dexterity. I'm still trying to make my fingers work just because it's been like a few weeks since I've had a seizure, so my hands are starting to work again. And so I'm sitting here. That's why I had it on mute, because I was sitting here playing piano.
Hey, can I tell
think
you a
it's
story?
awesome that our family connects and our tribe, connects in so many different levels, and like the little things that kind of like come out from it, all the little like seeds that are planted.
I'm playing the split keyboard. You ever play the split keyboard?
Oh yeah, all the time.
What happened?
Has
There you are.
Yeah, I don't know what I did. I'm not the
That's all right.
most tech savvy person.
It's like, don't click that one. Uh-oh. There we go.
Oh, is Drew making music? Yeah. Is he eating the pistachios with you?
He tried one, but he didn't really eat it.
Oh, I bet Theo likes pistachio.
So what's the yummy? Is it a DX or a...
this one here?
Yeah.
It's a PSR 240. It's from like 1999.
Yeah, so it's
That's right.
That's why I'm up here. I'm partying like it's 1999 here.
Don't make Lala mad.
This luckily isn't that loud.
Don't get Lala mad. I like Lala.
It's like that keyboard is from '99. It can only play Prince songs.
It had an Oberheim OB1 polyphonic synthesizer. You could play anything that Eddie Van Halen did because he used all generic sounds on the OB1. So if you want to play Jump or Why Can't This Be Love, the only way you can play that is if you've got an OB1, because
that's the tune.
Yeah.
That was the same thing as like
and that was only like the third preset on the OB1. But
there was a certain number one preset on mine.
Nice.
MIDI music.
I don't want to play it too
much. Can you do the James Earl Jones over it? I mean,
dude, there's 100 songs on here. You can make the piano sound like 100 different instruments.
Yeah.
And it plays 100 different accompaniments.
Nice.
Has a recording thing. Has
reggae Star Wars. Reggae Star Wars. Reggae Star Wars.
That'd be easy to do. I can do that.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Yep.
Bob Marley.
Some grand piano. That's what I got. I'm just, like I said, I'm just sitting here doing dexterity exercises to get my fingers moving back and forth, up and down the keys.
Can you play?
Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Yeah.
No. Just simple.
Hey Drew, I've got an inspirational
chord progression.
story.
Because I already put down the guitar and stuff.
I just listen to something and then I kind of just make up something that sounds good with it. It's easier for me to do that, like, because I know my keys and I remember how to read music, but I bet if I pulled my sheet music out right now, I'd do so terrible that I would make myself angry. So I haven't pulled it out yet. But yeah, I like how this it does it makes things nice, especially for the sheer fact that now I don't have to sample a damn thing, because now I've got the guitar here, I've got the acoustic, the electric, the drum machine, the keyboard, the recording stuff, and BandLab helps me put it out there. So
yeah, man.
Hey Drew, I've got an inspirational story for you.
Let's hear it.
Because you get these seizures and they put you back, right?
I love them. So good.
Right. So, about 15 years ago, I was living in the city, and we used to walk along the high road, and there was this guy busking, playing classical music on an electric guitar. Okay, and he was struggling with it, and we used to say, "Oh, it's the pissed guitarist," and we'd always throw a coin in his hat. And then one time I went up and sat down with him and said, "Well, what's the deal with you, man? I love the songs that you're attempting, but you don't seem to be really getting them right." And he said, "Oh, look, what it is," he said, "is I've got a condition with my spine and in my brain that I have seizures and I lose my skills, and I come out on the street to regain them. And look, I know, I really know these songs, these pieces, classical pieces, and I come out on the street to recover them. And that's why they're not very accurate, because I used to be able to play these things perfectly." And I went, "Oh, he's not
I
a
read
pissed,
economics.
That makes sense.
he's not pissed at all. He's recovering. Well, he's doing a cyclic recovery from a medical condition." And my heart just went so out to him, because I couldn't imagine losing my skills through a seizure. So,
Right.
Yeah,
So-
I'm losing more and more of them each time. It's been a fucking blast. I'm
so
glad,
Drew,
I'm glad I haven't had a seizure in a little while.
you just went up like about 5 pegs in my estimation, because I've encountered that scenario before, and heart goes out, man.
It's a real shit one, because you know, I learned that I had seizures in college, but I had only had one that I had known of at that point, and so I didn't think there was really a problem. And then it was 5 more years before I had another one, and I was probably having them my whole life, because I have them in my sleep, and I usually when I wake up, I feel like I'm almost hungover.
Yeah.
And I when I'm postictal, I wake up and I don't know what's going on. I like walk around and I try to grab at nothing and talk to people that aren't there, and I do all kinds of weird shit, and it's weird. So, you know, when it first happened, I didn't think much of it, because it wasn't happening often. It was only sometimes.
Okay.
And so I assumed that if I changed enough things that I could solve it without medicines and all that. And then after a few years, it was like I just started having them all the time. And so they put me on meds.
What's the
And
diagnosis?
meds, epilepsy.
What is the diagnosis?
Epilepsy. Just plain old big fat.
No. That's not epilepsy, man. That's
what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's temporal lobe epilepsy. But I don't have just temporal lobe. I have seizures in multiple parts of my brain, so I have multiple types of epilepsy, and so they call it a certain. There's a word for it, for having multiple types. So it's
there's all kinds of different types of epilepsy. There's some seizures that you can get in just specific parts of your body. Like there's some that you can get, like you can have like gut kind of seizures or whatever. I had the petite
I have Tourette's too, so I mean I
so that just
I make noises. We were actually just discussing it the other night.
It's
funny that I've done the stream and haven't once had a twitch that I remember. Laura said that she thinks she's seen me do a few of my ticks and stuff, but I don't think I've, like, because sometimes I do. I scream. Sometimes I make like goat noises and shit.
Yeah, you got it. And I've got an experience like that, because I had a fibrillation once, about 20 years ago, where heart fibrillated and I died. And I mean, 10 or 15 minutes later, I woke up and all my brain was in different chunks. They're all there. I could see them, but they weren't connected. And the only way I could bring them back together was to make a sound.
That makes sense.
And I made a hoot like a monkey or something like that. And then everything snapped back around the sound. Okay? So yeah, and you say you make noises and hoot. I know exactly why you do. Because your vagus nerve goes down to your heart and back up to your larynx, right? And to get your heart and your brain synchronized again, you have to make a sound that you can hear. And
it's the reset sound. Yeah,
integrates your brain. So I understand why you make sounds. That's how you integrate.
Well, I don't have those when I have seizures. I do that just during the day. I have Tourette's, so I mean it's completely different than my seizures. They're not connected at all.
Yeah, Tourette's is not the same as the seizure thing.
No, the Tourette's are just weird tics that I have.
Might be
the seizures cause me to have much more severe side effects, more aggressive, more. When I'm in like interictal and postictal stages, like while I'm having a seizure, most of the time if I'm having a grand mal, obviously I'm shaking around like a fish, so I don't remember what's going on. I don't know what's happening. I wake up, usually I've bit part of my tongue off and part of my cheek and spitting out blood, and I've pissed myself and ruined our bed for like the 10th time, and we've got like double mattress covers on that fucker now, just because I mean it's unfortunate. I'm not incontinent any other time, but
but you're
it's
not
one of those unfortunate things that comes with it. So I mean,
right. You're not classic Tourette's.
But when I wake up, when I was younger, I got in a lot of trouble, and so this one time I was flipping out, and I was allegedly I was about to Molotov someone's house, and so my mother called the psych ward to have me admitted, and instead they sent 7 cop cars over. They got out and beat the living shit out of me. And I mean, I had an episode. I was flipping out. I've been diagnosed with all kinds of stupid shit through my life. I don't know. I'm just not willing to take meds or anything because I feel like the meds make it worse. But I mean, ever since then, I kind of have, I mean, with reason, I got the police beat the shit out of me. So every time I wake up out of a seizure, I see a badge and I just start swinging. Because I fought a lot as a kid. I was a fighter.
Yeah, and that's
a lot of being an asshole. So I wake up and I've hit EMTs, I've hit nurses, I've choked people. A few months ago, one of the ones that I felt so bad. I was having a seizure, and as I woke up, I reached out and just grabbed a hold of this nurse, and I yanked her so hard she fell to the ground and started crying. I mean, I didn't mean to, and they know that I didn't do it on purpose. I was in the middle of a seizure, but
you did fight.
I woke up enough to know that it had happened, and so I felt terrible. I mean, it's not something I would do. I wouldn't do that in a normal situation.
I wouldn't beat yourself up over that. I used to work in the trauma ICU, and I've seen people come in there. I had a friend of mine got hit by a car, had a traumatic brain injury, and he was like a totally different person. He was trying to, rip stuff, like his IVs out. He was combative. I'm like, this is not him.
I've done that
it's just like, that's not, when you're in that moment, you can't help that. And it's scary, like being out of control like that. But at the same time, it's like, you can't. And the nurses know that. The nurses know that. So it's like, they're not, blaming you or nothing.
Sometimes they know that. Sometimes they're very
should know that.
For what happens. The thing is, they're not always prepared for situations. They're prepared for testing your blood pressure. They're prepared for admitting you into the office. They don't see people like me all the time because I'm kind of a curveball. You know, I'm not like there's a lot of people that go in like when I was over at Duke in July for the ambulatory test. They had me in there. I was supposed to be there for a week. They kicked me out after 3.5 days. Like they made me leave. Like you got to go.
See, that's not on you. That's on them. Yeah, our system is not set up for people.
Yeah, well, you got to understand the rest of the people on that floor were so bad off. They can't walk, they can't talk, they can't drive. Me, I'm an athlete. I rock climb and skateboard and play with my kids every day. You know, I'm not that guy. I'm not dying at this moment. Well, I mean, I am. I could die at any freaking moment. And the problem is,
that's when you're in control. Though, I mean, that's the reason why you have to go in and do stuff like this, because sometimes you're not, because of the conditions that you have. So it's like that's not your fault. It's not like you asked for that. And you know, these medical professionals should be, you know, ready for stuff like that, especially when they have a history of, you know, your medical conditions. They should be prepared for that kind of stuff.
You want to know the funniest part about it is my wife is my caregiver. So she's been the person that takes care of me. She's the one that makes sure, like, because I get, when I start to have a seizure and I'm like out in public or something, say I have a simple partial or something out in public, I'll start like drooling on myself, and she'll just like hold me up in public and stuff and help me cover so people don't notice that it's happening, because I kind of get embarrassed about it. I mean, I shouldn't.
That's golden.
And so like she's always the one. So when we went into the hospital that last time, when I grabbed that nurse at the door because of COVID, this was just like a couple months ago. That's how fucking ridiculous this is. Because of COVID, they wouldn't let her come back with me. And so she said, no, you don't want him to wake up while I'm not there. I'm the only person that can keep him calm when he wakes up from a seizure. He's going to attack somebody, I promise you. And they said, you can't come back. And then I attacked that nurse. And I mean, she was
hey, Drew, you're not classic Tourette's. You're not classic Tourette's. Otherwise,
that's not his Tourette's, though. That's a different thing.
No, I know, but the Tourette's diagnosis is wrong, because Tourette's is constantly manifest. You know, look at Zizek.
Yeah, I'm doing one of my tics right now, Oz. Like, you just can't see it. I'm 36 years old. I've learned how to make sure you don't notice.
So you're tapping your foot, yeah?
I'm tapping my foot, grinding my teeth, and blinking my eyes way too much.
Yeah, well, how about,
you just can't see.
How about you turn that into a drum groove?
I'm holding my hands as so tightly together so that I don't sit here and twitch them.
Yeah, we can't. We're not diagnosing each other. Like, that's not what we're
doing. It's all involuntary.
I promise. Doctors told me, not me.
No. But what that proves to me is that your brain is rewired significantly.
It has, and
that's an ongoing process. And
I reset all the time.
Yeah. So,
and what's really cool is I get to have hallucinations. That's the best part.
Hey, but the good news is that you can rewire completely and you can come out.
I'm hoping they're
no.
We're looking at brain surgery right now. That's where we're at. I'm going to Duke because of brain.
Well, I'd say get on your kit and get the parts of your brain expressing themselves through those surfaces and start coming together in a groove. And that's going to rewire your brain a lot faster than brain surgery or anything else.
Yeah, but you're not a medical. You don't know his medical and all of that. We can't diagnose.
I know how brains work. I've had too much experience with all of that, and I know a few, not always. I'm no fucking expert, but I know a couple of tricks. And when you get your hands to coordinate. The best way to get your hands to coordinate, which means your brain to coordinate, is play music. And the most fundamental music is the drums. You get on that.
I had good rhythm as a kid. I like it. Or before I was pissing around to show you guys, I was sitting there using the kick and stuff. But like I said, I was just trying to make sure I wasn't pounding too loud. And then I guess I probably should have kept that amp down.
Well, you can turn it down. You can't.
Wifey was not impressed, as you could hear.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that right now. It's almost 2 a.m. Like,
yeah, we're about to wrap it up, I think, pretty soon.
Yeah, look at you, Drew.
That's the deal.
You're fucking amazing. You have overcome so much hardship. I'm in awe.
I try.
You succeed.
It's a unique scenario, and luckily I've got a lot of good people around me. I've got a great wife. I've got a good family.
Yeah.
The ones that are worth talking to, I've got good family. There's a few that we just leave out there in the country where they belong. But
you're a lovable guy, and if you're lovable, you will be loved.
I hope so. I try every day to be as nice as I can to everybody I meet. And Laura gets annoyed because I'll walk up to random people and just start having conversations. And she's like, when my dad came out to California for my graduation, he had never been in a big city, really. It was like he's from a town of 1,200 people where, he left a couple times to go on vacations and stuff, but he never moved or went anywhere. He went to school like an hour and a half away. And so when he went out to California, Laura thought it was fucking hilarious. We go into a gas station and my dad just goes up to the clerk and just starts telling this dude, basically like telling him his life story, how he would talk to the people at the gas station around us. Blah, 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 because we all know each other. We know each other very personally. And so he's sitting there trying to bullshit with the guy at the counter. And Laura is just standing there looking at me like, what the fuck is your dad doing? I'm like, Laura, this is normal where we're from. This is normal where I'm from. She's like, this guy is looking at him like he's crazy and he doesn't even fucking notice. I'm like, he doesn't even notice because that's not a look he's used to getting.
Right. He's just oblivious to the hard look.
Yeah.
The hard fucking pushback from the cashier is often overlooked by someone who's just naturally open and kind of campy and just, hey, how's it going, buddy? Nice to see you. And just shoot the shit with you.
Yeah.
I know so many people that are just.
It's like the difference between coming here, right? Yeah. And having a conversation within this tribe and going to a huge channel and then going in there and having a conversation. Right. It's the two different things. You know what I mean? Like here, you're going to get that real genuine conversation where you're not necessarily going to get that in a larger,
that's
larger,
like back in the day.
I
used to chat with Jimmy Dore and them way back when he first started doing the show, and he used to chat with me. Yeah. And I mean, it's been years since he's messaged back to me. I mean, since around the time Graham was still around. I mean, it's been a while since he's even acknowledged me. And I mean, it really was when he was a nobody. I was one of the only ones around. And now it's like you get in his chat and it's like it goes so fast. It's like, nah, I'm good. Thanks. Like
it's the same thing happened on Twitter.
It's like it goes so fast you can't even read it before it's gone. And they're like, we put it in slow mode so you can read it. It's like I still can't. I'm like, whatever.
Jimmy's chat has become an industry. He's just a capitalist. He blocked me. I don't know what I said, but I got blocked. And I'm glad I did because from that time on, that was way back in the early days. And I think I said you could treat your staff a bit better. I think
shit.
because he was really shitty to Steph and Graham and Ron. He was really cruel to them, and I pointed that out. I think that's why I got blocked.
How dare you be apathetic?
Well, I always think of Tim Dillon when I think of somebody being rude to the producer, the helper, the co-host or whatever. Because Tim Dillon always sits there and pretends like he's being mean to him, but it's that dude who writes the show. Right. So I mean, he's the one writing the jokes and telling him to say that stuff to him and telling him about his life. So I mean, it's not like they understand. He's not really. So people that don't know the show will get into his chat. And
be completely blown away by how
dare you talk to him like that? I can't believe he stays. I can't believe he doesn't quit. And
it's an
like,
old,
you literally
it's
have
an
to,
old
like,
gag. It's an old bit, you know, like
yeah.
fully.
And we've all known it for years. The people that watched Tim Dillon, we all know, you know, it's nothing new, but he's so damn funny. He is something else. He's truly a profound man.
He's a funny fucking crazy motherfucking weirdo. I like him.
He thinks
there's a handful. There's a handful of people that I really, really enjoy from that live in Texas now. Really weird. Like that didn't used to be the thing. Now everybody
now, like everyone.
All these people
Texas.
He's back in New York now. I think.
I think
he's back over in New York because I think I'm not sure if he's. I think he's part-time New York, part-time LA because he was in the Gas studio for the last like couple months.
It's just funny how that works. Like, it's like Joe, the planet of Joe Rogan, fucking his gravitational pull pulls comedians from all points, all points of the compass to where he is. I can't
believe Hans Kim is going around with him. That dude is not that funny yet.
With who?
Oh, dude, I think he's one of the funniest new people I've ever heard. He's like
funny,
his
but
delivery
he's not
is
developed
killer.
enough yet. His jokes don't open and close well. He's all over the place. He gets a little off prompt and says kind of things that are a little crude. And I think the
he definitely
is people around him because they're used to laughing at his jokes. But as I sit there and I watch those minutes and listen to Tony and go, oh, he's so funny. He's going with Joe Rogan, and then I say, well, he's crude. I mean,
I think the crude aspect is what's selling tickets, and that's what's gonna fucking be a good opener.
Yeah.
And he probably goes a lot harder in the fucking paint than we see on the fucking
Oh, for
sure. So he's probably
destroying. He's tone it down.
I think he's probably pretty fucking funny.
I'd imagine
see
he's
the
got
uncut
jokes that I haven't heard too as well.
Yeah.
So.
That's what I mean. There's a bunch of material that I know I haven't heard that is probably pretty fucking off the chain, fucking, inappropriate and funny as fuck.
Yeah, and it is always fun to watch him and William do podcasts together. They're a couple of fucking
the other kid too. The other kid from Austin is wicked funny too. The one who's always got a picture of something stupid like Grimace or somebody. And what's that kid's name?
Oh God, you're killing me.
He's really funny. He's been on William Montgomery podcast too. I can't remember his fucking name. There's so many fucking wicked funny young comedians. Like
that show really is one of the apex of comedy in the world. Honestly,
it is, dude.
If it wasn't for Kill Tony, there's so many people that would be out there trying to do open mics thinking they were funny.
Yeah,
and no, they go up on stage that one time. They go up there and they say this joke that they thought was so funny that was going to make a whole room full of people laugh, and then people sit there and laugh at them instead of with them, and they get the realization like, oh, maybe I'm not that funny.
Yeah, it's like the reality of it has all the different levels to it because it has the. Okay, so this is the reality of trying to do a fucking minute of comedy in front of a comedy audience and in front of a panel of fucking badass comics.
Yeah.
And you better bring your fucking shit, right?
That's
like,
and when they have
the great eliminator.
On,
it's the equalizer. It's like you think you're good. Well, see how it holds up. And then even if you crush, you better be fucking funny on the banter back and forth.
After the fact, you better have some good interview skills, or else they're gonna tear
you. Two are having like a private conversation.
We are nerding out on Kill Tony.
Yeah, you guys can have a whole stream yourselves on Kill Tony.
You
and Drew can do that.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, see,
you don't know. I figured you knew the show.
Yeah,
that's what I figured.
I keep hearing about it. I haven't watched it yet.
You should definitely watch it.
Steve, oh my gosh.
I keep meaning to, I forget.
It's ridiculous.
Stevie,
Steve
will sit here with his headphones, his earbuds in, and listen to it, and just like be cracking up laughing out of nowhere. And then half the time, he scares the fucking shit out of me because he just starts cracking up. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
That sounds right. That makes sense because I mean, you will.
Steve's laughing down at me right now.
It's the best thing.
I belly laugh at that show. I don't get that. I'm not that laughable in that sense. Like usually, you got to bring some money to get me to laugh at jokes because I've been a comedy watcher for a long time. I've followed comedy very closely for many years, and it's one of those things that I really diagnose it, the writing, the delivery, all of that. And it's just like music. If you don't do it well, it's not, it can always be better. You know, you can always do better. So when I watch shows like Kill Tony, it really points out a lot. So I don't know.
Yep.
Oh no! We need critical things and Kill Tony sucks. Oh no!
Damn it.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. I can't win everybody.
It ain't for everybody, huh?
I love it when somebody comes on and just sucks though, and there's like a professional comedian on as a guest that's a roaster in their comedy style, and they'll just sit there and just tear those people.
David Lucas is about the fucking king. He's
what did I say a minute ago?
Wicked. Yeah. I was gonna say I love it when people like listen to Townes Van Zandt and then say that guy's all right.
So what's funny is the way that I found Stevie was from fucking Graham Elwood's fucking show.
That all the people that I know are from that interview. Like most of the people that watch or that I talk to is from that, and the fact that. Oh man!
Wow!
Just the way that all played out was just.
Stevie, did you see what Graham did? Like, did you see the fucking? Oh my God, he lost his fucking mind on me.
Oh boy!
I think I remember that you said something. It was pretty innocent, and then he just like lost his shit. I remember you telling me something about what was it that you said?
Well, I asked him why he trusts the big pharma with the vaccines, and that. He fucking lost his fucking shit. He was doing one of the shows with Lee Camp. They were doing the government secrets one, and we were supporters of his. And he was doing it on the Spanish flu, and he told people to go and get vaccinated. And let me tell you, I have fucking proof of this. Where is it?
I like how he's going to do a thing called government secrets, and at the same time just go along with the government narrative.
Exactly. That's what I was calling him out on, and it pissed him off.
That was exactly what happened.
Yes. And he was racing against the opiate epidemic. Remember all the things that he did on the opiate epidemic? And then all of a sudden it was just like, that went away because he's got an apartment in Hawaii now or something. So, you know.
Yeah, listen to this.
Fucking
listen
Pfizer
to this.
Beach. Where?
Here we go. I have it.
Oh,
this is Graham Elwood this is from March of 2020. This is March 23, 2022. Is this, I thought it was older than that. This was at the beginning. This is when the Delta was coming, and you'll know why.
The Delta's coming.
Yeah.
Here comes the Delta.
What?
To come to our show. The Delta variant is going nuts, and it's only really hitting.
Okay.
I encourage you to get vaccinated to come to our shows because the Delta variant is going nuts, and it's only really hitting people who aren't vaccinated.
Snicker.
Wait,
snicker,
what?
Snicker. Whoa.
So I asked him why he trusted Big Pharma at the end of the show, and he lost his shit on me live on air and fucking completely started making angry TikTok videos about me and everything else. And then
Steve Cutler.
this.
Hey, Steve, I think you're a dumb cunt. I'm blocking you because you're a dumb cunt.
He called
Why
you.
am I deleting people's comments?
Yeah.
Challenge you? They're not
Yes.
challenging me. They're just dumb.
Wow.
I can delete anybody like you, Lucky Burrito. You're a fucking idiot. I think I blocked you years ago.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Pretty good stuff.
Shit.
Rage-filled vegan ass wipe. Graham Elwood.
Oh yeah, and then there's this, where I proved that KRTD, well, it was KRTD, that they were fucking censoring people, and I proved it, and I called out Joe Firestone. I went on his show and fucking handed him his ass. Dropped the mic like 3 fucking times.
Like you are a fucking badass.
I didn't know that either.
You did do it though. You did.
I did. It was a great show. And then
I'm just teasing.
And then Jimmy Sutherland tried to sit there and tell me that she was going to beat my ass. She was going to fly across the country and beat my ass for saying that they were pro censorship on their show.
But they were censoring. I mean, like, okay. I mean,
for saying
they did it. Yeah. They did it. Yeah. And I had proof of it. And she threatened me. Yep. It's this dirty little secret in indie media. Can you imagine? It's this dirty ass fucking little secret. And people stood up for her. Yeah. People in the fucking independent media sphere right now stood up for her and defended her, threatening to kick my ass.
Wow.
And they know who they fucking are. They know exactly who they fucking are.
And who is this woman that did that?
Jimmy Sutherland. She goes by Jimmy Saves World on Twitter. She is part of that network, and she also does work with another indie network. Yep. And she fucking threatened to come and kick my ass. She's gonna fly, the person that says Jimmy Saves World, that's how she's named herself. She's gonna fly across the country and beat my ass.
You gotta love the keyboard warriors. It's like it's real easy to say when you're typing it, and then we're like, it's totally different. Like, is that the same attitude you would bring to real life in person?
Boy and I did a show on it. Because their relationship, they had a friendship before that, and Jimmy showed exactly who she was. It's pretty fucked up. And why do you think I'm on the blacklist and I'm not on a bunch of networks? Because there's people in the fucking independent media fucking sphere that act as though they are all about solidarity. Where's the fucking solidarity?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Stevie, I would like to know.
I mean, if you find it before I do, let me know, because I've been looking for it. I mean, it just seems like even the solidarity that we used to have is just totally just gone.
It's gone. It's garbage. Yeah.
So many people. I mean, like the Graham thing is a perfect illustration of that we're all on the same page. We're working towards the same things, and then all of a sudden, now I'm the enemy. You're the enemy. Like how? I mean, some of the stuff I left when he started saying stuff. He had that. He's from the Dollop. I always forget his name. Not Dave Anthony, because he would do panels with him and Jimmy Dore and stuff, like the live panels. And they were talking shit about people here, and I'm like, Graham, but I know you know better than this. Or like when he had Whitney Webb on, and then he turns around and has this other doctor on like 2 days later that
I know.
And I'm like, how do you listen to Whitney Webb bring the receipts and then you just like and just throw that out the window for some platitudes? Is it because of your apartment in Hawaii? Is it because you got bills to pay?
It's really weird how you lose like half of your income when you got demonetized on YouTube, and then you up and move to Hawaii. But you're against gentrification? What?
Oh my God. I brought that up before. I said, you know what? He talks about gentrification, all this shit. It's like, well, then don't live there. You need to get out of there because you're colonizing, and you get the fuck out. Because there's so many Hawaiians that can't live there.
Yeah, people that are native to that land that can't even afford to live there because of that. So I'm just saying, like, don't be a fucking hypocrite. At least be honest about it.
Yeah. But no, it's, oh God. And the whole thing is like,
oh shit.
When I was out there in California, he wanted me to go meet up with him for lunch. And after I didn't meet up with him, it was like I was dead to him. Like right after that, just like completely, because they used to shout me out on his channel all the time after the interview. And then when he wanted to meet up for lunch and I didn't show up, nope, didn't want to have anything else. It was like I didn't even exist anymore. So I was like, okay, I get you.
Oh,
I see what you're doing.
I see what you're doing there. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
And I don't know for what reason. I mean, I'm not saying it's like for one reason or another, but just because you don't go to lunch with somebody because you have an itinerary and a plan, it doesn't mean that they're like they don't exist anymore. Like they're all the ideas right out the window, just totally gone.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's very like manipulative and
Yeah, well, you can see where
I've had people. There's people that have just outright just canceled. Like Steve and I, just oh, you called us out for our bad take. Oh, yeah, we're gonna cancel you now.
And even if you say it in the nicest of ways, even if you go up to him and say, look, we're friends, we're allies, we're partners in this. I have questions about what you said, because here's the information I have and here's what you said. So can we like figure this out? And they're like, blocked, just gone. Or like Grant and just cussed you out. And wow. I mean, you struck a nerve with that one. That hit an emotional nerve that he can't like bring to the surface and really process or something.
And those two incidences were like a year apart. Like after he like did all that shit and like cursed me out and started making angry fucking TikTok videos and shit like that, I like didn't go to his chat. He never blocked me. But then like I caught Steven there one day. I'm like, what are you doing in Graham Elwood's chat? Like he's like, I go in here sometimes. I'm like, okay, whatever. And like, so he was fucking deleting Steve's comments.
Wow.
And so I called him out and I was like, why are you deleting people's comments that like you don't agree with or whatever? It's all that one comment that went up on the screen. It's all I said.
It was a question. You just asked him a question.
Yeah, that was it. And he just was like, oh yeah, because I blocked you, you're a stupid cunt, and then called me a fucking idiot. And I'm just like, whatever, dude. Really? That got your fucking panties in that big of a fucking bunch? Me asking fucking questions?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, okay, so seeing as he's fallen in line with this, neoliberal Great Reset kind of mindset, well, you can't go around calling women cunts either.
Well, he called Steve a cunt.
It's like you just canceled yourself by that standard. Like you can't. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not
Steve's the cunt.
say.
I'm the idiot.
Oh wow! So,
I'm an idiot.
So I think that's fair play, right? Guys can call each other.
Either way, he can't be saying shit like that.
He did.
And he continues to keep doing what he's doing too.
And I mean, imagine how long he's blocked. Imagine the list of people that are blocked by him. He does that like every stream. He gets in a conflict with somebody every one of his streams. What do? I fucking wrench everybody and give them the fucking link and say, if you want to come on, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So
it's not a debate. We're on the same side on a lot of things. It's like, okay, well, even if you're on opposite sides of the whole, anything to do with the past 2 years, it's like you don't want to see people die unnecessarily. Like you don't want to see people go out and get sick. I don't want to see people get sick. So let's sit down and have a conversation about it, so that way we can prevent any more loss of lives. But it's like this emotionally charged argument that people they're not ready for. It's like 9/11. It's like arguing about 9/11 on 9/12. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that yet. People aren't ready for it. It sucks, but you just gotta wait for people to catch up to it, I guess.
Dude, I reached out to Steph during like the in between time and was like, can you like do a mental health check on him? And then like it was about a week later that Jimmy and Steph started talking about everything online. Cause I was like, seriously, like something like he's not okay. He's not okay. He's telling you he's vegan, and then he's going in and getting these injections and telling people to go get them so you can go to his fucking show. That's a fucking grift. That's not okay to fucking tell people. He's not telling you to go do it because he wants it for your own health. No, you better go get it so you can come to my show. What the fuck? No, dude. And I said, Steve, you need to go back right now and get that clip right now. because I don't think, I mean, that stream might still be up. I don't know, but like he tried to deny it at the end of that stream when I was asking him questions about it. I'm like, why do you trust Big Pharma now? You know, like, why do you trust Big Pharma? Because, like, I'm, like, trying to understand, where is this coming from? Like, whoa! Like, this is blowing my mind. You just did a fucking thing on the Spanish flu, and now you're going to tell me to do that?
Secrets. You have an ongoing series called Government Secrets. Like, you think they quit keeping secrets? Like, they quit lying? Like after the 70s, 80s, they just quit lying to us, right? Like that's now.
Yeah, of course.
When they have a provable track record, both the pharmaceutical companies and the government has a proven track record of not giving a shit about your lives at all. Your health.
Stevie, he made angry TikTok videos directed at me right after. They were out of fucking control. It was like, oh, yeah, you're a smoker. Oh, making comments about that. And like, oh, yeah, don't you wear a seatbelt? And like, they were rage filled. They were fucking nuts.
Oh, I remember the seatbelt. Oh, my God. The seatbelt.
Yes, that was because of me calling him out.
I remember when they like clung to that one, like that was like, gotcha. Do you wear a seatbelt? Like, oh my God, no, it's not.
He did it to a bunch.
Am I injecting the seatbelt into my bloodstream? No. It's
like,
totally
I'm like, you're not vegan anymore. You've just altered your DNA. You're not vegan anymore.
Nope. And plus, a lot of those have, like byproducts.
Vegan.
No. Oh my God.
I guess I see it as a shame because realistically, Graham has the potential to be a good content provider. He's a funny guy. He does have a lot of connections with a lot of people. He knows a lot of things, but he chose.
He went wrong way down the
road. he's gone so far down the road of just trashing everybody, and I mean that gets old. Like. Only so much you can take of people being mean to other people. Like I don't care. You're once you hit a point where you've made that your thing, it's like I lose interest very quickly because it's not interesting. It's rude. It's annoying, and I don't hang out with people like that in real life. So I'm not gonna watch somebody like that online. And the problem is Graham, unfortunately, he does have a mental illness. So I mean, he is a little bit squacky, and so he has some problems with his anger. He has some problems with his explosive. But at the same time, he needs to learn. You know, he's a grown man. He needs to know when he can say things like that and when he can't. And honestly, I
laugh about it. I'm just like, oh my God, you're a grown ass man having that reaction at me. Like that's your reaction to me.
Personally, now it's different. I talk to you all the time. I understand you as being one of the sweetest people I know now. You know, you and Steve are great people. If I was gonna say mean things about anybody, it wouldn't be you guys. I mean, the hell, I would have much better things to do than be rude to people that would probably do anything for me. So I mean,
we would have anybody's like back, like whether even if we didn't like the person, we would still help them.
That's me. I'm the same way. I used to. I had a neighbor that their house started catching on fire, and I put their fire out, like, and I hated them. I honestly more than once said I wish they would burn down in their house, and then I saved them. So I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I got a woman that her friend stole. It was right before Christmas, and one of her friends stole my purse from work while I was working the window. He just reached in, stole my purse. It had all the money that I was going to have for Christmas presents. It had my dead grandmother's rings in it. I lost all my research. I lost everything with that. I still gave her rides home from work because I'm not a total piece of shit, and I have respect for just basic human needs. Even if I don't like you, I work with you, and you deserve to be able to, like, you know. I mean, there was a couple of weeks there, maybe a month, that I was about ready to, you know, throw hands. But, you know, after that passed, you know, I had to process that shit. But then it was like, you know what, you're still a human being, and you're just fucked up. You know, like, you're just really fucked up.
Yeah,
and I feel sorry for you because you have all these problems. I mean, problems that I don't even have. I mean, I've got my fair share of them, but I was just like, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be the shitty person. Just because you're a shitty person doesn't make me a shitty person. So,
and I don't have any like ill feelings towards like Graham in like that way, like where I'm not wishing harm on him. I literally sent out a mental health, like asked for somebody to give him a mental health check even after he behaved that way.
Hilarious.
Like because something's wrong. Like it's like, like it's just he's a very obvious, easy to point to like how the system is broken and how it's broken people's brains, right? Like it just shows like, I mean, and Steph got back to me and was just like, I think COVID just, like basically it broke his brain,
broke so many people. They didn't know what to do. They had spent so much of their life trusting their newspaper and their local news.
But he was doing the show called Government Secrets. True.
And then
my question broke him.
They had to sit there and watch as all these sources were telling them all this stuff. And then as time goes, after they had been so sure and been so awful to people around them, I had family members that like didn't talk to other family members because they weren't willing to get shots and stuff. I already didn't talk to those family members, so I didn't care. But it's shocking to me that it came to a point where people would disown their own family over a virus that they had no fucking clue about. Like, we sat and looked at the research at the beginning of 2020 that had already been compiled from China and America and Europe at the end of 2019. That's why it's called COVID-19. It wasn't COVID 2020. It was COVID-19. They already had information. It had already been out. China had already been working on a vaccine, and they didn't use an mRNA vaccine. They made their own. And this mRNA thing is something that they're trying to do here. When it goes to the research studies, it has nothing to do with the flu, COVID, all that. They're trying to throw that shit in everything. They're trying to find what it is good for. And
they know what it's good for, dude.
We don't have to get into all of that, but like, I was just using, the example of him because that's how like Stevie and I really like connected was back, years back when she was on Graham Elwood's show.
Ironic.
Right.
And I guess it's legal, right, for a dude to say that you're a cunt. But if you say it to a girl, then it's not cool. Or
I don't know.
Yeah, you can be a cunt.
What is cunt etiquette? I mean, is that
That's fine.
Is it unisex or I don't know?
Yeah,
I don't know. I use the word. I love the word. I just thought it was.
We should have asked Oz. We should
always
asked
like
Oz.
always save it up for something really special because I don't want to like waste it on just any everyday thing.
Yes,
right. It's high test. That's a high test cuss word.
Yes, it's
a
reserve.
Use that the most opportune time.
It's not like fuck, I say fuck every other word.
Yo, check this out. So when I was 9, my parents had just divorced, and my mom, for whatever reason, wanted a dog. So she got this collie from this breeder lady up the road, and it was a beautiful dog, very, very sweet dog. But she was always like jumping up on people. And we were out on the back porch, and I had heard my sister use that word. So I was like, I didn't know what it meant. I just had heard my older sister use it, And so we're standing on the back deck thing, and she runs up and she jumps up and hits it, like puts her paws up and knocks into me and knocks me over. I said, I was like, Hannah, you cunt. And my mom just... Like my mom was mortified because my mom doesn't even really swear. And it's funny because I cuss like a sailor. And so occasionally now you'll hear my pipsqueak little mom drop an F-bomb just to be funny in situations. And it really is. You would just never see it coming from her. But hell, I got another one in that same time frame. That was around when Red Hot Chili Peppers album Blood Sugar Sex Magic.
Boy.
And there was a song on there called Suck My Kiss.
Yeah, man.
And my mom wasn't very familiar with the album yet. She had bought it, and I was listening to the songs that everybody knows, but I was listening to the whole albums. I was a kid who would put the headphones on. My dad had bought these really nice ones, and somehow I ended up with them. So I would put on these headphones, and I liked it. I sing. I was a singer. Even when I was a little kid, I was doing that stuff. So I'm sitting there singing out loud while listening to the album. My mom's in the kitchen. I said, "Your mouth was made to suck my kiss." And she thought I said, "Suck my dick."
Oh, shit.
And my mom came in and grabbed me and
flying in
headphones off. Said, "What did you just say? You can't say that." And I was like, "What? I just said the song. It's what?" And she's like, "What's the name of the song?" I said, "Suck My Kiss." She goes, "You're not allowed to say that either." I was like, "Oh, okay."
It took her a second to like.
But that's what I said. The
processing. Don't say that either.
Yeah, you can't say that. Yeah,
it's like that mom processing time. What? And then they just pause, and they're downloading like the information. They're like, "Okay, I'm catching up here." No, you can't say that.
Oh my god, I had a similar incident with and it's the only time I've ever said it was the N-word, because I wasn't raised like that. I was raised to believe everybody should be treated equally. And I was wearing some kind of shoes, and my neighbor came. I was over at my neighbor's house, and he said, "Oh, those are N-word shoes." I was like, and he smiled when he said it, so I thought it was a compliment, and I was like, "Oh, thank you." And then I went home, and I was so proud. I was so proud, like I got a compliment on my shoes. And I went up to my grandma and I said, "Hey, guess what? I have N-word shoes." Her face, like she just like just
recoiled and
then she launched into me. And I was like, "Oh my god,
mortified.
That's what that." What? Oh my god! I mean, I was dying inside, but at the time I thought I didn't know, because he was smiling when he said it. So I was like, "This must be a compliment," and just like, oh my god, I learned my lesson that day. I learned it really hard. She didn't hit me or nothing, but man, she launched into me about, "You can't say that because the people are raised the same." And I was like, oh my god. I had no idea. I take it back. Shit.
It's a good lesson to learn early.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad I learned it then instead of like way later. But I've never heard that growing up. That's not a word I ever encountered. So
a few weeks ago, some guy calls into the radio station. We're listening to XM radio, and I think it was like Charlemagne or one of those shows. I can't remember which show it was. But the guy calls in, and they're like, "Tell us a story." And the guy goes, something about using it. They were talking about people using the N-word, and this guy calls in, and he's got like a country accent. He's like, "Hey y'all, I was just calling." He's like, I just want you to know I listen to rap music. I know I sound country, but I listen to rap music. And he goes, I just I just want to see if it's all right. He's like, I would never say anything, but I have no problem with anybody. I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. I'm not any of those things. He's like, and I listen to rap. I remember I listen to rap. And he's like, when I'm driving in my car and I'm by myself and I'm singing along to the lyrics, I love the songs. So if I'm riding in the car by myself and I'm just singing along and I say it, and I don't say the R. I don't say the R. I don't say the A. I don't say that R. I just say the A, but I say it along with the songs. Would somebody be mad at me for that? And they fucking started dying. The whole everybody that was.
Did they light him up? Because that's fucking hilarious.
And so we honestly weren't sure if that guy was calling and was serious,
right?
Or he was fucking around.
He's just trolling him. Yeah.
I couldn't tell if he was trolling. And at the end of the
conversation, that's a hard one.
He played it out the whole fucking way.
That's fucking great. That's a good bit. If it was a troll, that's fucking
That's
fire.
What I mean. If it was a troll, it was great. If it wasn't a troll, it was great. It was like it was so fucking funny.
Because it seemed very honest. That's
right.
Great.
You're trying to be honest about it. Yeah.
He was.
And there are honestly people out there like that are sitting there like questioning it, like in their head.
Yeah, they don't know.
That's probably a legitimate question, right? If you listen to hip hop all day and you're driving around in your truck and every other word out of Coolio's mouth is the N-word, why the fuck aren't you going to say that word? You know what I mean? Of course you're going to sing the lyric.
I never did,
or
but
I
whoever,
always
you know?
substitute either neighbor or ninja in, depending on the connotation or the rhyming, whatever. So if I just so I could keep up with like singing or whatever, or
Yeah.
singing along with it,
Sure,
I'll just
you could
substitute a word in.
substitute. You could
So
substitute.
that way,
sure.
I'm not saying it, but
That's
I'm still,
creative.
keeping up with it.
That's creative,
I'm
man.
pretty bummed out about old Coolio, 59 years old.
Yeah, man, that was a drag.
So that's so young. I mean,
So
59, like Jesus.
Dog, that's fucking.
They said
young
it was something
shit.
like cardiac arrest, I think.
Yeah, they
But
said he had a fucking massive heart attack.
did you guys hear?
Was
what
he smoking hubbas in the bathroom, or did he? What the fuck? You know?
I think it was probably
Heart
the
attack
boot,
gun.
but I don't want to get into that right now because they're still like fucking going after people. Did you guys see what happened with Katie Halper in The Hill? How she is no longer on there? I got a message from Tara Reid that said that they didn't like her stance on Palestine.
Wow.
And so they let me find out where it's at. I guess there's a thing like everyone should check out. Katie Halper just did a brief stream. She was fired from The Hill Live. Her weekly appearances in her pilot she was working on and her monologue not aired because she called Israel an apartheid state and showed support for Palestine. Her channel has
good for her.
a monologue.
Yeah, fuck them.
Good for her. Good for
Yeah.
her and those Zionist
Well,
fucks,
that's
man.
what you
Fuck
want.
that shit.
Katie Halper is
Stand up.
Jewish.
I know she is. That's what I'm saying. Good
like
for her.
like
That's good.
I am absolutely. I didn't agree with her. Like there's some things I don't agree with her on.
Obviously.
I should reach out to her.
So like, what are they saying that she's anti-Semitic? Or like what's her?
They don't like that she
Yeah,
said that
how do
it's
they
an
spin that
apartheid
now?
state, and
But
it is.
It is.
Like when Roger Waters says it,
Can't say
he's
that.
anti-Semitic. So
Oh, I will say it.
when Katie says it, does that mean she is too? When I say it, I'm anti-Semitic. Really?
It's the truth. People, if people don't believe it, they don't have to. But it is. I mean,
No, the truth is the truth. Absolutely, Palestine is.
People need to stop being afraid of speaking truth. That's the problem that we have. Is that everybody's going around constantly lying about everything, and the people calling out and saying, "Hello, you're not speaking the fucking truth here." Are the ones who are smeared and the ones that are blacklisted.
Norman said he's anti-Semitic.
Oh,
Semantic, I mean, if you need to.
But then give it a couple
Don't
years,
argue
then
about
once
it.
everybody else pays the price for actually speaking the truth, then you'll have the grifters come out, and then they'll just swoop in, and then they'll tell partial truth, or even if they do tell the whole truth, they're still waiting for the all clear, and then it's just like all the people that have the courage to do it, then they're gone. The people that are willing to do say the thing that nobody wants to hear, they're gone at that point. And then, so now you got the people that are just saying it when they can say it. And they're the ones that get to take over and take over the narrative. And it's just, we saw that with 9/11 and we're seeing it now. And it's just, it sucks because it's like, what else are you supposed to do? Because, I mean, you go out there and you do the thing that journalists or whatever it is, I don't know what you call it, reporters, whatever.
Sure.
You're doing the thing that you're supposed to do, the right thing, the moral
being
thing.
a truth seeker, just being truth seekers, just wanting truth. Like that's it. Just people want
even asking a question. You can't even ask a question, as you know. You can't even ask a question.
Believe me, yeah.
You can't even question anything like, okay, well, can you explain that? No, you're a Trumper and a cunt. Blocked. Like, what?
On my SoundCloud.
This shit's wild.
No more questions.
I just don't understand it. I really don't understand any of this. Because for me, it's always come naturally to just question things and to not completely trust everything that I know. Like to know that there's more stuff that I need to know.
Yep, that's
so I don't know why it's so hard for people to say like maybe I'm wrong. Because I've been wrong. I'm wrong daily. Like, so it's like,
as long as you can admit it and fix it, it's all right to be wrong.
Sure.
Yep.
I've done it once before.
So yeah.
I've done it a few times today.
Just one time. So what? What do you want to fight about
trying to hook up that drum?
I'm anti-semantics too.
Yes,
so what were you saying, Stevie?
I forget.
Oh, I just don't understand, like, where's the shame that comes in with questioning yourself or being wrong, or even answering a question, even if you think you're totally right. Okay, and then when you're faced with a question that challenges that, then you should be able to answer it for people, because wouldn't you want to share that information with people, right? Like, you want to be able to, I mean, that's my whole thing, is I want to share information, things that I learned, I want to share with people.
Right.
And then if I'm wrong, I'm willing to listen to the information other people have. And if they need more of an explanation, I'm willing to go into it. But, because that could be the difference between somebody that is, aligns himself with values against mine, or somebody that, joins our side. So it's like, why wouldn't I want to answer that question and clear that up for them? So it's really weird for me, for these people to come in and just be like, no, I'm not going to answer that. You're blocked. I'm not answering anything. It's weird. I can't.
There's a lot of people that have really come a long way in the last few years that I didn't expect to kind of see the light the way that they did. And then there were others that just kind of just took down the wrong route and just stayed on it until it was at a point where they just looked like assholes. And then they finally were like, they pretended like they weren't on this side all along. And it's a shame, because a lot of people that could have just been around, and we could have all had good discourse, and we could have figured out.
I know, it's fucking nuts, dude.
Everybody did everything they could to be combative and have battle with everybody that they knew and everything that they saw. It was all about trying to fight. And I'm like, God, it's like, what? Because we didn't have a good war going on, we had to try and start one here? I don't understand. Like,
imagine if we had done that in an opposite way.
It's like, I know all the reasons they keep telling me, and I'm like, yeah, so I'm like,
imagine if we had taken that same energy, and instead of like being in this weird conflict among the people that we mostly agree with, and we actually use that energy towards the people that are oppressing us and that are fucking putting us in this position. Imagine if we shifted that energy and actually worked against the people that are actually actively working against us and actively trying to kill us.
I say that's exactly what Katie did on this one too, which was I'm pretty impressed. Ever since she's been working along with Aaron and Taibbi and stuff, what she has the ability to grasp now, because I feel like she limited herself, even just.
I've been calling out the hill for a while, and I've gotten so much fucking goddamn shit because I called them out like for a long time. Like, that is a fucking mainstream media source. That is fucking mainstream media fucking source. I've been fucking screaming this all this time. And then the whole time that Kim Iverson was on the hill, I'm like, this is mainstream media. They're channeling people in there. She's making people fucking trust them by being on there. Same thing that fucking they use Katie Halper to do the same fucking thing. They're using fucking
great. I love Kim.
They're using the fucking people to do this, and I've been calling it out all this fucking time, and I don't want to be an I told you so.
I told you so.
I want people to fucking realize what's happening at the fucking time when it's fucking happening.
I told her so.
Or even after the fact, like, just to say, like, okay, well, somebody challenged my beliefs and I reacted, in a bad way. I blocked them, or I fought with them.
Yeah.
And then once they're presented with the other information, and once they finally get it, they don't come back to that. They don't say, like, shit, that person was right, like, years before I was. They don't come back to that and say, like, man, maybe I should you know, I'm not saying apologize or just like
admit your fault.
Listen.
Admit your fucking fault. Admit that you were wrong when you said that. Just that's it.
And that you evolved to the
That's
right
it.
answer. Wow.
Like
how
it's
embarrassing
really
to
not
have gotten something wrong.
I have
can we
more
work
respect
together
for
now?
people that do that. If you're able to do that, that is an amazing
Isn't
thing.
that how science works? You fail until you get it correct, right? I mean, it's reasonable.
But instead, people double down on shitty fucking things. Where if people actually communicated and talked to each other, if somebody who is acting childish to me right now and either has me blocked or is just acting like I don't exist, if they decided to come to me and actually talk to me like a fucking human being about what happened and be fucking honest, let me tell you, we would have a good fucking conversation and we could come out the other fucking side. But people acting the way that they are.
Well, I think we just got a free guy.
I just powered up. You know, like people acting the way that they are, and when they double down on a really fucking shitty ass fucking take, that gets us nowhere. That's like going fucking reverse down the fucking one way.
Yeah. And like, even like with Graham, it's like we can agree on all the things. Like we can agree on you know, like the prison state or the state of our, I mean, there's so many things that even if there's a few things here and there, I would say 95% of the things we agree on, but now all of a sudden we're mortal enemies.
Right. Yeah, I know. It's like, ridiculous. What the fuck?
The fuck?
Like, I hold disagreements with a lot of people where I don't like, you know, I don't meet exactly where they are. But does that mean I'm gonna like, you know, go out of my way to be disrespectful and be rude and mean to them or fucking just block adults, like other adults? Like you can't be in the same space as other adults? Are you kidding me?
And it's just like, I'm willing to meet you on your side if you can answer my questions, right? Like,
tell me why you think that way. Why is this okay? No, people they'll do that, or they'll go and hide the evidence. They'll go remove videos. You know, people just do all kinds of shitty things that are like, hello, red fucking flag.
Yeah. And that's not even a red flag to themselves, like, oh, I can't talk. You know, when you're actively hiding stuff like that, it's like it's not registering for them. It's like, okay, well, maybe I'm the wrong one in this because I have to like manipulate and hide and you know, like do all this stuff to stay in the right. Like when you're having to commit that much mental energy to believing that you're right, you're not right. Like you're wasting so much energy on that. It's just like, just admit it. You know how many times I've had to admit I was wrong? I mean, I supported Bernie Sanders. I supported voting.
I know.
I went green. You know how many times I've had to say, okay, I got to go back to square one. I got to go back to square one because the path I was going down was completely wrong and it's not going to end in a victory for us. So as much as I don't like to be wrong, I don't like to start all over again. It's like, I have to if I want this to work.
Admitting that you were wrong about that is a huge fucking deal. I have so much more respect for somebody who can say, yeah, like I was completely fooled by Bernie too. Because you know what that also does? That gives other people permission to say, oh yeah, me too. I was fooled by him too.
Yes. 2024, you know that, right? He's
already fuck him. Fuck him. I will actively campaign against him.
Not even have compassion for the people that supported him the second time he ran, because I'm like, I get it. I get the. I
did too. I desire. I fucking support him this last election until he said, "Oh yeah, my friend Joe Biden."
My good friend Joe
I'm
Biden.
like, "Oh fuck you, dude. Fuck you." I voted for Jesse Ventura.
Everybody.
That's who I voted for. Yeah. I was actively like working toward it, but then he fucking went bad on the fucking mandates and shit too.
Yeah,
and I was like, fuck no, man.
I voted
you gotta vote for Joe Biden.
I thought she'd be the easiest to manipulate. I was sure of it.
It reminds me of what's the guy what's the guy's name that played the aardvark voice in the Pink Panther movies in the
Oh
cartoon
gosh.
back in
know.
the 70s?
I don't know, but I see the thing is I'm
that's what Bernie sounds like. Yeah,
I'm willing to. I want these people to come back. I want these people to make these realizations and like, hey, okay, we didn't cancel you. Come on, you're fucking catching up. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like we have fucking shit to do. Like we don't have time. Come on, catch up. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like we can work past whatever it is. We have to fucking do this. We got to stop these fucking purity tests where people have to agree with us 100% on everything. I don't agree with Steve 100% on everything. How can I expect the whole fucking populace of people to fucking agree with me?
Right. But that's where the discussion comes in. But we can't have the discussions on the stuff that even no matter how much we agree on, when we have the discussion on the stuff that we don't, it's like that's when the shutdown. It's like the just completely mental, physical shutdown of just block. We're not talking about it. You're a Trumper. You're a Democrat. You know, you're a libtard, whatever it is that they want to say.
Every
It's like,
name in the book, Stevie. Like I haven't even been doing my podcast for a year. I've been called a Nazi. I've been called a Trumper. I've been called a fucking shitlib. Fucking eugenicist, because I said that the fucking best vaccine for people, the best thing that people can do is to be as healthy as possible, to make your immune system as strong as possible. I was called ableist as a disabled person.
What?
I was called ableist.
What?
Yes. Because I said that the best thing that people could do is to eat as healthy as possible, as organic as you possibly can. You know, like all the things that I have done myself to try to, like, you know what I mean, to be better. Fresh. I said the best thing that you can do is to get yourself in the best health. That means fresh air, take your vitamins, you know, like make sure you're eating as healthy as you possibly can. Make sure you're eating real food, because things that they sell as food doesn't mean that it's food. You know what I mean? Like Spam is not food.
cheese product is not food.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God.
If you want to look at the perfect example of that, just go down, look at the cheese aisle, look at the American cheese, and you will go from actual cheese to cheese byproduct or something like that. And it's just like imitation byproduct. It's like, what is it even made out of? What is it made out of?
It's fucking plastic.
It's wild, because that's the difference between having money and not having money.
Yep.
So it's like, you know, but that's the thing is, if you do have certain conditions, that means even more that you need to do that. And I understand that there's obstacles to that because of money.
That's why I say as healthy as you can.
Like that,
you know, do
as you can. That's
best choice that you
words.
possibly can. You know, and try to think about things as food and not food. That's how I have to think about it. I have to go, no, most of what's in this aisle is really not food. This isn't food. I can't think about it as food. If it's not food, it's not an option, right? I only want food as an option. So when I go to the store, I think about it in terms of food and not food.
Making me hungry.
Is this really food or is this not food?
Meat butter is not food.
Oh my God. Yes.
There was a nutritionist that said that once, and she said your best bet is to stay on the perimeter of the store.
Yeah,
once you start going down the aisles, you're going to start getting like the artificial fake. And even if you stay on the perimeter, it's not a guarantee, because there's all kinds of bullshit there. But, you know, that's where you're most likely to find your fresh fruits, your fresh vegetables, you know, the things you actually need, instead of like, you know, macaroni and cheese that's made out of plastic and, you know, cardboard or whatever.
And when you look at the food in the store and you think, is this food or not food? And you really start to look at everything in that way, you go, holy fuck. Do you know how small grocery stores could be if it was only food? If it was really just food,
right. It would be a bodega. It wouldn't be a supermarket.
It wouldn't be. Yeah. You're really not shopping for a lot of like actual food in the grocery store.
Everybody stop. V.S. Adams stream froze. So, like, ready? Hold your breath for a second. All right. When you hear the breakbeat music, the time will be. All All right. I think we reset it. Drew reset the space-time continuum
Yes,
with
honesty is nice.
music.
Authentic is, oh my God, being authentic can be real, can be nice too. Yeah, that's what I want that. It's not, we need to make that the normal. We need to make being truthful the normal thing. We need to make that more like, why do we raise our children to be honest, to tell the truth, to not steal, to not lie? Why do we teach them these things? And then at the same time, we're hypocrites and we raise them with things like Santa and the Easter Bunny, and we're actively lying to them.
Aggravated.
What are we doing to them? What are we doing to their brains? All for capitalism.
Yeah, the person that you look up to and trust the most, psych, like, no, that shit's real. Because I didn't tell my kids about Santa, other people put that shit in their heads. And that pissed me off to no end. But I told them, I said, look, Santa is just somebody that cares about you. And it's a surprise. You don't know who it is, but Santa is just somebody in your life that is close to you, that loves you and will bring you presents. Okay.
I mean, think about the burden that puts on parents.
I know.
Have to provide. I remember going back to school and everyone was like, "Oh, what did you get?" And I was never like the poorest kid, but I wasn't like, you know what I mean? Like my parents didn't like go like crazy like some parents did. And it always felt like this weird like thing, like, oh, what do your parents do for you? And like, you know what I mean? Like that, we don't celebrate that stuff anymore. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving. We don't do it. We just don't fucking do it. We don't celebrate Easter. We don't celebrate Christmas. We don't celebrate those things in our house anymore. And it's really freeing to do that. But I understand what it must be like if people that have young children that are like, all of their friends do it. It's gotta be weird. But why are we following into these debt traps and doing these?
My aunt said that. She said, because I didn't have a Christmas tree one year. We did the whole Christmas thing. I mean, I don't go extravagant. I'll get a couple of things here and there, but it's just, that's not what it's about. It's about spending time with family. And, that's what I try to focus on. And then my aunt's like, you don't have a Christmas tree? Like, he's going to be so traumatized. And I'm like, out of all the things that's happening in the world, I don't think that a Christmas tree is going to be on that list. The Christmas tree is going to be the least of his problems when we're having like climate wars and, we're fighting over water, like, and, he's breathing through like an oxygen mask because the air is too toxic. I don't think that he's going to be thinking about the Christmas tree that fucked him up. Like that's going to be the least of the problems. And plus, more often than not, we do have there's a gnat in here I can't get rid of. More often than not, we do stuff like that just because that's one of those things that we can do every year that doesn't cost money because we already have a tree, we already have lights and stuff like that. So it's like, the tree is not, but she's also one of those people that spends like $300 on every single person. And she's got a list of people to spend for, which is fine if you've got the money and you can do that. Sure, I would love to be able to do that, but money,
it's really. But why do we do it? What is the benefit that we actually get from it?
I mean, like competition.
It's weird. It's competition. It's the capitalists win. It's before the last quarter. People fight over like who gets the big screen TV from the store. Like it's really, when you really start to think about the whole system, it's like it's really not about family. No one's really spending time with each other. So it is just something to think about.
Plus, most family, do you really want to spend time with them? I mean, I've been making some headways with my family to where we're actually working through things. But before it was like, I don't want to spend time with these, like this, it's supposed to be a time of being surrounded by people you love, but then you go back home to a bunch of people that judge you and make fun of you. And,
why do people put themselves through that?
What are we doing here?
Why do people put themselves through that?
We're buying each other gifts. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, let's just, you do your thing, I'll do mine. But, that's so many people that fall into that of like, oh well, there's my second cousin twice removed. Do I buy them a present? It's like that. Just don't, and they'll be fine. They'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
They'll be fine.
Yeah, like we just don't do it anymore, and so like it's just a thing. We just don't do it.
Especially like with the kids, because the kids get programmed by like school and stuff to where they get told that that's what they get.
We're perpetuating the same problem. We're putting the kids on that carousel and they're just going around and around again. All right, I think we're gonna have to wrap up for the night.
Yeah.
Because we've been going for like 6 hours. Steve is
God.
Okay, we're good. We're good. It's been a while since we've done a long one, but we'll have to do another one soon. Do you still have the same number, Stevie?
No, I'll send you my new number. I got a new number because my cell phone got shut off, so I'll send you the new one. I gotta bring my old phone up and I'll send it to you, Twitter or something.
Send me a DM. Yeah, and then we'll plan. Let's plan another stream soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm a bit of a night owl. I'm kind of on the same schedule that y'all are. So.
Oz wants to feel your hair.
All right, no directing, please.
On that, no directing, Oz.
Okay, so Drew, we love you. I don't know if you can hear us. He's deep in the pocket.
He is. Oh my God, we adore Drew. We've adopted Drew.
Hey, stop your screen. All right.
We will do thanks, Aram. We'll do another stream though soon. I like doing the open panels, and so we can definitely do some more because it's always fun. You never know what we're going to talk about.
I'll jump in a little bit earlier instead of like at 2 a.m. next time.
Yes, definitely. All right. I love all of you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you for hitting that like button. It really helps. You know, that I might get 17,000 views on a Peaches short, but on mine, they don't push my content. I'm trying to fuck with the algorithm. I don't know if it's going to really do much. I'm trying.
We gotta try.
We gotta try.
All right.
On that note, I'm gonna play us out with Meat Butter.
Peace out, Girl Scouts. We love you. Do you love margarine and polystyrene foam? Move over, Twinkie. This may outlast you in the apocalyptic times. You can rely on old Meat Butter for your end times. Meat Butter. Not to be confused with ham that comes in a can. The best hams don't come in a can, and you need a plan in the apocalyptic times. That's where Meat Butter shines. Try Meat Butter from the makers of Spam. Your dog will thank you. Or will they?
Meat butter. Meat butter is not for human consumption or animal consumption. Please do not, by any means, feed meat butter to anyone you know or ever will know. Meat butter is very harmful, toxic, and will cause death. Not responsible.